Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Prices have gone up on almost everything. That's why it's great to use GoodRx right now. With GoodRx, you can instantly compare prescription prices at local pharmacies and find discounts that can save you up to 80%. GoodRx is free, easy to use, and it works whether you do or do not have insurance. Find out more at goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used in place of insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved up to 81% on retail prescription prices.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
This summer, enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout line with HelloFresh. They deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring farm-fresh produce directly to your front door. With over 55 options each week, you'll never get bored. Plus, you can customize meals by swapping your proteins and sides. Sign up during the Memorial Day flash sale for $125 off with the code BUBBA125 at HelloFresh.com/BUBBA125. That's code BUBBA125 at HelloFresh.com/BUBBA125.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBSC, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBSC in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBSC. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We are live. Kickoff hour is rolling. We'll have stories from this past weekend, the big wedding, and a whole lot more, so don't go anywhere. So yesterday was Memorial Day. The show had a replay. Hard to believe if you're listening live, it's Tuesday, so short week for a lot of them.
Short week.
Others were working, going, well, I don't know what you mean, buddy. I was working. So, but most had the day off, and because of our busy schedule and coming off the back end, I'm going to disappoint y'all with what I'm about to say. But JC he does some coaching with Excel, and they have a huge tournament in Atlanta. I say Atlanta. It's Lake Point, and then they play all over the place, right? So that's how they say Atlanta, but it could be an hour north of it, yeah. And so he had to finish up with the wedding and then jump in the car and then head that way, and is coaching through today. So he's gone. Reese says, I'm out. I'm going with some buddies, going swimming. They're grilling out. I'm out. Okay. Done. So Terry and I, we finish up with the yard and everything. We just kind of look at each other. We look like zombies because we're so tired. And I said, you want me to crank the grill up? But I think I said it kind of with a weak voice. You want me to crank the grill up?
I really don't
and she's like,
she
said, no, I think the grill and the kitchen is closed. And she said, can we just go grab something? And I'm like, well, yeah.
You're so glad.
And we just, I just got to tell you, we made it easy. And we had, for Memorial Day weekend, we had cheap Mexican. Is that bad?
No.
Is that bad? We were the only ones in there.
No.
We were the only couple in there. I mean, the only one.
You didn't have to wait on the chips.
Matter of fact, the owner kind of looked at us like, thanks, appreciate it.
Well, somebody showed up.
We were
wondering why we were open.
We're getting kind of bored in here because I know most everybody,
tamale.
maybe was cooking out or doing something like that.
Chimichanga.
Did y'all cook out while I was having Mexican food?
I'm mad at myself. I did. I cooked some hot dogs and hamburgers and actually ran out of gas in the middle. But I had everything practically done except the hot dogs were not completely. Ran out of gas, so I had to finish the hot dogs in the microwave. But
oh, no.
I thought I had more than that. I didn't realize I was that close on gas.
Do you know that happened to me one time, and because of that, I have 2 tanks, and I
have 2 tanks, but I think the other one was empty too. So.
Oh, well, that's not going to help you anything, buddy.
It's good planning.
I got to go swap them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I really didn't think in my mind, it wasn't that long ago when I got the tank, but it probably was.
Did you talk out loud to Greg?
Well, if this would have happened when I just started, then I'd have been mad.
And was it just the 2 of you, or did you have everybody over?
Chandler and Riley, now that they live 5 minutes down the road.
Okay.
Them and Pest came over.
Yeah.
And, we didn't have no big shindig or nothing like that.
Did everybody look down on you a little bit?
No, not really. Not really? Too bad. But we didn't have no big throwdown. But how about this? If it would have happened early in it, now I'd have had a problem. The burgers were all done, so.
That's good. You got lucky. How about you,
I'm
little
better
man?
than that.
That's why we straight pipe it, which goes to a long story from the weekend that started on, well, let me just tell you. So we haven't had a grill. You're going to love this because we haven't had a grill in about 3 or 4 weeks. And that's fine if you got a stovetop that works, okay?
Okay.
Well, then this week our stovetop goes out.
Oh, no.
So you got nothing
So we have
cook
nothing
with.
to cook on, a toaster and a microwave and an oven.
Well, there you go.
And so it's been a weird week, and Amanda's like, hey, we got to resolve this no grill and stove top messed up. And the stove top's one of those electric deals. I don't even know what it's called. But anyway, probably some digital board or something's gone out of it. I don't know.
Exactly it.
So it's no plumbers are going to work over the weekend to come look at that. I don't even know who to call, by the way, to fix something like that.
I know.
So I told Amanda, I said, why don't we get a grill, and that solves our cooking issue for the moment. And then we'll get somebody to come out and do the stove top this week. So she said, okay. Well, pretty busy weekend for us. We were at a tennis court from 7 a.m. Saturday till right at 8 p.m. Saturday night. But I thought I made a good decision. This was on Saturday. I got to looking at grills. We've been wanting one of those blacktop griddle things.
The griddle. See, I've been getting a lot of pressure from some of my friends that have them.
Yeah,
but that's not grilling.
Yeah, it is. Well, you're traditionalists are good.
No, I'm talking about the taste and all. I mean, it's
No,
still
it is.
good.
It's good
It's
stuff.
still good, but it
What's
doesn't have the charcoal.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, that's not real grilling.
Well, it doesn't have the charcoal.
You know,
or the,
I know
not
it
the
was-
charcoal,
hey.
the open flame feel.
Right.
Exactly.
It's
Hey,
going
well,
to
I'm
have a
sorry,
different
he's
taste.
doing
Now,
it.
that's good. You remember Cuz
is
cooked
good.
us some burgers and then put
It's
the
real
buns
good.
on them.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I had one of those.
It was an adventure to get it, but it's good. So I thought, here's what we'll do. So where Braden was playing tennis this weekend, I just happened to notice there was a Lowe's that was about 15 minutes from where he was playing. And I thought, you know what I could do? I could go online. I know what I want. I'll order it. And when you're in the middle of us grabbing you something to eat for lunch, before we had to get you back. I'll do the pickup. I'll just pull up in a parking spot and do the pickup, and they can bring it into us, and then we'll go back to the tennis tournament, and then I'll deal with this. I'll get it home, and I'll deal with it on Monday, maybe Sunday, depending on if he plays or not on Sunday. So that was actually pretty flawless. I will say this, though. When the guy helped me get it in my truck, he looked at me and said, "Good luck." And I thought,
oh, does that mean putting it together?
I didn't know.
Oh, no.
I thought, does that mean, hey, this is a nightmare to put together? Or are you just hoping I get home with it? I mean, I didn't know what he was talking about. But later on, I realized what he was talking about. Yeah. And so we have a straight gas line. Yeah. So I have to deal with what you're talking about.
Well, there's no gas available where I live.
Well, it's
unless you get one of them tanks.
It's awesome
the big giant
if the connection works, if the connection fits, if it's the proper connection.
If it matches up.
No. It matches up okay. So plus, not only that, with these Blackstones, there's these pins that have different levels of gas that flow through it, whether you're doing the propane tank or the straight pipe.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Well, it's built for the propane tank. So if you want to go straight line, you have to change the pins.
Gotcha.
Which comes in a conversion kit, which we had.
Good luck with that.
Sounds easier than it is.
Braden had to play Sunday, so we didn't do anything grill-wise until yesterday. And
you thought you was going to go hook it up and fire it baby up.
I did, Greg. And when the guy said good luck, I now know what he means.
Oh,
no.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBSC, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBSC in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBSC. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Our friends at Visit North Alabama have created another amazing chance for you and your family to have an out-of-this-world experience at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Folks, this is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. Parents and children ages 7 and up will launch into a mission to space or into an aerial combat scenario in authentic training simulators. Your family will even get to dress the part in your own aviation flight suits. Here's what's included. The winner's lodging and meals are all included, and you'll also get $1,500 spending money for you to use toward your out-of-this-world family road trip package. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. The winner will be announced on July the 1st. Sign up today and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. Or go to rickandbubba.com for a link under the contest tab or the sponsors.
25 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. We thank you so much for making us part of your day. As always, we know there's lots of choices out there for you, so the fact you would choose us, we don't take that lightly, and we thank you for it. We are looking back at a very busy weekend. A lot of those stories will be on the main show. Good friend of mine, actually. Okay, good friends, not. We saw something on TV. Helena native.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, we're rolling on. This is where we comment on things we see on the TV that y'all can't see, so it makes no sense. So sorry about that. We're in the middle of we're in the middle of Helmsy getting a grill or a
Blackstone griddle.
Got him a Blackstone.
It's
griddle.
the big one too. It's sure enough good one.
And yeah.
So
now, did you think of Cuz when you
I did.
bought
Matter of
this?
fact, I was close to texting Cuz.
Cuz knew his way around the griddle.
Sunday afternoon, and I thought, don't bother him with this. He ain't no sense in this. He just
he don't want none of that.
And thank goodness Amanda, her patience with me on things like this. So I picked it up Saturday.
Ooh, I'm strong.
In the middle.
Yeah, I said good luck, pal.
By the way, it was so. I mean, just it's huge, guys. It's big. I got the big one.
Sure you
and
you expecting a large crowd?
Spared no expense. Well, he does have a family of 5.
Yeah, I do. We eat a lot. And I felt like this was, for what we cook, I thought this was best for us. I don't want to hear you charcoal and blah, blah.
Plus, you got money.
Pellets, and I don't, pellets this and pellets that.
Depends on what you want.
And so I got this one. And it sat in the garage because I told Amanda, I said, listen, we don't need to do anything until we get the gas fitting correct. Because we can't, if we can't get the gas fitting correct, then you got this pins thing I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
See, if we got to leave it like that if we're going to hook it to a propane tank. And that we didn't want to do that because we got the gas line.
Mm-hmm.
We go, I'm not exaggerating what I'm about to say. Greg, I want you to hear this. We go to 6 hardware stores.
Are you serious?
6. 6 hardware stores.
Night.
3 of which.
How do you find 6 hardware stores?
Three which had the same exact name. Okay.
Wow. You want to check an app?
You
call them?
We did. Those lie to you if you're wondering.
They really will.
Oh, yes.
Hey, we got 4 of these at our Hoover location. Oh, you do? Okay, we'll run right down there.
Yeah. Oops.
Sorry, they're not here. We don't know where they are.
I don't know what they're talking about.
So we had
Shouldn't have told you that. Really?
It was a 1/2-inch hookup with the gas. Okay. And then 3/8 on this side. 3/8 going from the grill side. So that's what we had to mesh up. Well, you have these, and plumbers will know what we're talking about. I don't know, but there's an MIP connection, an FLR connection, and if you don't get the right one, so I had like.
Why so many connections?
Good question, Greg.
Can't we simplify this a little bit?
So once it took us 3 stores.
Don't want you buying more.
It took us 3 stores before we realized what we actually needed because of this FLR MIP deal.
How is
ours was FLR
Just go
to
get
FLR.
a tank and be done with it.
How's your mood at this point?
It's pretty good. I was actually pretty patient. I was
At this
point.
Store 5.
At this point, I was. And so we go to all the hardware store. We finally get the connection we need. This guy, had to go. Well, we ended up in Irondale. Of all the places.
Wow,
you did.
Did a little traveling.
We had to.
If you go to 6 hardware stores, they're not going to be in a cluster.
Right. And not all of them are open on Memorial Day. So 2 of the ones that were closer to our house that we wanted to go to weren't open.
Doggone.
So this thing, we get it Saturday, sits in the garage until Sunday, and then we start putting it together. Well, we get to a point where we can't do anything else because we have the connector, so we go get the connector. We finally get the connector and get home. Then we realize, okay, so now we got to put the pins in. Then we get to a point where we're doing this inside, but when we get to a point, we're going to have to take it upstairs before we finish it because
it's so heavy.
Because it's so heavy. The griddle, the what you cook on, good gosh, it's
really
heavy. And so
is it heavy?
So we get the pins, out, get the pins in. The last pin, I turn it too hard.
Of course.
And I break it off inside it.
I've done. There's always that one.
What
turn.
did you do?
Oh,
what did you do?
I'm just going to be straight up with everybody. I cussed a lot.
Oh, I'd have went nuts.
I mean, I cussed a lot. Called myself words.
You thinking, why didn't I just quit turning it?
Because we were nearly done. Like, this was our last and final step.
We
had like 8 to 10 pieces
Let
and
me
screws
tighten it up
left,
just a little bit more.
And that's what I did, Greg. And here's the thing, too, because we had to get this at the hardware store, too. You had to get this sealant stuff to put on it as well, so which makes it even tough. So how I got it out, I took like 8 different small Allen wrenches. Screws broke off in there, and I think, okay, takes me like 20 minutes. I have cussed a lot. I'm just being straight up. Finally get it out. Amanda's on the phone with the place we bought it from, seeing if we can bring it back.
Oh no!
And
so you're done with it?
Well, because there's nothing you can't just let this.
My husband turned it too hard.
And so anyway, so get it out. Well, then there's a special tool. There's a special tool that comes with the pin. Well, now the other piece is stuck in here, so I have to get it out before I can actually put. And thank goodness it came with extra pins, so I was able to put one in there. So we get all that done. I saved the day after 30 minutes of just Amanda couldn't believe it. She came in there and she goes, "Are you serious?" And I said, "I have fixed it. Sorry for what happened earlier.
Sorry for my bad language."
She's like, "Wow, you're really calling yourself a bunch of different things." Yeah. So we get it all together. We get it upstairs. We get the gas connected, and of course I didn't tighten it right. And when I cut the gas on, started smelling gas, and I was like, "There's a gas leak." Man was like, "I don't smell gas," and I'm like, "I'm telling you, babe, that is gas. I got to run down there and cut that off." Of course, I hadn't tightened it the way I needed to, and turn it back on, fire that baby up, and she is going, and it is awesome.
So you did get
finally you got to eat.
So that was, I guess we were finally able to crank a grill up and use it around 12:30, 1 o'clock yesterday. And we cooked I had on that thing onions, burgers, regular burgers, turkey burgers, mushrooms. I was just cooking all kinds of stuff. It was awesome. And so then last night,
how'd you feel like you performed on it?
I did. I mean, it was good. It was burger. We did burgers first because I felt like I couldn't mess those up. That was kind of the thing there. And did hot dogs and sausage. That was some other things we did on there. So we kind of ate on that, and then we had bought some fillets.
I love it when you say it like that.
And Amanda was like, "Why don't we do a late dinner?" And
not just late, but late.
Double late.
Mm-hmm. Double late. Yeah. DL. And And so I did steaks on it last night around 7:30, and they were really good. I liked the way I performed. And I did some more mushrooms and onions and steaks, and had Braden a ribeye, and then Maddie and Care had a ribeye to share, and then Amanda and I had some little flakes. But it was tasty. It was good. I love the griddle.
All about it.
Yeah. So got me some little bocce tools. I'm out there just clanking away.
So are you going to stay with that? Is there any need for a grill?
No, I will probably at some point. We got to fix the stove first. I'll probably get.
You forgot about that.
Yeah. And this is a lot of pressure. I'll tell you when the stove will get fixed, when I'm tired of Blackstoning it.
Yeah.
That because
Which will
Amanda's
be in about a week.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, look, I like to grill, but I don't like cooking for everybody every night.
No, you
at all.
What about just getting old round charcoal grill that just got two wheels on the side of it, just little old things?
I'm so far from charcoal now. I hadn't used it in so long. You have to wait on it.
Right. I'm just thinking if he's going to use this griddle more, and you might just need a little something. I don't know. Greg's mad at me for saying it.
No, I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying.
I know. You want instant.
Yeah, and control it.
Mm-hmm. And make sure your tanks are filled, or you'll.
It's a
have
big
nothing.
That's a big deal.
Like the griddle part is bigger than that right there.
Oh, really? In front of
I could put so much on
in the
it.
world?
You're never going to cook enough for that.
Oh, I had stuff laid out there yesterday, Greg. You wouldn't believe.
Cuz hosts he hosts people at his place. That's why he's got one so big.
Well, I mean, we may start hosting some.
Really?
Get the Winklevosses over here.
Yeah. Kip's gonna come down.
I enjoyed having, because it's got 4 burners on it, and so I had 2 of them where I was working something over here, and I was working something over here.
I want you to be honest about something. Do you wish more guys could have seen it? Like, in other words, were you looking around seeing maybe there's a neighbor out below me, he can see, and you can go, yeah, I got a new griddle.
Well, Bob, who lives behind us, and they're moving, which I'm sad about. Yeah, because you never know what you're going to get.
In on
That's right. You may get a crazy neighbor.
Yeah, you never know, and they're coming from Texas, I think.
Michael's looking at us again.
So,
well, you got a good view from up top.
Yeah,
that's why.
So, I don't know. It's.
I'm just saying, you spent so much money, spent so much time,
you're
finally cooking. And if I was you, I would have wanted somebody to share that moment with, like some other dudes. Like, check this out.
Yeah, look what I'm doing. I screwed the pin up, but I got it fixed.
Yeah, I cussed a little bit, but
that was inside the house. They don't think they could have heard me because I wasn't like screaming, but I was. Boy, I was giving myself a talking to.
I bet you were.
You wouldn't believe. You
stupid. Yeah. Fall through the ceiling twice if you give yourself a talking.
Sure, I bet.
With your foot hanging through it?
Yeah. I can relate.
Rick and Bubba. These days, it's getting harder and harder to find savings. But you may have more cash than you realize in your home's equity. Unlock it today with a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. That means you could unlock thousands of dollars from your home. And with Rocket Mortgage, you could get all that cash in as little as 3 weeks. Put your hard-earned money to work. Pay down high-interest debt and combine your balances into one simple, low monthly payment. Now is your perfect opportunity to take control of your financial future. So what are you waiting for? When you want to consolidate debt and simplify your finances, Rocket can. Call 8338-ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. Rocket.
Call for cost information and conditions. The Equal Housing Lender, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
This halftime report was brought to you by Taco Bell's new Toasted Cheddar Chalupa. And now back to the... Hey, any of you guys had the Toasted Cheddar Chalupa?
Ken, we're live.
Has these crispy bits of cheddar cheese toasted right into its flaky shell.
Rein it in, Ken.
And you know they aged the cheddar cheese for 6 months.
Ken, seriously, the second half has started.
And now back to the game.
The Toasted Cheddar Chalupa is back, only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact store for hours and participation which vary.
It's the perfect season for a powerful business upgrade with Dell Technologies Summer Sale Event. Save up to 45% on secure PCs built for business with Windows 10 Pro. You'll also find great savings on Dell servers, monitors, docks, and other accessories to help boost productivity, plus enjoy free shipping on everything. Take the lead with Windows 10 Pro devices. Call 877-ASK-DELL for a Dell Technologies advisor who can help you find the right tech. That's 877-ASK-DELL for business specials during Dell's Summer Sale Event.
And now an update on what some analysts and reporters are calling the Great Resignation and the upside of it all. As many as 44% of workers are leaving their 9-to-5s behind and looking for life hacks to make up the difference in income as they pursue other jobs. And as that number grows, so have downloads of an app called Upside. It's a free app for cash back on gas, groceries, and at restaurants. Can an app like Upside really make a difference? You bet. With Upside, users can earn an average of $96 a year. And it works at all the big gas brands like Shell, BP, Valero, Phillips 66, Circle K, etc. And at favorite local grocers and restaurants. Everyone's got to drive and eat, right? If you want to get in on this life hack, we have a promo code for you. Head to the App Store or Google Play and download Upside. Enter code HACK to get 25 cents per gallon or more cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use code HACK.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
It is
knees.
9 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba show is made possible by GoodRx.com/Bubba. You know, everywhere we turn these days, prices have gone up. Inflation is real, and unfortunately, it didn't have to be this way, but it is. And you got the essentials like gas, groceries, other utility bills seem to be going up almost daily. The same with travel. If you've been out on the road, everything's gone up. That's why it's important now and a great time to use GoodRx.com/Bubba to at least save on your prescription cost. With this free service, you can instantly compare prescription prices at pharmacies in your neighborhood and find discounts that could save you up to 80%. And it's free, and it's easy to use, and it works whether you have or don't have insurance, too. Even if you have insurance, you'll likely find it actually beats your copay price. You can find prescription savings at pharmacies like CVS, Walgreens, and more. Then take the money you saved and put it towards all the things that have gotten more expensive, which is about everything now. For simple, smart savings on your prescriptions, check it out, GoodRx.com/Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, I don't know if I should even tell this story.
Well, anytime you say, I'm going to tell this because I think Greg will make fun of me, then I'm all in.
Yeah. Well, my dad and mom made the trip down for Tyler's wedding, and that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Anytime you have parents that are aging, getting on up there, been through some of the stuff that my parents have been through the last couple of years. My mom having, the cancer deal. Praise God, she's cancer free. Keeps going back for those screenings. We'll continue to pray for those that healing, and she's gone through all of that major surgery. Cancer survivor. My dad had 5-way bypass surgery the last fall, and so they'll get out in Huntsville and run around when they have to. They'll get there. They love the little grocery pickup. They tell me every time, son, all you got to do is just pop the trunk, and they put it right in there. I'm like, yes, sir, they do. And they'll go do that. They go to a number of doctor's appointments if they have them. That's slowing down now. But getting out on the interstate and traveling, over an hour, that's real. They really haven't done that since they've gotten through all of this, if that makes sense. So like this past Christmas, just to make things easier on them, I went up on Christmas Eve that early morning, picked them up, and then took them back the day after Christmas, and it's easier for them. Would y'all not agree?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, my sister and brother-in-law, Lynn and Mark, they live in Pensacola, and my sister has just got so many talents and gifts and can cook like there's no other, and can make some homemade fudge, and Rick will testify to that. And so she was catering the rehearsal dinner for Tyler's wedding, and that was Friday night. So they were coming up a day early, and so this was the plan. Instead of me going up to Huntsville and grabbing my parents, Mark said, I tell you what I'm going to do. It's going to be a long day, but I'm coming up. I'm dropping off Lynn at your house, and I'm going to keep going, get your parents, bring them back.
Big move, Mark.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then Johnette and Reg were going to take them back.
Met Reg for the first time.
Yeah. and
nice guy.
He had some commentary on that. But
did you make fun of him in his face?
Not really.
No, it's just his name he didn't like. But I told Reg
I
just
thought
to
it should
deal
be
with
Reg.
Right, I know. I said Greg didn't like your name. That's about it.
I did. That's not.
But the plan for them
may
was
think your name should be Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get maybe.
They were going to take my parents
Gretchen.
back the day after, and
Greg
that's
was?
nowhere near Starkville. But they were just going to kind of go up to Huntsville and
that's
kind of
quite
come
a
back.
loop.
Wow.
But everybody's making sacrifices and making it happen, and
Yeah.
that's what made this weekend so special. So many people were doing so many different things. But little things like that can get lost in the weekend.
Sure.
And there were big deals because without that, my parents wouldn't have been there.
Yeah.
Well, even though they've got people coming up and taking them back, it's still a big deal because they're not used to going away like this, right? So they've got things they've got to get done. They've got to get things prepared for the trip. So Wednesday afternoon, and I think I got this day right. I was off Wednesday, so I wasn't here. My phone rings, and it's my dad, and he's got this really exciting voice.
He said, "Where's Rick?"
He's really excited. He's like,
been
son, God,
Smart.
God shows us all favors, right? Yes, sir. I know that. Well, he's jumping right into it. I'm like, what in the world? He goes, and I thought he was talking about how, God has shown favor to Tyler and Mabry. Well, I thought that's where he was going. But he was like, Scripture says that. And he starts going into Scripture, and he starts talking about, how God will show us favor, and he's always listening, and he's there to provide. And I'm like, what in the world? What's going on here? He goes, you're not going to believe what just happened. And now it's going to sound bad, and so don't think you need to jump in the car because I know that's how you are. I was like, yes, sir. And he said,
Speedy the rescue.
he said, because it has a good ending. And I said, okay. I said, well, what's going on, Dad? Well, this morning we jumped in the car because we had some things to get done, and which meant carry-outs and different things. And we go to the garage, and the car is so dead that it won't even click.
It's kind of like mine this morning.
It's just
We can
dead
talk about that
as a
later on.
wedge. Well, there's no hope in sight for him at that point because, I'm not there. I could be there in an hour and a half,
Yeah, you're
or
no
2
help.
hours.
You're no help.
I'm no help. So, and Mom had things to get done, and so they're sitting there in the garage, car dead as a wedge, and Mom gets out, and she's frustrated, and he walks back in the house, and he's like, what are we going to do? We got all this stuff to get done. We got the wedding. Mark's coming tomorrow. What are we going to do? And so he says he just goes back in the house and sits down on his recliner and just starts praying out loud. Yes, God, I need an answer from heaven. I gotta have an answer. Just praying out loud. And he said, hey, well, I got an idea. Why don't I call the AutoZones of the world or their competitors, the Riley Auto Parts and all this kind of, and just see if they make house calls. I don't know. Maybe they do. I can buy a battery and they come install it in the garage.
There you go.
So he starts calling around, and they don't do that. So he calls a competitor or two, and then finally he calls one, and this female answers, and he gives her the spiel and says, this is the deal. And she says, we don't do this, but just hang on. Let me go talk to the manager. Comes back, and I'm sorry we don't do this. I'm so sorry, but you know what? I kind of feel led to come fix this for you. Are you serious? Yeah, I get off at this certain time, but I think I'm going to make a house call, and I'm coming. Oh, my gosh, are you serious? Well, I'll tell everybody about that. No, don't tell everybody exactly who we are, because we don't do this.
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
And now keep in mind, Daddy just continued to pray that I need an answer from heaven on this.
Make fun of that, Greg.
And he says, well, will you please at least give me your name? And she said, my name's Heaven.
Are you serious?
And see, I knew he wouldn't believe it. I knew it. And so he's laughing. I knew it.
No, I'm not.
And he said, excuse
caught
me?
us off guard with
He said,
that, by the
excuse
way.
me? She said, yeah, my name
Heaven the mechanic.
I wish that'd have been Heaven the Blackstone Grill this weekend.
Yeah. But how about he's praying for an answer from heaven?
Well, he got one.
And heaven came. She fixed. She came to the garage, to the house, took the old battery out, put the new battery in, fixed it, and then they got out and ran errands. Heaven came over to the house. Make fun of that, Greg.
Thanks, Heaven.
Huh? Make fun of it.
Prayed to Heaven.
Yeah,
Here's
that's
your game.
strange.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg,
Charlie claims you're shaking hands with danger.
That's right.
You know who said to
I
me?
tell you, those were funny commercials. The minute I saw them, I thought of Greg.
Yeah.
Because Greg is our ranking Illuminati expert.
No,
here on the
Bubba.
show.
Which led to
Anything from Freemason up. That's Greg.
This
All the
one
way to Bohemian Grove.
This won't surprise y'all at all, because we know how scared he is and how he can get his head. I got when you get a text that just says call me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Call me.
Call me.
And I go back to the person. I'll tell you who it is in a minute. Hey man, you got an emergency? I'm in a bind. Free up about 1:45. Not an emergency, but please call me. So I call him. Hey man, what's Greg's take on this? And I said, what are you talking about? You haven't seen it? And all of a sudden, another text comes in with the letter. Charlie Daniels, Illuminati. Guess who it was? JT.
Oh, yeah.
Rick, you realize you and Charlie are speaking at an event together this year.
Gridiron?
Yes.
That's right.
He is speaking at Gridiron.
Oh, I'll
Ask him.
Talk to him about it.
Rick, in the commercial, they refer to it as the Bellanami. Bellanami. I can't say it now. I was ready, and then it got away from me while I was on deck.
God love you. Hey, what?
Bell Illuminati.
Greg, do you agree?
To be honest, I haven't paid that much attention to the commercial.
Get your look.
And,
they go in there like it's one of these secret meetings of the Illuminati.
Oh, there's the all-seeing
They're
eye.
talking about Taco Bell.
Here, Greg, there's the all-seeing
Illuminati. Illuminati.
They are throwing some
Bell
symbols in
Illuminati.
there.
Do you agree? Don't be dabbling with this.
You know, I'm going to have to go with Charlie on this now that I'm looking at it.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
You've seen the commercial, right?
No, I've never paid no attention. I usually.
It's Greg. It is everything you talk about. There's
I'm just now. They were
pyramids,
just now
there's-
praying it. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We're just now playing it. I'm like, I may have to go on Charlie's side here.
You did see the all-seeing
Look,
eye.
it's all fun and games, Rick, but don't get carried away now.
Yeah, Greg, what's the thing about the Illuminati? And now are the Masons tied to all this?
Rick, don't start controversy.
You work
on
your
that.
way up.
I'm gonna stay out. But you're just saying, in general, I agree with what Charlie's saying.
Yes.
Taco Bell, you dancing with danger.
Shaking hands with danger, 4 fingers and a thumb. And that's a signal. And you all know what that means. Everybody knows it.
We continue.
Greg, how come that bunch that's so secretive they don't have windows in their meeting place? That's what
I know. I'll tell you why.
Why?
You ever been in there?
Uh-uh.
Yeah. Sure have. Strange paintings.
Oh
no.
Yeah, that's. We continue. Let's go.
You know what's funny though? I have this place and I have all these strange secret paintings, but I rent it out to high school reunions. Have you ever noticed that? I mean, I'm so secretive, but yet if you pay the right price, I'll let you use the area.
But there's certain rooms you can't go in.
Well, yeah, but the ones you can are spooky enough.
Dennis in the great state of Tennessee.
Dennis,
welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great. Good.
Hey, that's awesome. Hey, I want to know if y'all heard that political correctness has come to the company that owns Dixie Stampede in Dollywood and Pigeon Forge. Have y'all heard
yes.
that?
Yeah, we covered it yesterday.
We did that story. It's now the Dolly Parton Stampede, which to me, what a terrible pun that is.
And plus, how creative was that? I
Yeah.
mean, we're going to replace the Dixie Stampede. I got an idea.
Guys,
It's at Dollywood.
You wouldn't believe this. They said after that name was changed, the Raiders actually hired T. Martin.
Yeah, it changed everything. It cured it all.
It just changed the racial dynamic of the entire country. Yeah. Hey, you know what? We're trying to advance the African American community, and we just seem to have hit just a roadblock. We couldn't get past it. But when they changed the Dixie Stampede to Dolly Parton Stampede, things just started opening up. For us.
Changed
It just kind of came out.
Whole new day.
Came out of nowhere. Fathers returned to their families. It just turned everything around. We continue. 866 We Be Big, an anonymous caller. Anonymous, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all today?
We're great.
I actually just hung up when I flipped y'all back on. I heard y'all talking about it. I actually just hung up with the corporate office in Montgomery, Alabama for Taco Bell, and they transferred me to the main office, to their main corporate office, complaining about that organization of why would y'all associate yourselves with a Satan organization? And they said that they have had a lot of complaints about it, and they're going to pull it.
Well, look, I think
I don't know if I'd went that far.
Yeah,
Charlie Daniels, Greg.
I think
Charlie's got everybody.
4 fingers and a thumb, Greg. Shake.
You know, it's obvious it's a parody and a takeoff, and I thought it was pretty funny.
It's no different than Hidden Treasure. What's the series? Nicolas Cage,
National Treasure.
Yeah, same thing.
Hidden Treasure's the one about we have the women back there working on the space program.
That's Hidden Figures.
Well, see there?
Same thing.
Well, no, there's actually, you don't know about this movie. There's one movie where there's a group of African-American women that people don't know about that are really good at finding treasures.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
It's two different things. You had Hidden Figures. Now, this time, they're actually treasure
They
hunters.
get a treasure map and they break it down.
It's Hidden Treasure.
Yeah.
And they weren't.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. This hour starts with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy back from vacation. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all have given you a kickoff hour, all back together along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler has settled in for live YouTube, and we get ready to move forward. Whether you're catching us on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, maybe you've got us on the TuneIn app, you've got us on our Heart Radio app, you've got us, maybe on YouTube Live or archived, podcast archives. However you got the show, we are glad that you are here. Memorial Day weekend recaps today. Bubba and I have seen Maverick. We'll talk about that. I know there's got to bring a little anxiety to you. Speedy's family's had a wedding. It's been Memorial Day. And we'll find out what's happening in the world around us since last we were together live last Thursday. Hopefully you enjoyed the best of Rick and Bubba on Friday and the Rick and Bubba replay yesterday. To get it all started, we got to get everybody on the field. We're missing one. The silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. Short week.
Let go.
Short week. I like the short week.
Short week. Everybody say, wow, wow, wow. That's like. It's like. Let's say, wow, wow, wow. Bubba, welcome back.
Ow, glad to be here, and hope everyone had a very enjoyable and safe Memorial Day weekend. And, man, there was a lot going on.
There was, and we have a tremendous amount to unpack. We've got a wedding. We've got Maverick has opened. Bubba and I have seen it, as I mentioned. The top of the hour break. We have a Gary update. He just couldn't stand it. We've got that on the program today, and then we'll find out what's happening around the world. But Bubba, yesterday, and it's very, very specific, and hopefully we've learned over the years, yesterday was set aside for us to remember those who have given the ultimate sacrifice, that is their life, for the freedoms that we enjoy, but for some reason keep being asked to give up. But when they went out and they gave their life, they were giving those for the freedom for us, freedom for others, all kinds of different sacrifices, but it was their day to be remembered yesterday.
You know, probably need to make a little more fuss over it.
It's
when
a big,
you really think about it.
And it's very specific. We have a Veterans Day, and we recognize our veterans, and we certainly should. But this is Memorial Day, meaning this is the day for those that died in the line of duty.
Yeah, a couple of facts. We were looking at some of these numbers on this, pretty interesting. 1868, May the 5th, was the first Memorial Day observance, which was originally called Decoration Day by the Grand Army of the Republic, according to the U.S. Army Department of World Affairs. So it's been a while, been around for a long time. In 1966, President Lyndon Johnson proclaimed Waterloo, New York, the birthplace of Memorial Day, because records showed the village held one of the first observances of the local level of 100 years prior, according to the Library of Congress. 1971, Memorial Day became a floating federal holiday after the Uniform Monday Holiday Act went into effect, according to the U.S. Army Center of Military History. Rick, I thought this was an interesting number. According to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, America's wars, they estimate the number of fallen troops who have died in battle from 1775 to 1991 was 651,031 soldiers. 651,000.
Wow.
The agency also estimated that there were 103,000 in-theater deaths and 230 deaths that were not on the front line. So about 308,000 of those were in direct combat on the front line. Did you know that in the U.S. we have 1.3 active duty service members that make up the armed forces, according to the U.S. Department of Defense?
Wow.
1.3. 750,000 civilian personnel back them up. Also, 811,000 National Guard and Reserve service members make up the department's highest, or the nation's largest employer. So the Department of Defense has a lot of folks on the payroll. 10,000 or more people participate in the National Memorial Day Parade in Washington, D.C., according to the American Veterans Center. Memorial Day, they say there's 135 national cemetery. There's visitors, 135 visitors to Arlington National Cemetery over the Memorial Day weekend.
So how many?
135,000.
Wow.
260,000 graves are at Arlington National Cemetery and are decorated with American flags. 32.9 million is the number who view Memorial Day as the unofficial start of summer. And it's a busy day. That's the number of people who will travel over this past weekend, 32.9 million. So a lot of people out there moving and shaking the highways. There was a few cars out there, I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another number of how we also celebrate Memorial Day weekend. According to Wallet Hub, national meat sales for this past weekend, $1.7 billion.
That's big. That's a big weekend for meat.
Yes, it is. Meat and barbecue.
Yeah,
a lot going on.
That's a lot. It was I kept thinking about all the different things yesterday, and I said, you really can sum it up in 2 words. Thank you.
Yep.
That's really it. And that's the beauty of those that gave their life too. The way you got to enjoy yesterday, that's exactly why they did it. So you could enjoy yesterday like you did. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hidden Figures is pretty good. Of course, half of it probably didn't.
Greg,
happen.
don't ruin it for me. I love that
I watched
movie.
it. It was a good movie.
There we go.
It's a great movie. You need to see
Greg,
it. It's fantastic.
Let's call a hands off on Greg on that movie,
So
we can
it's
enjoy
too
it.
late. He claims Kevin Costner, the guy, never pulled the sign down.
No.
With the sledgehammer, bat, or whatever he had.
They may have just
I
said
know.
somebody sent a memo and said, "Look, let's fix this bathroom thing." That's probably what happened.
We'll be
but
back.
That's not near as good in the movie.
We take your phone calls next. More to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Collective can here today, too.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
It's funny. Coca-Cola came by today and gave us the can that has the Alabama national championship on it.
The big 1-7.
And, of course, one of us asked the uncomfortable question. Somewhere in a third world country, there's a kid drinking a Georgia championship Coca-Cola. But anyway. Because they got to have them ready to go. But it says Alabama won the game, which we all know, despite the theft of a coach's playbook.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see that? Alabama defensive line coach Carl Dunbar realized Saturday, 2 days before the big game, that his backpack containing 2 cell phones, a passport, laptop, cash, and the playbook was I was just waiting for any commentary there.
I'm not saying anything.
Was missing from a conference room in the team's Atlanta hotel. Some of the items were later found in a bathroom on the 3rd floor of the hotel, but the playbook was nowhere to be found, meaning it was gone. It says the book still, as of Friday, had not been recovered, but it says, as we all know, Alabama won the game anyway. And it says Alabama's head coach Nick Saban now 11-0 when competing against teams coached by his former assistants. Somebody said 12-0. These numbers are all over the road.
I thought 16-0.
Hey, they've won a lot.
Yeah. I never
against
heard
his former assistants.
Yeah, I thought it was 12. I'd never heard 16, but they're saying.
I've heard all kinds of numbers.
I heard 80. And
Lane Kiffin said he's going to change that.
So anyway, somebody stole the playbook, but it didn't matter. I tend to think that first of all, you still got to block and tackle no matter who has the playbook, but and it certainly can help if you know what somebody's strategy is going to be. But I think this is likely to end up on eBay. Here's the playbook from the national championship game that somebody would try to sell it or keep it as a.
He was a defensive coach, right?
Defensive line.
Defensive line.
He's
coach.
only been there for a couple of years.
All right, so your Saturday night coaches.
You just don't hear that a lot.
Coaches meeting.
Yeah,
Saban's running things.
Everybody got your book.
Hey guys, look. Hey, y'all go to page 3 real quick. Hey, where's your playbook?
Hey Dunbar, what do you
somebody stole it.
Hey Dunbar, where's your book? You didn't bring your playbook? Well, I don't have it. Where's your playbook? It's been stolen. You still got the cash, don't you? No, I mean no, it's no, the cash is gone too.
Playbook was stolen. Do it.
I don't have it stolen.
I left it in the room.
Right.
Sure. Night.
So, but yeah, I'm sure. So they said they still won. Did you see this other thing too? That they had a guy and he got with a television station to do it. That a California man has confessed to a 1993 murder, and they call it a riveting TV moment. And the man was crying and claimed that he murdered a teenager in Northern California nearly 25 years ago. They said Brian Keith Hawkins, 44, walked into the station, said he wanted to confess to the 1993 killing of Frank McAllister. The outlet reported this. He said that, and the reason why. Now listen to this. This is important. Says he has a faith now in God. So he is seeking forgiveness and wants to repent of doing this and let everybody know that he did it. And will.
Wow.
As said, the station agreed to the interview, but stated it would not air until after he turned himself in, and that the police confirmed the confession. He said, "I know the wrong can't be changed, but this is the closest I can come to doing the right thing." And it says that that 25 years ago, he and someone else set up a phony drug deal to rob McAllister of money that he brought to buy meth. He said they robbed him, and he said, and he, along with this other person, stabbed him to death, leaving his body in the woods. So, and he'd been reported missing, obviously, and they never found anything until a hiker discovered, sadly, the body, and said that they never could figure out who was involved, and now he has admitted it was him. How about that? What about when you walk? What about when you walk in to? "21 minutes past the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. So. Let the unpacking begin. We can delay some of this. I know some of you are panicked that not so much that Bubba saw Maverick over the weekend, but that I did. That took place yesterday. Watching it on Memorial Day, by the way. That wasn't bad.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, I'll admit that. Did I think that Iceman and Maverick were gay? No. I didn't, no, I'm just kidding. It's
there's a shocker.
Did I see that coming?
The crowd was very enthusiastic at the theater we were at Friday night, and the only movie I would say even got close to the enthusiasm of the crowd was when we grew up Calhoun County. We've talked about that. They had a military base there where they trained. The MP school was there.
Yep.
And Red Dawn, the original one, came out there, and I saw it with about half the theater military people.
Yeah, yep.
And, buddy, they were hooping and hollering during the whole thing.
So
they were fired up.
Yeah, so I don't want anybody to panic, okay? And Greg even alluded to it in the kickoff hour. There's only so much damage that a person like me can do with this kind of movie.
Yeah, it's not like cliffhanger.
Right, but anyway, I'm going to be very, very kind and gracious because I know people are excited. And my review will be very generic, and I think I'll just tell you how I came away from it, and I think it really can almost be summed up in one word, and
What do we want to start that?
Well,
now?
that's what I'm asking.
Do you want the
want
number? How about let's look at the numbers?
I'll delay that.
Well, I think because we've got a lot to cover.
We do
today.
have a lot to cover.
We have.
I predicted by bottom of the hour Rick was going to ruin everything. So we're on.
You're right on schedule.
Yeah. Let's go.
So Top Gun.
Wow, Kelly McGillis.
Top Gun Maverick. That has been 30 years in the making, by the way.
Yeah.
Delayed since 2019, has set a new record for the holiday weekend, bringing in a total of $156 million in the U.S. That worldwide number is getting close to 300. That's without China, without Russia, by the way. Remember, we don't give them things anymore.
Right. Plus, they're not big on our military movies.
Yeah, so this topped the sitting boss on this, which was Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End.
Don't have to worry about that
which
anymore.
opened to 153 million back in 2007. So this was the biggest box office showing we've had in 15 years in the United States.
How about that?
Yeah,
that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah,
it makes you wonder again. Did we have to wait 30 years for this? Didn't the success of the first one we go? And I understand you don't want to run out the next year and make one because people like Greg will be mad. But 5-10 years into it, shouldn't we have gone ahead and maybe done this?
Right. Yeah, because the concept
Yes,
is
it's been quite a.
Yeah, the concept was pretty. It was almost handed to you on a silver platter. But the.
I mean, you don't need to rush it.
And
I get
say,
that, but
I want to say this too: the rumors of the plot that we heard were not correct.
No.
We'd heard all kind of things and, drones and all that, but it was not a pilot versus drone war.
How about I like the surprise from Tom Cruise? You asked me about it. We had that.
Yep.
Didn't know they were going to reveal John Benet Ramsey's killer, but
didn't know that.
But it was.
I thought the time travel part of it was good.
Yeah, I did too. But
guys, what do y'all do?
Can I say this? One part of the movie, I'm just going to tell this part because I don't think this gives anything away.
I'm not in this.
This doesn't give anything away. I thought the opening to Top Gun was one of the greatest openings in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
The music, the sound, the video of the aircraft carrier deck, and I thought, how in the world are they going to top that?
Maintain it though.
How can you maintain? So can I say that part? Will that be?
Tell
What do you think?
It just makes you look
Can I
forward
tell
to
you
it,
how the
I would just say
you'd already told me, and it made me look.
I would just
say
say, in the new movie impressed me. They were able to accomplish.
Well,
that.
I'm gonna say the opening scene of the movie is the same as the first one with updated video, same music, same shots, same intensity. The roar of those engines when they kick them afterburners in to get off the deck is unbelievable.
Yeah,
it rocked our seat. I couldn't breathe.
Yeah,
I couldn't breathe.
You couldn't breathe.
The hair on the back of my neck was standing up.
Did you have popcorn? Were you ready, dialed in?
And you know what? I hate I didn't bring my giant tin bucket in this morning. I forgot it.
Doggone it.
But I got that commemorative big bucket.
Yeah.
Did y'all have it at y'all's?
Oh yeah, sure.
I heard some different theaters had all kind of stuff. I heard you could buy a jacket at one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Well, a good thing they didn't have it. You'd have done it.
Yeah,
well, I've already got a bomber jacket.
Our seats were actually shaped like airplanes. But no,
they wore Maverick helmets.
But I'm gonna tell you that opening scene when they show that aircraft carrier again. That's updated,
just like they did on.
And they give you a little tease about which aircraft carrier it is. I'm not gonna mention it.
That fire you up?
Oh, did it fire me up? I'll tell you what was even.
I didn't see the sharks coming though.
In the tornado, the sharks and the tornado threw me off.
No.
Now, let me tell you what was even crazier. We stopped to eat chicken fingers before the movie. Of
course.
And
why not?
and we met some folks who knew the other people we were with. We didn't. It was the first time we'd met them. And how about this? He was a admiral and was on that aircraft carrier. And was telling us about it, and I was like, "Oh my God!"
Let me
he's
tell you,
an admiral, right?
Let me tell you what
he's eating chicken next to me.
Let me tell you what you, Greg. This, and I know you're going to delay it, which is probably wise, and frankly, none of us want you to go see it because we're kind of excited about it.
Yeah.
And I know that there's no way it can live up to the hype, and you'll come in and there's no way. But I will just say this: you know how sometimes you go in a band that you've been waiting on for years to see live. and you go there and they try to play a new album for you.
Yeah,
and you're like, I need the hits.
Yes.
Top Gun plays the hits.
Okay.
That's all I need.
That's great.
They play the hits and give you some new songs.
And they don't even.
So
try.
they were smart enough.
They
to
don't
go,
even.
This
they,
is what.
They don't even try to do something new.
Good.
It's just like, look, if you like the other movie, you're gonna like this one.
Yep.
We had one concern going in, and I think I can ask this, guys. I don't think it's going to make you guys give too much information. One of our concerns that the critics loved it is that it had some agenda to it.
No agenda that I could see.
Okay.
That
All
I
right.
detected.
All right.
Let me
That's
tell you,
good.
I really think the hype on this is the cinematography of the planes in flight. Because it's so much better than the first one. Because if you've seen the documentaries, and they're out there on YouTube, we're not giving anything away. You see the number of cameras that's strapped on that plane, and all you see the G-force in their face. I mean, it's a real deal, and
it doesn't look like a video game.
No, not at all, because there wasn't any of that done.
That's
for
the
most
thing
part.
that my son, who is the aspiring videographer, that's what he was most excited about. He was like, real cameras, real planes, real footage.
Oh yeah.
And
I just want to see it bigger and louder next time. You know,
IMAX.
Oh. It was great.
I'd get dizzy in there if I watched it on.
Yeah, I know. I probably would too. But I got to try it. You know what I mean? I got to try it. 156 million.
Yep. Packed. We'll come back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the news person, and you're like, hey, I got some guy out here that says he wants to go.
He wants to come clean.
That we want to go live, and he's going to confess to this murder.
Wow.
Wise that they would go ahead and record it and then not air it until after they could. And it says that the other person that was with him, which was a female, Culver, had been arrested, but that he had never been arrested for being part of it.
Wow. Rick, in some good news, Fiat Chrysler will move more heavy-duty production to Michigan from Mexico, adding 2,500 jobs and invest a fresh $1 billion, according to Reuters.
Now, what is this about? What is this tied to?
Well, they're moving some of their manufacturing of Ram heavy-duty trucks back to the U.S. from Mexico.
Yeah, didn't Trump say they need to move it out of that blankety blank?
Yeah, something like that.
No. So
the announcement today is two actions made possible in part by the passage of the U.S. tax reform legislation, an additional investment in the U.S. manufacturing operations, and special payment to recognize employees for their continued effort toward success of the company would be coming. That's good.
Yeah, so that again, we see what we've been saying all along, and you certainly can take issue with Trump on things. One thing, though, you have to be is honest about all of it. These things that are being done with the new tax plan and what's being done is affecting the economy in a very positive way.
Yeah,
especially with manufacturers coming back to our country.
And wages going up. How about that?
As opposed to I'm going to another country where doing business makes more sense. And, to me, that doesn't sound like a very hard to understand concept.
No.
If you set up an environment where people can do business, I think they would prefer to stay in this country.
Yeah, some of the people that are
that doesn't seem a hard concept
that are counter to all this. I don't understand what they're thinking, how they think we're going to make it.
Well,
I mean, every day now we're getting some very positive story about the economy every day.
Well, back before this, it was very confusing, which anybody who has a worldview based on emotion is always going to be confusing. But the famous throw a rock, hide your hand.
Yep.
When I would watch all of these far left politicians who created the environment that would run the manufacturer off, then be mad at the manufacturer for leaving, and they're the ones who ran them off. And then
kind of hard to figure out.
And then if it's just powerful liberals who support liberal candidates, they too would move their company into these same places while being pointing fingers at the other companies who are doing what they are doing.
Crazy.
And then take the same tax loopholes that they say shouldn't be there. And also say that we need to pay more taxes, but yet they don't pay more. I don't, and that goes back to the great life truth. And any of you listening, if you haven't heard it, you may not live out what you say, but you always live out what you believe. You can say one thing, do another, but what you actually do is what you really believe. If somebody says that they're devoted to you and you look there and we're somebody else, they didn't mean that. No. They said it, but they didn't mean it. You know what I mean? Bottom of the hour. Bubba.
How about you?
I'm good.
Glad to be back, and welcome to 2018. Wow.
Well, we were talking.
Never thought we'd get there.
We were talking in the kitchen when we arrived back at the Podcast Plaza and Teleport. Last time we saw you, you look good. And we haven't seen you since.
Yeah, well, I didn't feel real good last time I saw you. And
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we make our way back, carshield.com/Bubba is here and ready. Let's face it, we're all moving and out there traveling more. Summer is here. You're on the road. You probably traveled a lot this past weekend. And carshield.com/Bubba is standing by and ready because, let's face it, the warranty that you have on the vehicle is not designed to last too terribly long because of just the wear and tear on the automobile. So what happens if the automobile you're driving, no matter how many miles it's got on it, if the warranty no longer exists, I can tell you what's going to happen. If it breaks down, you're going to pay for it. So carshield.com/Bubba says we offer protection plans. Let us step in and now cover the automobile. And if it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASC certified mechanic of your choice directly. And they'll give you a rental car while yours is being repaired at no extra charge. They offer roadside assistance 24/7, coast to coast. So go to carshield.com/Bubba now for your free quote. That's carshield.com/Bubba, or you can call 1-800-391-8888. Now, you do want to go to carshield.com/Bubba, and if you call, you want to mention the code Bubba because that's going to save you 10% on the plan that you select. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com, and you'll find that under the sponsors button. So we can stop talking about Maverick and move on to something else. We can save that till later. I know we have a wedding recap and weekend recaps coming up.
Let me ask you this: the one you went to, did anybody dress up, or did you see any clever T-shirts or anything?
I didn't. No.
I saw one T-shirt that said "Talk to me, Goose." That was good, and one that said "The Need for Speed" or something like that.
Did you think?
What did yours say?
Mine didn't say it. Mine probably said I'm hungry.
Right. I thought yours said I forgot my bucket.
There's my bucket at. I had that bucket.
Yeah. Or I can't fit in this plane. So you have to understand. We went.
I just didn't see the alien part of it coming in. That was caught me off.
Yeah. And don't you think we've worn the zombie thing yet? So I was. Sherry and I knew how active it was. So we had an active weekend, but Monday was not active, thank the Lord. And so we were kind of taking a break, and it was just us. The kids were all gone back to wherever they go and whatever. And so I said our best shot if we want to go to this today is let's just grab a random time, that's kind of not all that.
Yeah.
I said I figure people are going to be grilling. All we did was cook a couple of steaks just for us. And I said, so let's go during grilling time, and that's probably our best shot. Yeah. So we went right at lunch, and there was a show in like every hour.
Right.
I mean, they had every theater full of it.
Yeah.
And even going at lunch, and the reason why I don't really know about the shirts and stuff is we got in and grabbed 2 seats, really not in a place I would normally watch a movie, a little close to the front for me. But it's all that was available, and that's it. That's it. The 12:15 showing on Memorial Day.
That was crazy.
And,
really?
Yeah. And so bottom line is, I got in, sat down, and the preview started. So I really didn't look around me and see what was around me.
Yeah.
So there might have been some of that, and I just didn't see it.
Well, I enjoyed it. Yeah. I really did. We saw it at the Playhouse in Alexander City. My first time to see a movie there.
How was
really
that?
Enjoyed it.
How was it?
I enjoyed it. It's good. Super good.
Yeah. I guess what I would say, because it sounds like we are going to talk about it, to me, it is this, and it won't tell you anything about the movie, and I'm not going to tell you anything about the movie. I kid around about that, but I'm really not going to. This is a movie where I was excited about, and you should see it on your own, and I'm going to respect that. But I am just going to tell you this. The word that I would describe for it is refreshing.
Okay.
And that's what Sherry and I were talking about that. Look, I really, in this country, I think needs it right now, is I really, movies have gotten to the point where I think I'm not saying that we can talk about serious things here too, and I'm not saying that I want to live in a world where there's no movies that are trying to, convey some sort of message or anything like that. That's up to the writers and the producers and the artists and all that. But what I have kind of gotten tired of is going to movies that it's silly because you can almost tell they're not even sincere about what they're trying to portray. They just think they're supposed to. Right. And then this new thing with some of these new writers and producers and screenwriters where they think that we want to go watch a movie where there's no resolution.
Yeah.
Where we're just all left going, I don't know what the storyline was here, and I don't know what I guess.
All of a sudden the names come up. You're like,
how about this? I guess this movie was designed for me to walk out of here confused and feeling terrible, And so this, to me, was a throwback to why we go to the movies.
Yeah.
And I hate to break this to everybody, we go to the movies to be entertained.
Yeah.
And
a little escapism.
Yeah. And you know what? We know this isn't the real world, and what we'd like is some resolution. We'd like to see a storyline. We'd like to see some sort of resolution to it, and we'd like to have some fun because we all kind of have things that are kind of hard. We want this to be an escape from all that a little bit. I don't want to be preached to really during the movie. I don't want to be indoctrinated into some sort of agenda. I really would just like to go to the movie, see a story that I know out in the real world probably isn't even realistic. I don't care.
You can't. Are you listening to that part?
Yeah, and so I just want to go and there was like what you'd already told me. There's nothing in it. You have one F-bomb in the movie that and even where it's placed, you'd almost go, well, I could see that. And there's nothing. You're not gonna. We understand if there's a relationship that shows up, we get the picture. They didn't do anything where you're just like, oh man, what am I doing here? And there's plenty of action, and it's well shot and well acted, and it was just it was enjoyable and refreshing.
Yeah.
So
it lived up to the hype.
Well, if that's what you're looking for now, now if you're looking for something other than that, then that's probably not your movie. And I think another thing, and there's something that you get at the beginning from Tom Cruise. I also think this is the call now, and you see the movies doing this, to go back to the movies. I think our country, and I saw a study over the weekend, and these were doctors that were talking about it, that the latest with the pandemic and the various subvariants and variants and combinations or whatever, they're all saying, look, everybody can have a bad time with anything that's out there, based on your overall health. But the severity of these has diminished. We have treatments. We have all this. It's never going away. And what they did is a year-to-year comparison. They went back and said, all right, here's how many cases we had this time of year a year ago. And we were doing masks and shutdowns and don't do this still. And they were talking about not where we live. Where we live, it's different. But in the places where they were still clinging to it, they included them in based on where we are now, where there's not much of that going on at all. People are pretty much living their lives much more normal. And they said the cases are almost to the letter exactly the same. So if you do all these things or you don't do all these things, it doesn't really seem to matter. The same amount of people still seem to get it, and since it's gotten to the point that it's not as deadly, praise God for that. I know there's individual exceptions, like there are with any sickness. Yeah. And so I also felt like there's kind of this felt to me like here's a packed theater, here's a movie on Memorial Day weekend, that America's kind of saying, we're going back to our lives. I'm not trying to over-dramatize this, but it did feel that way. And there's almost, go back. We're going back to the movies, okay? And if you want to watch things at home, that's your own business, but not watching them at home because you're terrified. If that's your preference, that's fine, but not that you're home because you're terrified to go out. Yeah, right. I'm terrified to go to the theater. And that of course, now where we live, that terror has left a long time ago. But but I'm talking about in some parts of the country, you see that people are going back to the theater, and you almost felt a call from even some people that probably lean more to the left than us politically. It's time to move on. This is always going to be with us. It's going to be, just like you have flu, just whatever. But the terror of it all and all the...
And it's going to throw us some curves, right, but we can handle it.
And the way it's been manipulated and politicized, even people that would normally not admit that are now coming out going... There was a whole dissertation over the weekend of this one doctor saying this thing has been politicized and abused, and it wasn't some right-wing talk show host. It was a doctor, and like I said, one of the studies I saw, and it was in a what I'll consider to be a liberal newspaper, saying, look, we've looked at the last, we surged this time, or whenever the surge just happened, we did this exactly the same time last year, and people were still masking and shutting down and and all this kind of travel restrictions. This year, those things have all but been lifted, not everywhere, and the numbers are exactly the same. I mean, they're almost to the number. So it's time to move on. You can't. I mean, we've destroyed our economy. We've had every kind of problem with it you can think of, and it's time to move on. I mean, it's treatable. It's not as severe, and also here's a strange idea. Probably a good time to look at our health personally and maybe take it a little more serious. There's no greater defense against it than to not be sickly and have comorbidities. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Went to the doctor, got the shot. Usually that brings you back. I mean, it usually just overcomes any symptoms, any problems. Lasted about a day, went back down.
Right.
And, so I tell you, I laid in the bed and I didn't feel good till almost Christmas. I mean, just a day or two before I could get up and function again. So it was, and a lot of people now are dealing with it. I've heard reports. So, but now everybody, it's got the flu or something. You're like, oh, weak immune system,
Yeah.
So, but we're back. Glad to be here. Thanks to the guys. They did a great job on the best of. I was out early a couple of mornings, usually looking for cough medicine or something.
Right,
I always like to text the guys when they're here so they know that. There was one morning that it was storming, raining, and I had to go get something. And Speedy, I think you were on, and I thought, what am I doing out here?
Well, and I got a call.
Please.
All right, so
This is funny.
I knew Bubba was out of it, not feeling well, and getting lost.
You're gonna love it.
Okay, on what day it is. So I get a text
No, this was
from
the second time I called you.
Yeah, well, this was yeah. So I get a text from him, says Merry Christmas or whatever, and I reply back, hey, Merry Christmas back, and all this, and so then the phone rings. And I'm at a restaurant having breakfast with the family.
Sounded good. Sounded delicious.
Yeah. And I looked at the family. I said, hey, Bubba has texted. Now he's calling. Let me make sure he's okay. And I said, I'm going to step out real quick. So I answer the phone. I step out of the restaurant, and it is pouring, okay? I mean, sideways rain, everything. And I'm standing, and the awning is it's not doing any good, okay? Yep. And he's like, hey, man, sounding good, whatever, and starts going through how I'm sounding good and Merry Christmas and all this kind of stuff. And I said, he said something else, and I said, yeah, I'm waiting on breakfast here to be delivered. He said, you're not at the studio? I said, Bubba, it's Saturday morning at 9:15.
He's calling him, telling him he's doing a hell of a job.
And he still had that sound like I can't breathe through my nose. I'm still kind of sick.
Sounding good, guys. Hey, appreciate you getting out in this weather, Speedy.
You know what it was? I flipped on the radio and it was about, I don't know, 9 o'clock or something, and I heard music, and I thought, we shouldn't be in music already. What's going on here? But frankly, that probably wasn't due to the sickness, because on that vacation, I forget what day it is.
No
I have no idea. Right. I mean, it could have. I've done that on weeks I wasn't sick, so that was not that unusual, but yet still funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious. So I go back in and I sit down, and Terry says, "Hey, is everything okay?" I said, yeah. I said, it was an interesting call. He asked me how the best of was going. But
he just lost a week.
Yeah, he did.
Let me give you a little encouragement while I'm out here getting some things done.
So you said waiting on breakfast. He's like, what?
Yeah. What do you mean you're waiting on breakfast? You're not at the studio?
He thought Masterful's got somebody to bring him breakfast.
Well, then I thought that would snap him out of it. Okay. And then he goes, well, when I texted you earlier, you weren't at the studio? And I said, no.
All right, so let's go to the phones. At 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And, you can ask questions, make comments. We certainly don't want to give away anything to do with the movie. But the opening was huge this weekend. And if you don't want to talk about that, you can bring up whatever you want to. But all 10 lines are available. I know you're dragging back over a long weekend.
Oh, boy.
But if you get a chance, fire them up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our lines are open, and you can join us. 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, our buzzer will sound. Your time on the program comes to a close, but if you move now, you will get in. There is an opportunity for you. Some things you need to know about. Tomorrow is the first day of June, believe it or not. So here's some things you need to know from themanchurch.com. Kevin Derryberry will be out and speaking at First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama on June the 16th as they continue to roll through now their third year of the men's discipleship strategy. Some new folks coming on board, Homewood Church of Christ in Homewood, Alabama. They start. This is their kickoff service on June the 18th. That'll be a breakfast with Brian Gunn. The 19th, Scott Dawson will be at my home church, Valleydale, in Birmingham, Alabama, for the Father's Day breakfast. We're in the middle of our first year of the men's discipleship strategy. He'll be there. And then coming up on June 28th, he'll also be doing a man church at New Life Chapel. They're in the middle of the strategy in Madison, Alabama. So those are all man church. And then I'll be doing a men's conference at First Baptist Church, Shelbyville, Tennessee. That's on June the 18th. That'll be on Saturday night of Father's Day weekend. If you'd like to get tickets to that, there's a ticket for having dinner, and then that includes dinner. And then if you don't want to fool with that, you just want a ticket to the event, you can get that one, either one. So do that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. All right, so let's start with Mike in Alabama. Lines are available for you as well at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to get in, make the move now. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I was just going to comment on when we talk about movies and things we don't like. When you talk about the filming itself, everybody's got to film it, and it's so dark nowadays. You can't even see what's going on the movie screen anymore.
Yeah, and the mixing of the sound effects and the music and the dialogue. You know, you a lot of times now you can't hear what people are saying. All of that seems to be the way that we preferred it, and you still get some modern stuff, but I didn't struggle hearing the dialogue, but yet still felt the power of the movie.
Yeah.
So,
man, I love to see those jet engines fire up.
Yeah, it's again, it was like, hey, you're coming to our show and we're playing the hits, and you're like, thank you. That's why I came.
Yeah. Just a quick question and maybe a quick answer. You went in with low or high expectations, and did it meet? I mean, like, in other words, did y'all go in going,
I went in with high, and it met those expectations.
Okay.
I went in with there was no way it could meet my expectations, and it didn't exceed them.
Okay.
But it was about what I'd hoped.
Okay.
Yeah. So I did not come away disappointed. Crockett in North Carolina. Crockett, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about all these school shootings and all these bombings and all these shootings in malls and different places and stuff like that. As evil as I believe that part of the government is, that they're not behind some of this.
You think they're behind the shootings?
Or you don't think they're behind it?
I'm not saying, I'm saying the evil to get their agenda across. It wouldn't surprise me if they were.
Yeah, I don't really buy into that. I think that the way the left in this country and the way that the disciples of Saul Alinsky have been trained, never let a situation like this get by. But I don't think they're to the point where they go out. I don't get into the conspiracy, that the government is going to send some shooter down to shoot a bunch of kids so they can take our guns. I think that our society is so evil, unfortunately, that's going to happen for them anyway.
Yeah.
And then when it does, they become opportunists. Now, that they do.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist in general, Rick. I know there's some things that take place that probably we would be shocked about, but I think it's just, we don't have to overcomplicate it. It's just our society has de-evolved to a very evil place, and this is what you live with when you do that.
Now, if you want to say some of the things they perpetuated produce this kind of evil, sure.
I'll go with that.
Yeah, but as far as they set it up and do it, no, I don't. I'm not in that camp.
I won't go that far with
Greg in Alabama. Greg, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, Bubba, would you rather pay and ride on Virgin Galactic to space or pay and take off and land in a fighter jet on a carrier deck?
Ooh. Boy, both of those are pretty good.
Tough.
Yeah. But I think the ride to space would be cool, but I think the excitement of the carrier deck would be awesome. And probably I'm not going to get a ride on Virgin Galactic, so I think the carrier deck is probably more realistic, even though I don't know how that would ever take place.
Right. To Charles in Huntsville, 30 seconds. Charles, go ahead.
Hey, Bub, I'm watching a news program this weekend, and one of the panelists mentioned that during World War I, the government forced ham radio operators to stop operating. Are you familiar with that? And do you know why that happened?
In a time of war, the government will do a lot of things that they normally wouldn't do. We saw that during the Civil War too. But yeah, I think a lot of that was done because a lot of them were taken into service to work as operators for the military, and a lot of it is I think they didn't want the enemy to be able to lock into locations where people were and that kind of thing. We saw that recently in the Ukraine. All of their operators shut down.
Right. Carrie in Florida. Carrie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning. I have a question about UNO rules for you because I think my students are scamming me.
Okay.
So so they put down, we played at the end of the year. They asked me to play with them, so I said, yeah, sure. So somebody put down a draw 2, and then the person next to them put down 2 draw 2s, and they made me draw 6. So can you do that?
I'm not familiar with it. I'm trying to think. When you say draw 2,
means you got to draw
go
2
back
cards
to get the card you want to lay something down.
You got to draw 2 cards out of the stack, adding more cards.
What did you mean by draw 2 times? That didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, if somebody put a draw 2 down, then somebody else before the next person in line put 2 down.
I've never heard draw 6.
She's saying, that should be the end of it, right? She said, can somebody else come on and now make me have to draw 4, 6? And
I got to refresh my.
I think you got to play the card.
Yeah.
Saturday,
Saturday.
Bubba. It's Saturday.
You know what though? That confirms that on the weekend edition of the show, when people are listening, you really get caught up thinking we're actually there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It even worked.
Absolutely.
It worked on Bubba.
And I
people on our logo.
Like I say, I was out a couple of times early, most of the time looking for over-the-counter cough, cold medicine.
Right,
but I was listening and I heard, and Speedy had texted me back. He said, "You're gonna love this next one." It was something from way back, and I kind of got to laughing. And there was something you played.
That was another morning, though.
Yeah, this was the first morning. There was something you played. I got to laughing so hard, I literally had to pull over because I could not see. And, you know what I thought? Well, every now and then this show's pretty funny.
Yeah. My wife came in one day. I'd never heard of Best Stuff. She heard one and came in one day. She goes, I've been out there laughing my head off. And I said, really? Well, that's a good sign.
Yeah. Prior to Christmas, I tried to play a lot of old school stuff, and I think the one you're referring to is y'all in the parade.
We had our own Christmas parade in Anniston.
Yes, when you went around the block and y'all were
shouting things
everything.
out with a bull.
Y'all go through the bank, drive through.
Yeah, and I want some people y'all to understand.
Fred Couch tried to get ahead of us.
Right. It was good. And some of y'all need to understand too that this is year 24. All right, and sometimes the people we were on like year 4 is not the same people we are 20 years later.
No.
Y'all can't get mad at us about stuff we did 20 years ago.
Right.
I had people get mad at me and email and I was like, look, I was 20 years ago.
I know.
I mean, I said, you can't be mad at me about that now.
It didn't happen this time, but the last couple of Best of weeks, they played the one about that dog that showed up at my house, and I said I was going to take it on a long ride and make it disappear, which I was kidding. I'd get emails, Greg, don't you take these people that will take that dog. Don't you take him off. I said, that's 5 years ago. I don't even know where that dog is.
Rick, I had to come to the conclusion that maybe Best Of shows are better than regular days.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, they're the best of.
Well, if you think about it, we've weeded out all the segments that we don't get it done. You know what I mean?
Oh, they're solid.
Right. Everybody feels good. You know what doesn't make Best Of shows? When everybody's sick. You know what I mean? No, that makes sense. We'll be back. Also, we do have the national championship game for college football is solidified. It is funny. We had the caller mention it, that most everybody agrees that from top to bottom that the SEC, which has dominated college football in the modern era, that the conference top to bottom was down, but the only problem is the conference top-tier teams are still really good, as Oklahoma found out and Clemson found out last night, as SEC 100% national championship game is Georgia and Alabama will play for the national championship.
I know, wow.
And so that Oklahoma-Georgia game was unbelievable.
It really was.
Unless you like defense. But, I mean, it was
it was back and forth. It was very entertaining.
Yeah, right.
Now, you guys have been to the Rose Bowl.
Yes. I went, and it was beautiful.
I have not, but man, yes. The national anthem and how just the scene there was unbelievable. Can't imagine being at that game. being there.
You know,
that had to be really cool.
What was odd to me, the stadium is beautiful. It's older. The part we were in, they had renovated, but it was really pretty because you went up like escalators, and they had these giant pictures, probably about as big as that tan piece of wood over there, of great Rose Bowl moments. Yep. And they're in black and white, and it's just it's really, really cool. And you got the backdrop of the mountains out there. But the location of it's funny. It's like you went through a neighborhood to get to it. It would be like you taking the highway up here close to the studio and going through Vestavia where our studio is, and all of a sudden the Rose Bowl's on the other side. And you know where you park cars? On a golf course. Like you parked on putting greens.
How about that?
It was the weirdest thing.
Well, that is strange. Yeah, that's a.
But it was real. The weather was very nice.
Yeah, it was funny. I laughed at that when they started the pregame festivities. They're like, well, as it always is, a perfect day here in Pasadena.
Another perfect day
on New Year's Day. So anyway, it was that was a great game. I went to bed. We all had to because we were coming back to work. At 24-6, I went on to bed with the Alabama game. Is that how it ended?
It is.
Yeah. It was. But Alabama's defense looked like Alabama's defense. Yeah. They'd gotten healthy, and they kind of overwhelmed Clemson defensively, as Alabama has been known to do. So Alabama was on that particular night clearly back to the Alabama that we've expected to see.
Yeah, the level that they play at for the period of time they've played is just unbelievable.
In the modern college football era, what they've been able to do is amazing.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. With the competition like it is everywhere else. I mean, we grew up watching Bear Bryant and all. To me, what they're doing now is so far ahead of any of that.
Well, the reason why I think it is, and that takes nothing away from Bear Bryant, I mean, he's obvious one.
No, you could only do what you could do during your time, but boy, conditions are different now.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest football coaches that we'll ever see. So I'm not saying that at all. So please don't hear that.
Yeah, don't email.
Yeah, don't email. But there, you can't really compare eras. So what I'm saying is Bear Bryant was the best of his era, and you can't compare era because rules change. But for Saban to be winning like he has won in the modern era where there are scholarship limitations, and if you don't believe that everybody's got players, look at Central Florida, and the team they put on the field against, SEC, which most people believe was the third best team, and on 2 days beat the two best teams.
Yeah, what a strange.
So it's not like Central Florida played a bad SEC team. And Central Florida looked like they belonged on the field with them, and they matched up with them. Now, I don't think Central Florida has the depth of an SEC top-tier school, but as far as who they put on the field to start, they matched up with Auburn with no problem. It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy back from vacation. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess. Our thanks to Helms for the best of show on Friday. Well done, buddy. Adler is back. And back in the number 2 seat after a 4-day weekend, there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. It was a great weekend. We got so much done. We talked a little bit about it. I know Speedy's got a lot to cover. Between seeing a movie, going to a wedding, went to a shrimp and crawfish boil.
Good gracious.
Spent a lot of time in the boat. Had a sunset cruise. We didn't get back in the dock till about 10 o'clock at night. Man, it was fun. We just had a good weekend.
It was good. It was a great
I told
weekend.
you I could have used one more.
Well, you've had your nose to you've had your nose to the grind. There's no doubt about that. You got a 4-day weekend, and now you got to work 4 straight days in a row this week before you get another break. So I hope you make it. You know what I say to you? Pace yourself.
I'm gonna get a hand in the dirt, and I'm gonna get through it. Rick.
Hey, workhorse, pace yourself. All right, so we did have a little wedding over the weekend. Speedy's son Tyler got married over the weekend, and oh my, the weddings. Greg, you've done 2 of them.
Oh, I've done 2.
Boy, they will take the life out of you.
Yes, they will.
They will.
Good night.
Good night. Look at that. So where do we even begin? From your point of view, I mean, we can talk about all of us attending and going and being there and the beauty of the reception and how much fun we all had. But Well,
I mean,
let's jump into your world.
Yeah, I don't think some of this, some of my updates are full segments, but it will be in chronological order so we can get to where you guys come in. Oh me, sorry, we're watching other TVs in here.
Sorry about
Good night. Look at that. So about midweek, I realized I need to take off a couple of days, and you even said, "Why didn't you just take the whole week?" And it didn't hit me because I didn't realize. I don't think
we all have vacation time. You could take the whole week.
But I don't really think it. My duties, it didn't really hit me as far as what all I was going to be told I needed to do.
Oh yeah,
but. It started Wednesday, and it was just busy work. We got, suits, and we're picking stuff up, and it's just everything's got to stay on time or you get behind, because we knew come mid-Thursday maybe we were down towards Chilton County south of Birmingham, and we were going to be back and forth and almost staying there, so everything had to be done. But just this cloud that was just following me around was that I was given the responsibility to pick up the groom's cake. I had to do that, and we use Edgar's Bakery, and the location that we had to pick it up from was in Homewood, Alabama, in the Birmingham metro.
Oh yeah, I know that one.
And just a great location, so I knew what time I had to be there, and I had to pick it up. Terry's already down south; she's getting ready for the rehearsal dinner and all this kind of stuff, and so she gave me this no-slip, non-slip stuff that you put down to make sure that stuff doesn't slide all around.
Ooh, that's got potential.
So in prep work, I pulled up the back seats to use the floorboard there, and I laid that down, and I go into Edgar's, and I see cake pickup line. So I go and I get in line, and all the poor dads that were in there, I think they were all given the duty of picking up cake. We all had like that little worried face.
That's horrible.
And I give them name, and I guess the main chef or whatever comes out, big old tall white hat on, holding the cake. And says, the first question is, how far are you going?
Oh.
And I said, about 45 minutes south of town, right in the middle of beach traffic.
I was about to say, don't forget how unpredictable this road is this time of year.
Yeah. You could have been on that road for 5 hours.
Right.
Sitting still.
There is a stretch from just south of town, and Rick talks about it all the time going to his farm, where it's about 3 exits. And it is stop, start, and there's never... I say never. Most of the time, it's not a wreck causing it, which is even more frustrating because you just get through it and you're like, why are we doing this?
Volume.
So she gives me strict instructions, and I won't try to speak like she was because she had just a little bit of a broken accent.
I'd love you to give it a shot.
You could tell that she was very good at what she did. She said, "And listen, you will not let this fall." And I said, "Okay, I won't."
Sure what nationality
I don't either. I don't either, and I don't even know if I'm doing it right.
I think that was somebody. I think that was somebody from France that had bubble gum in their mouth.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right.
She said, "How far are you going?" No, I don't know what that is. And I said, I'm going south of town. She said, "No tailgating."
Still gonna try it.
And I said, "No, ma'am, I will
Just
not.
give up on it.
I will not tailgate." Still holding it.
Right.
Wouldn't even give it to me because it's such a jewel to her.
You had to promise to take care of it before she was going to
take care of my baby.
And she said, "Where are you?
Could you please?"
Long way to go to.
And she said, "Where are you parked?" I said, "I'm right out front, just right there." And she said, "Okay, I'll walk it out." And,
I'd like for you to
She thought you were an idiot.
Speedy, please stay with her voice when you're quoting
I will
her.
rock it out. No, I don't know what that is. So I said, "Okay, well, here I am right here." So I opened the door, and she said, "Oh, no slide.
So
no stick."
wait a minute. So this is the good witch from Wizard of Oz.
It is.
And she said, "No tailgating, no speeding, no quick turns, and no sudden stops." And I said, "Ma'am, have you ever driven in Birmingham?
You ever been to Bama?
I might as well stay here in the parking lot.
Right.
You realize where I'm going?
If you're not going 80, you're not going.
No.
You're not with traffic."
Oh, I was trying. Even we were trying to get to the wedding. Sherry's like, "Why are you going so fast?" I said, "So I won't be run over."
Gracious alive!
People are losing their minds out here because
For real.
Because then what happens when you get stopped up like that? When they get a break, they just go like it's a drag race.
Yeah.
I know.
Till we all
You're
slam
so
our brakes.
hemmed up, everybody's mad.
Till we slam our brakes on
Yeah.
it.
So she puts it in. She was very impressed impressed with the fact that I had that that slide, whatever.
She felt better about it.
She felt pretty good about it, even though there was one underneath the cake, and she put a little box in there. And I promised her before she would let me put it in reverse and pull on out that I would take care of this cake.
Oh, my goodness.
And so I sent a picture that Adler was showing to the family, and I was like, how in the world did I get this responsibility? Because in the distance, you see hanging clothes, new shoes. I mean, there's a mixture of everything that's in the back
She didn't give you a little
seat.
sample that you could try on the
Oh,
side,
boy, I
like
wish.
leftover.
I wish. And what Mabry had requested for the wedding is just
That's the bride.
Yeah, the bride is just a plain chocolate cake that it was yellow inside and it was layered chocolate cake.
Come on with that.
Right
and
now.
I'm
It was
like,
excellent.
hey.
Well, I saw you with the white cake. Did you have some of the chocolate too?
Well, yeah, I had to try
You
both.
got groom and bride's cake.
Don't discriminate.
No, you can't.
So I go and I guess I get about maybe 15 miles down the road, and here it comes, red light. I mean, just brake lights, just as far as you can see. And I was like, golly,
you can't.
So at some point we're just sitting there, and then we're averaging about 5 miles an hour, and then it speeds back up, and you're like, okay, this is great. And then there you go. Here I see more,
again.
and I'm like, come on. Well, it was kind of a pattern where you could see once you crest the hill, you could kind of see off in the distance. So everybody was easy, slow stop. There was this one time where the car in front of me pushed the brakes and slammed on brakes so hard.
Oh, chocolate cake.
That cars, I don't know if you see this, to avoid hitting, they go off to the side into the grass.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
I've been that guy.
And I start to hit the brake. And I start pressing on it, thinking I'm going to stop in time. And I'm like, I'm about to hit this person.
You are having to decide, do I hit this person and save the cake?
Correct.
Or do I not hit him and ruin the cake?
Yes. And
Golly.
so by the time I had come to a stop, I had two wheels off into the grass, and I was about halfway up the car in front of me. So if I hadn't have done that, we would have hit. And the whole time, I've got my right hand behind the seat.
That's unbelievable.
Trying to keep the box
What
from
a
sliding into the seat. So I finally stop. I look back. It's okay. And so we get up to speed, stop a couple of more times. I finally get it to where the reception is going to be, which is at Mabry's house, and hand it over. And I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm done. So now I'm going to the church to get ready for the rehearsal dinner. So we get there, and we're starting to, do busy work. And, I mean, the day's getting away. We got Tommy, bless his heart, he's getting greenery from his farm where he's just cutting trees down.
Sure.
Terry's wanting greenery. So he's there. He's doing that. My mom and dad had made it from Huntsville. They were there. My sister and brother-in-law, she is doing the catering and the cooking. So she's in there. We're in the worship center of the church. We're kind of turning that room into a rehearsal type setup. So we get there, and we're at about maybe an hour and a half in, and we got stuff going. I'm talking about Terry is steaming curtains that we're using and all this kind of stuff, and all of a sudden, black. Power is gone. Nothing.
Good.
I'm talking about darkness.
Dark in there, too.
I'm talking about
You
just
can't
darkness, nothing. And we're thinking, okay, this is strange because in this room, it is dark, but in the kitchen, they still got power. And so we start thinking, well, let's check the light switches and stuff. And that's Reg on the end, yes.
That son goes grinning.
Yes, he is. Well, he's happy. He's happy.
He may be the happiest guy there.
So when we come back, I'll tell you, at one point, we have no power. We got about 4 hours until the dinner starts. And this is what we're showing my side of the family that's there. And Terry's parents were there as well. They're in another picture. But in there, you got Reg and Johnette. You got Mark and Lynn, my mom and dad, Terry, Reese, JC, myself, Tyler, and Nathan.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
What surprised me was UCF's defensive line, how they were handling the offensive line for.
Well, it goes back to this again.
Throwing them around.
Well, it goes back to this again. Everybody's got players.
Yeah.
That people were asking me, do you think Central Florida is going to get overwhelmed by Auburn? I said no.
I figured that Central Florida would win that game. I really did.
The reason why I thought that, number one, whenever you've done what Auburn had a chance to do and then didn't get there, it's a letdown. We've seen this with Alabama in the past, even when they were, when it was only two teams and they didn't get to the championship and they were one game from getting there, and then they go off and play in the Sugar Bowl, and everybody's like, well, it looked like a different team. They got beat by Utah one time and Oklahoma one time. Of course, Oklahoma was pretty good, but and Utah was decent. But you also understand it's a different mindset when you're the team that's been let down because you want to be in the playoff, and the other team saying we're about to come in here. This is our national championship game. It's two different mindsets. Now you got to be a pro and get out there and get it done. But I'm saying I'm not even sure that came into play that much. That Central Florida at times didn't look very good, and at times Auburn didn't look very good. So that kind of evened out. I just think that looked like to me Central Florida just lined up and beat them, and Auburn had a chance, but it wasn't. It didn't look like you were seeing one conference against a weak conference. You know, I realized that people kept saying, "Well, Central Florida hadn't played anybody." I said, "But they're undefeated."
Yeah.
If you go undefeated. You're playing teams. I may not know the name of your team that well or know your uniform that well, but there's not a team anymore that doesn't have players.
Right. Everybody's got players.
They're a good team. Yeah. They're a good team. But before people start wanting to put them in the national championship game, they beat, like I said, they whooped Auburn yesterday pretty bad. But to play in the SEC, I really think anybody can beat anybody on any given day based on what you said, with the players.
Oh, yeah.
But when you have to play an Auburn and then you have to turn around the next week and play a Georgia and the next week a Texas A&M and then an LSU and then that, I don't think they could compete with that. I really don't, week in, week out. But on any given day, athletes can beat anybody. And we've watched Auburn. This was somewhat typical, and you know that, and people who followed the program know that. It's strange. We've talked about it. It's a very strange situation how uniforms can make you play the same way decades over. But I wish somebody could explain that to me.
Well, Greg and I were laughing. We got to watch some of the game. And, of course, you have the incredible story of the two twins and the one guy that only has one hand. And he's an incredible player. But I know –
Is he good or what?
But let me tell you what was funny.
Imagine if he had two hands.
When I own the room, because you know how we'll point out things that nobody else will point out. But one time –
talking about like what Bubba just did?
Yeah.
No.
I
mean, it's true.
But what I'm saying is I saw him like hit the quarterback one time, that was questionable, and they didn't call it. And I said if he had two hands, they'd have called it.
And
a two-hand guy right then just got a flag.
Yes, it's unbelievable.
You can't help it.
No,
I mean you look at him, you say think about how incredible he is, but he didn't. You can't treat him the same way. I mean, if the referee helps you up off the ground, he's not going to flag something that's questionable.
And
if you had two hands, that'd have been a flag.
Look again, guy's a great player. I'm not taking anything away from him, but there's just some things that happen in your mind. You go, well, that's unusual. You don't see that, or you think something.
Sure.
There was one play where he's down on the ground, he's on his back, and he puts his hand up for his teammate to pull him up. Well, that happens in football all the time. But when he does, everybody in the room looked at each other.
Yeah.
Where I was watching, well,
one time the official helped him up.
Yeah. You don't see that a lot.
That's the only problem he's got. It's tough to come up. It's tough to get up.
Something.
But
but
I'm talking about a straight up dominant defensive player. But I was making that note of it.
Yeah,
That's what I do for a living.
I hope he gets a chance to play at the next level.
Everybody has got players like you just talked about, but not everybody has the same amount of depth. And that's one thing that I was surprised at is that, you look at everybody and their ones can be just as good as your ones. But if he gets hurt or you got to rotate somebody in, the twos and threes might not be as good as the other. And I just thought at some point, Auburn will turn this thing around, and they just never did. I mean, UCF had a different plan.
Well, Central Florida had a lot to do with that. When I said Central Florida is legit, and I do understand Bubba's point, I don't know that Central Florida, can play, Alabama, Georgia, and Georgia again.
Try that. Try that for a 3 or 4 week run.
Right.
That goes back to the depth.
But I will say this: when in that particular game, 1-on-1, everybody had the same amount of rest and all that. And nobody's had a grueling schedule for a while. Is that Central Florida when Auburn scored 2 times in a row? You say, well, here's where it finally separates.
Yeah.
And then. And 22 minutes past the hour, the wedding this weekend, Memorial Day weekend. Speedy recapping his family and Tyler and his new wife, Mabry. Wilburn married this past weekend. Speedy in charge of the groom's cake. Gets to the rehearsal dinner, drops it all first over where the reception will be the next day. goes to the rehearsal dinner. They're in there trying to get set up. Power goes out.
Yeah, power goes out. And now understand, it's an exciting time, but it's a busy time.
Busy.
For those of you that have done this,
you can't do it in the dark.
No, and if you're on the bride's side, y'all are laughing at my story because you're like, you have no idea. Greg has experienced both.
Oh, yeah.
But anytime you do this, it's all happening so fast that you almost don't have time to enjoy it, even though you tell yourself, slow down and enjoy it.
But you don't.
But you don't.
Do you not? Is it a whirlwind?
Oh, all of a sudden you look and it's over.
Yeah.
And it's like
And
rubble landing.
Just like all the big events.
Yeah. And there's so many people that are showing up that weren't called, that are helping, and that are so kind, and you feel like, am I giving them enough?
Right.
And, as an overgreeter, I'm really struggling.
Speedy, I was going to tell you,
much.
even our kids notice that you can't help but kind of herd everybody.
Yeah.
And it's that handler.
You can't help it.
And you do a great job.
But a handler's always needed. Always needed.
Yeah, always needed.
Where's the saw briars?
Gee.
Man, come on now.
The choppers are shining.
Buddy.
That looks good.
Come on. Don't pull a Gary.
No.
That's not knowing when to stop.
Right, yeah.
Oh, boy.
So,
kind of made me mad.
anyway, so the power goes out at the where the rehearsal dinner is located, and it's all prep time. I mean, my sister's in the middle of cooking. We got the rehearsal dinner. Yeah. Is every time the clock turns, it's a little bit closer. And not only that, but don't forget that you have the rehearsal dinner, but then you've also got to get ready for the rehearsal.
Right,
okay,
correct.
And so Terry has like all of her clothes with her, so she's like, I'm just going to change in the bathroom. I got to stay here until the very last minute. Now, luckily, it was across the street from the church and the Life Center, so it was easy for us. But you've got the boys who are helping. They're going back and forth from the reception location to the rehearsal location where needed, just for muscle and picking stuff up, moving it around, and trying to fish at the same time, which that's kind of funny.
Sure.
They've got to go back and get ready. So if the rehearsal dinner is at 5, really by 3:30, you got to almost be at a place where you can start pulling back and getting ready. And so I knew all that was on top of us here, and the power goes out. And I noticed that only half the room works. And then half doesn't. Well, then all of a sudden, church staff starts getting calls from Tommy and others going, hey, we got a problem.
Where's the breaker?
And I even told them, I can almost deal with this. It's the AC that's the problem.
Oh, baby.
And it's going to be hot if we don't fix this issue.
You ever been to a hot wedding where there's no AC?
It's not good.
Inside?
Listen, I told Speedy, I said, I was just so glad to have an inside wedding.
Hey,
for a
man.
change.
Been a while. Been a while.
Yeah.
Well, then a gentleman that lives next to the church, he walks over and says, I'm out. Okay. So they realize, okay, the issue is outside the church.
Yeah,
it's not inside the church. Well, we're trying to make it the kitchen is still functioning, so we're good there. Getting a little hot, and we got some box fans and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden, boom, it all goes.
No,
Every bit of it.
Greg, why is that? They're having to get ready to get it back on. You got to take it all off? What's happening?
I don't know.
Next thing I know.
You had one phase out.
Next thing I know, we're all holding hands and my dad's praying. All right, about we need power.
Right.
We got to have power. And in my mind, I'm thinking, yes, please answer this prayer. But also, did they cut everything off to fix the problem and it's going to come back on? That's
Well,
what
look,
I'm hoping.
Your dad on the case. He's already fixed one car.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So
And
about
let's face it, he got the cake there.
yes, about 10 minutes later, everything comes on. What kind of feeling is that? I mean,
Such a
you
good feeling.
feel the cold air.
Such a great
Everything's just bright. All the lights are on.
Yes.
And it's party time. I mean, we're all hopping around.
yeah,
We just
now-
couldn't.
hey,
be
we're
happier.
back.
Oh yeah, now we can see each other
Yeah.
and all that. And so we get to the rehearsal time, and we go into the bathroom. We change. We run across the street. See you, and then it all kind of becomes real.
Yes.
Now we're in the sanctuary, and you figure out, okay, we actually have a wedding to do, and at the same time, my family and others are in the rehearsal area continuing to work. So by the time we're finished with what you got going on,
Yes.
we can walk over there and eat.
Yeah.
And I knew too with you, I know Big Papa would be hungry, and I know
Sure.
he'd want a vapor.
Well,
so I knew
yeah.
that everything needed to be ready.
Right. Well, it was all set up perfectly. When you get there, and like I say, I've only officiated. This will be wedding 4, but I know enough now to know. And you see, Speedy gets things on his mind. If he's worried about something, you need to pay attention to it. if it's bothering him.
Yeah.
And this was, look, I'm from the Baptist background, and and what I'm not from a Methodist background. This was a Methodist church.
Right.
Well, apparently they have something that separates the person up there doing the sacraments and preaching from everybody. There's a wall across the front, and Speedy was very worried about that wall.
I was.
And
it came up to your knees.
Yeah,
almost.
yeah, right. And I didn't think it was a big deal until I realized the moment to where the dad is supposed to give the daughter in marriage,
Her mother and me.
there was no way to do it where we normally do it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I gotta. And if it had not been for the rehearsal, that would have been a huge curve.
Yeah,
that's why you have it.
Yeah, and
Sound check.
I had to go back and rework the order of things because the handoff had to be done as soon as she came down the aisle, and then handoff there, and then we go over.
Yeah,
and so if we had not, I was sitting there at first thinking, wait a minute, this is I got to find a place for this, and I think the way we adjusted. Was great.
And part of me worrying about the wall, Mabry's family was as well of all right, how do we set this up but was also to make it such a big deal to where when you saw it, you're like, oh, this is nothing.
You really built it up as a big obstacle, so I was really ready for it.
Yeah, but it had two main aisles into the towards the pulpit, and we had one aisle going in, and then one aisle was coming out, and then so now we get through the rehearsal, and I thought it went well, and the wedding planner was organized, and we get a plan of action, and then now it's time to eat.
Yeah.
And so we now know it's time to get everybody back over to the rehearsal dinner.
Yep.
And food is waiting on us.
Yeah, it is. All right, we'll come back. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The depth would have played.
And then Central Florida overcomes that and comes back, ties it, then goes ahead, and you go, all right, they're legit.
Yeah.
I mean, what I would like to see on a team like Central Florida is this is where I would like an expanded playoff because I think you got an 18 playoff. If they get in, they're one of the randoms.
Yeah.
They get in, they can prove whether they belong there or not.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see them play another round.
Yeah.
I would like to see them play in the playoff and just see if you can have those Cinderella stories.
Well, I saw a lot of tweets out after the game. Do y'all feel like what Frost did before leaving to go to Nebraska, do you feel like he has set the precedent on what coaches should do, and that is see it through?
No, because I think every situation is different.
Yeah, he had leverage. Pruitt had leverage. These guys that have leverage and can make these decisions, then, they can do the right thing.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't think there is a right thing. I think
I agree with that, too.
I think what he did was the right thing for this situation.
Correct.
And what Pruitt's doing is the right thing for that situation. Yeah. But there are situations where that's not the right thing.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how their teams do next year. It'll let
especially
you know
especially
in
these nonsensible bowl games. Why wouldn't you go to your new team?
Yeah. Now, if I'm not playing for a championship, and the reason why I say Central Florida was different, they had a chance to do a perfect season,
absolutely,
and come in and play an SEC team and go out on, and the team sends him a good luck. We all there was no hard feelings there.
Yeah. Right.
Now, if you're in Nebraska, you wish you'd come on, but for that particular situation, that was the right thing.
I agree.
But I don't think it's the right thing for every coach in every situation.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, Rick, the national championship game will be next Monday night, and we just talked about how that all came about. But boy, that'll be quite a game. And I was just looking at ticket prices here on one of the ticket sites. You can get in the upper bowl, up in the top, the nosebleed for about $2,500.
Yeah, I heard people talking about that when they were saying if Alabama and Georgia were to make it, and now they have, you're saying they're going to play, and also they didn't just make it to go play in the national championship game. They're going to play in the national championship game in Atlanta.
Right.
So it's driving distance for everybody involved. And,
I mean, it's just a rock's throw, really, for both schools.
So everybody will be able to go. So the ticket prices have gone through the roof.
Rick, in the lower bowl, I'm looking here, $4,100 a ticket. Let's see, you can get in the end zone for $3,000.
Bubba, I will tell you this. I did see here, section 228.
228. Where is it?
It's 2,800.
Where is 228?
228.
Where is it?
So
good night.
Yeah,
look at that.
I like my seat on the couch pretty good for that.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that is. And Adler mentioned it to me a minute ago. What was this? And I don't want to say anything about it because he wouldn't say. But the weird, it didn't work, by the way. The weird grass thing that Dabo was doing.
Yeah, I saw that.
Some of that.
And
evidently, that's the thing he does.
And he says but he wouldn't tell you why.
I know.
Yeah.
They were,
when I first saw it, I thought it might be someone who had passed.
Yeah, I
and
thought
had been
so,
cremated, and they were.
But it was grass.
Wanted to live alone.
Well, it's obviously tied to something that means a lot to him, and he didn't want to talk about it, and it was a private thing. That's perfectly fine. I got to give that cameraman absolute props who caught it and then found a piece of it still on the field. That guy's getting the job done. Right
or was this something left over from Les Miles?
Right. What if What if he was doing that next time he looked, Les Miles was falling where he left it, he was picking it up and eating it. But anyway, so whatever it was, it didn't work. I have found that in most games, all this stuff we talk about, and they're certainly fun. There's a lot of great traditions, but usually the team that blocks and tackles the best wins.
Rick, the ones that are bigger and meaner and can throw the other guys around seem to win these games most of the time.
So
schemes are all fine and good, but it seems the biggest, meanest, fastest people still win.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll see how that goes, and I think that it'll be a game for the ages, especially with Kirby Smart, all of his years at Alabama, and coming back and playing. It'll be a big evening for college football fans, and it's going to be an expensive one.
By the way, can I just say one more thing? I was looking at these ticket prices because they're funny to me.
Yeah.
The Alabama side was what I was telling you, or what's known as the Sugar Bowl winner side.
Yeah.
$4,000. If you get the same tickets on the Georgia side, it is $6,100 for one ticket.
Good night.
How about you, dogs?
Back to the
that's like trying to do something in Hawaii.
Hey guys, the game's going to be on TV.
Yeah,
it ain't like you ain't going to.
You'll have to sell your silver britches to get that one.
So, did y'all see Mike Leach during the Holiday Bowl press conference?
Yes.
You got Mark D'Antonio. He's talking, and Mike Leach is cooling off his coffee.
Oh, is he ever?
Yeah. I saw it. I laughed my head off.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Let me tell you something. If it's time for renewal and growth, both personally and professionally, and I know if you're a small business man, you've been through it. And now you're like, look, let's see some growth. But one of the things we need is we got to make some hires. And boy, everywhere we go, Bubba, all I hear is, man, good people hard to find, and we have a hard time hiring people. People don't want to work. But if you go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, you'll find them. It's the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people, and add your job, and then they get you the purple hashtag hiring frame. Add that to your profile and spread the word that you're hiring, so your network can help you find the right people to hire. And they also have a great, which you need to use this, screening questions. That way, if people answer questions, then you got some idea if they've got the basic qualifications, so you don't waste time interviewing unqualified people. You can prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Post your job for free today by using our URL. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Also look for a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So take advantage of that free post right now and put them to work for you. So here's what's happening. Speedy's breaking down the wedding this past weekend. Now, some of you around the country, to kind of set the scene of where we're going to kind of go next, the wedding is taking place, 15 minutes from the farm?
Yeah.
Where our family has a farm.
Yeah.
And so that's the land of Gary. So Speedy and his wife and their sons and groomsmen are going to stay at the actual farm, so they don't have to keep coming all the way back to Birmingham.
Right.
They're going back down here at Chilton County where I am.
Right.
And so,
because anytime you
trapped.
attempt to go south again from Birmingham, you once again encounter beach traffic and that fiasco. So we were trying to avoid that. Get down here, stay down here,
right,
and get stuff done.
Yeah. So anyway, we are we're setting up for the wedding, keeping it down there.
Mm-hmm.
We're at the rehearsal dinner.
Yeah.
And we're dealing with that. And so the food is outstanding. I thought that all went smooth. I didn't think you had any problems there at all. I thought that went well. It was
great.
Yeah,
and you got to experience my sister's fudge.
Oh my!
Did it live up to the hype?
Oh yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it did.
One of the things me leaving is I had to, and then I didn't. Then Terry sent fudge with me. They were just boats of it.
Yeah,
those old silver boats just full of fudge, and I was like, if I don't get out of here, I'm gonna turn into fudge, and because it was so good, and
because you're still at the rehearsal dinner because us general population didn't get any.
No, you Speedy
fudge for you.
You would thought Speedy would have brought some.
Well, there boxes.
I thought I heard talk of him bringing.
Yeah. Just let me get through. I'll get you some.
Yeah,
I'll get you.
Bubba. He don't know.
I know.
He's not back on his feet.
I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. The so that went well. So then the plan was you guys would just go back to the farm, stay the night, get up wedding day.
Right. And so the groom's party, they had Camp House, we had White House, and I can't thank you enough. Terry, if she said it once, she said it 100 times. Please tell Rick and Sherry thank you. Please tell Rick and Sherry thank you. And thank you.
Well, I saw her reaction to being there, and it didn't do you any favors.
No, it didn't.
I mean, it was good. It was good to be near the church,
right.
but Speedy's got. Speedy's going to be land shopping.
He's going to be looking for a barn.
I think now that Reese has graduated, and that's what we've been waiting on, I could see us relocating. If it was up to her, we had already done it, but we had to get Reese out, and so now that he's out of high school, we're not pinned, down to one area. So that might happen, and it didn't help at all. You got a pretty pond, you got just a pasture in front of us. We got birds chirping. We got just crystal. I mean, the sky couldn't have been any prettier. It was a beautiful weekend.
Stars at night.
Oh, so we are just, if you've ever had some type of big event and it's over, you're just like,
oh yeah,
just the relief, but you're exhausted.
Oh yeah.
And so we go back, and I've given the boys, Camp House instructions, and they did great. And they're like, Dad, can we go over and play some ping pong or something at the barn? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, Rick, he doesn't mind,
Sure.
So I'm like, y'all do y'all's thing. We're going in here, and I'm done. So we go in, and it had been a long day. We'd cleaned up afterwards, which took about an hour because you want to leave the place like you found it. And so we finally get home. Stuff's being thrown in trucks and cars. I don't know what I got in mind. We're just trying to get out of there. We finally get back to White House, sit down, and I guess it's been about 20, 30 minutes maybe. And I don't know that Terry and I have said two words. We have literally sat there, and she's catching up on text messages and stuff because we had just put our phones down and we're trying to play catch up. And all of a sudden my phone rings, and I see Tyler. And I'm like, well, this didn't take long. What have they done?
Right.
Hello? Hey, Dad, what's going on at Camp House?
Oh, boy.
And I said, do what? What are you talking about? We're over here on the barn side, and there's blue lights everywhere. What's going on at Camp House? And I said, are you serious? Stop messing with me. And so Terry opens the front door. She goes and looks, and you can hear from the front, oh, yeah, there's cops everywhere.
Oh, boy.
And I said, cops everywhere? Dad, there's blue lights everywhere. And I was like, what? So I step out and I look over there, and 3 cop cars are at Camp House. Now, White House and Camp House, they're right beside each other with, it looks like maybe about an acre in between the two. And so I look over and I see blue lights everywhere.
No,
and I see cops shining their flashlights through the windows walking around the house. And there's about 4 or 5 police officers.
Yeah.
And so I step out and my hands are up. Y'all picture it. My hands are up.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. And Tyler's still on speakerphone. And I said, hey, guys, this is Speedy. Speedy. Hey, this is Speedy hollering now from an acre away. And I said, okay, can I come forward? I don't know what's going on. I'm surely not going to walk in the dark towards them.
Well, we have these places really secure.
Right.
People always watching for us.
Exactly. And so as I leave White House and they leave Camp House walking towards each other, it now gets really dark because that acre is empty. Yeah. All right. So now we're kind of in
Greg
the
told me
dark.
about that.
And as I approached them, I said, "Did Gary Vines put you up to this?" First thing I said, "Did Gary Vines put you up to this? Just step forward, sir." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness!" So I'm getting closer to them, and finally now they're sitting around me, and I'm like, "Did Gary put y'all up to this?" And one of them then starts to smile a little bit, and he said, "Well, he wanted a welfare check on the camp house." And I said, "What do you mean a welfare check on the camp house? This is Rick's place. We had permission to be here." He goes, "Well, he wanted a welfare check at camp house." And I said, "He sent y'all here, didn't he?" Guys, you understand, lights are still going, and pictures are being shown now. Adler's showing. That's me with them standing around me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I said, good use of city resources.
Yeah, and I said,
I wish they'd have cuffed you.
So I called Gary. I said, "Well, y'all just gonna have to hold on right now." So they're kind of smiling a little bit, and so, but it looks like everything's fine here.
Well, Tommy Lenore was a prophet. He was an absolute prophet at the rehearsal dinner, and we've told you about the Lenores over the years. And Tommy was singing at the wedding, and Speedy said, "Well, Gary's out of town. Gary's not here, thank goodness." And Tommy Lenore said,
"That's how they get you."
He said, "Oh, his arm reaches deep into Chilton County."
Yeah.
You're right.
Well,
he's got a long arm. You're not out of this yet.
He sent me a text on rehearsal morning, and it simply said, "Hope y'all enjoy staying at the camp house tonight."
Who sent you that, Gary?
Gary.
Oh my!
And my response to him was, "Wedding weekend is off limits. LOL." And I didn't hear from him again. I had told the boys, "You be ready for anything. When you open cabinets, you step aside when you open a cabinet, a closet door, even the refrigerator, anything, anywhere, the barn doors, you be ready for something to jump out."
He might have a dead bird laying on the bed.
You don't know.
Yeah, you never know.
So I called Gary.
Hello? Hey.
I said, "Hey, Gary."
Pick right up.
I said, I got Jimison's Finest standing right in front of me doing a welfare check on the camp house. "You do what?" I said, I can't do him, Rick. Right, yeah, but yeah, they're standing right in front of me, buddy. Do you have a good time with this one?
Yeah,
I know.
I said, "Do you think this was fun? You in your boxers?" I said, "Am I in my box?" He wanted me in my box. He wanted me running out of the house in my boxers. "No, Gary, I'm still dressed. We were just sitting in White House, just kind of trying to get the feeling back in our feet because we'd been up all day. And hey, this is a good one." And I said, "Gary, what in the? I told you the wedding weekend was off limits."
I was just worried about camp house.
Yeah,
welfare check.
Hey, you can't. I had to check on it down there. I just couldn't stand it.
I'm like, "Gary, this is. You got Terry's worried. She's on the front. Is everything okay? We're fine, honey. It was Gary. What? Yeah. Gary's what? Now trying to explain to her from the dark. Understand? Because now I'm in the dark.
Well, we told y'all last week.
Yeah, there's no way.
You're in the area. You're going to have to deal with it.
You remember when he told us he'd rather have one of his legs cut off and not be able to pray?
Yeah.
It's just instinctive to him.
So after it calmed down a little bit, I had plenty of pound cake and fudge left over. And I said, now that y'all are here, y'all want to come on in for some pound cake and fudge? And they said, "Unfortunately, we have a very busy night. We can't stay. I'm so sorry."
Evidently not.
And I'm like, "Well," and then of course Gary,
"Save me some."
Yeah, right.
I'm like, "Okay, buddy."
Hey, please tell me Speedy's out there in these little boxers.
I wanted you so bad shirtless.
Well, I thought that was
what was that about?
Well, if the wedding is not off limits, what is?
Nothing.
He can't help it.
But when we come back, we come back. It may be over.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
Oh, I got his kryptonite.
Yep. Speedy volley one back over the net, and it's not good. It's kryptonite for Gary. We come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, did you see
No,
this?
I did.
Please look. Please look. No, stay with it now.
Now,
Bubba,
don't forget, the Antonio's he's
talking right now.
Yeah.
We're all not sure about his name, though.
I know, and I was close.
I thought he was a basketball coach.
Look, don't miss that.
What makes it even better is listen to the audio. The coach is actually like in serious conversation.
Oh, sure he is.
Last night they go through their last practice. I know a lot of them posted stuff about how emotional that was. What was that like for the last time for those guys, especially this class and what they meant to the program?
I think anytime you take your jersey off for the last time or practice,
Still blow.
with your
about
teammates.
people not playing
Rick,
anymore.
start to go
It was
through
kinda-
emotions. There's some you got to get some closure. So we try and make that special for him at the end of practice a little bit.
Guys,
Look, I'm just sad that we didn't get Leach in the SEC.
You know, those guys have been.
I read an article, and I meant to get the details out of it,
That's
and
so
it's been so
good.
long ago, but it was talking about Leach. And it was talking about coaches in general, and they were talking about the interview process, and that I think it was a Maryland job, that basically they were saying it's your job, pretty much, but you need to come interview, but they were saying he was going to be the guy. But his interview was so bizarre. When it was over, they said, we can't hire him.
Yeah, I've read that same
They were
article,
like, "This is." I mean, they gave examples of what he was doing. I can't remember, but it was. They basically they were going through just the process. We're going to interview him, but he's going to get it. And when he left, they were going, "We can't hire him. He's just too."
So he
bizarre."
was so weird that Maryland was like, all right, we take it back.
Yeah,
quirky
I'm
man.
glad we did the interview.
It was just going to be a formality.
Yeah.
And they came out of the meeting and went, gosh, that was weird.
Look, I enjoy it as much as anybody. I really do. But do we have to, based on what y'all just said, come to the conclusion that he may be crazy?
Yeah.
That he's like mentally ill?
He's crazy, but he gives us great sound bites.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'll take them all day long. I mean,
guys, he blew on that coffee for a long time.
Because anytime I see,
Well, it was hot, Greg.
if I see a headline now about Washington State, I'm tuning in.
oh,
You know?
no doubt about it. Yeah, I wanted him to come in the SEC so bad I couldn't stand it.
There he is.
Welcome back.
Glad to be here.
Everybody with some time off, the first show of the season. We now start our 24th year of the Rick and Bubba Show, so the show turns 24 today. And glad to be back. None of us expected to still be able to hold this job for this long.
You ain't joking.
But we're glad that we're here. Did get to go to Hawaii as we look back over the vacation now. I'd never been to Hawaii. Of all the places, that we had been, and we've been all over the world, never been to Hawaii. And it was just kind of one of those things. We just never thought about going to Hawaii. We, entertained it a little bit. When Bubba, you and Betty got to go, you gave me a great report on it.
Yeah, I was blown away how beautiful it was. I mean, you hear that all the time, and I thought there's no way it can live up to the hype, and it has to be kind of overdone and wore out. But boy, it wasn't. It was unbelievable.
Well, and you said it, and so did just about everybody that we talked to. Said if you've never been, it's different if you've been before, but if you've never been, your best shot at starting out is Maui. You should go to the island of Maui. And, it's a very complicated situation with all these different islands, and all of them have different personalities and different stuff. And
trying to get
a lot of
from
talk about the Big Island and this kind of stuff. Matter of fact, the people were emailing me. We were not where the volcano erupted. They had the volcano erupt on the Big Island. Just they said it actually erupted months ago, but now the lava had made it down to the Pacific Ocean now.
Oh wow!
So
that was probably pretty.
Yeah. So people were looking. So stayed at a great place. Had a great time. One of the things everybody was discussing was the downhill bike ride.
Yeah.
And there were all kinds of legendary stories of this downhill. And I finally did. Here's what I confirmed in Maui. I don't know what they do on the other islands, but in Maui, I cannot pronounce the name of the mountain. You can't pronounce anything in Hawaii. One of the things that I enjoyed the most was listening to the GPS person try to say them.
Right.
You get in your so here we are with this picture you're seeing now on RBTV.
You're above the clouds.
We're above the clouds. We're at 10,000 feet and some change.
That's Smoky Mountain height.
Yeah, I mean that's Breckenridge.
Klingman's Dome. What is it, 8 or 10?
I remember the reason
Breckenridge was 10.
10, yeah. So 10,000 feet. And that's kind of what you don't really have mountains unless you can get to 10,000.
Well, that's pretty high.
Yeah, and that's very high. So here's what they do nowadays. Now, it hasn't always been this way. You have a bus that picks you up at your hotel at 2:25 in the morning.
That's 2:25.
Now, I want you to know this in true Burgess family insanity. Okay. We were going to do that right out of the gate. Oh. Now here's what that means. Let me tell you what that means. That means that we go to bed on Friday night, the 15th of December. Okay. So we're back 8 minutes to the top, recapping the wedding over the weekend. So we're getting down now to wedding day. Gary did pull a prank on the night before the wedding. But I did give Speedy silver lining. I said, based on some of the horror stories of bachelor parties and things like that, the fact that your son and his brothers and the groomsmen were at the farm and got Gary pranked, I mean, at least the police really didn't have to be called.
Right.
You know, and of course, you know, Gary may have overplayed his hand this time. So anyway, so we're and that'll get us there. So we're at the wedding ceremony now. Now Miss Sherry's coming into the mix.
That's right.
So she's coming with me to the wedding, and the queen is coming now, and so. We get there, and you know, it's pretty standard that, you know, if you're part of the wedding in any way, they want you to have something that puts you in with the wedding party. So I'm handed a boutonniere. Now, boutonnieres to me is like you trying to get a cat in water.
Yeah.
I mean, a boutonniere, I'm like, oh gosh, not a boutonniere. As my wife has said, you can mess up a boutonniere. You're just so abused, and
they're hard to get on,
and they're hard to get on.
So hard to keep them straight.
So I'm back there with Tommy. I'm back there with Tyler because I'm with the groom and with Tommy who's doing the music. I said, anybody here know how to put a boutonniere on? Of course, they're looking at me like I might as well, you know, Greg, giving them the space shuttle.
Yeah.
And they're like, no. And I said, well, I don't. It's got 2 needles to it. I don't know how to put this thing on.
There's a shot.
Yeah. So I go. So I go out and I'm trying to find somebody. So I go over to Sherry. And I say, can you put this on me? And she says, well, I'm not really good at these either. And I said, really? So, of course, you know, and this is on me. You know, if you're somebody who's always messing with people, when you're really in duress, it's the boy who cried wolf. They don't know it.
Yeah.
So I'm standing there with Greg. All of a sudden, she takes a needle and sticks that thing right through my chest. I said, ah! Like that. And she goes, stop it just a minute. Let me get this on. I said, no, you've really stuck me. I said, back it out.
I thought you were faking, too.
I said, you have really stuck me. It's in my chest. And she was like, you got to quit all that if you want me to get to. No, I'm really stuck. Stop. I mean, she jabbed me, and
but nobody.
I thought I let one slip. I mean, because you know how you're anticipating it, and then it really happens.
Yeah.
And so finally, I find Johnette. Now, if there's anybody that can put one on, and I found your niece, and she was like, I got this, and so she put it on perfectly.
Oh, that's good.
But Sherry stabbed me. And because she was like, "So you need to let me you stop all that. I'm going to get this on you." I said, "No, I'm really stuck. You got to." Greg saw it. What? I said, "Straight up, I'm
but
stuck."
I didn't believe you either because I know how you do. Like when you fake like you hit the door and all that.
She got me. I mean, well, you need to straighten up. And I'm like, "No, I'm really stuck."
I told her when you left, she goes, "What?" She kind of felt bad for a second. I said, "Well, I didn't believe him either."
Right. Boy, it hurts too.
It's on him.
Hey, I bet she got it a quarter way in. And so anyway, so we the ceremony, no drama there. It was smooth. It was
I thought
great.
you did a great job.
Well,
I've had so many people talk about what your message and the way the ceremony was handled. It was just a great job by you. Thank you so much.
Well, the first time that I was able to do this and was asked to do it was with Greg and Lisa and Chandler, which was 4 years ago this weekend.
Yeah.
And this past weekend. And so it started there. You know, and these are the commitments of the families, you know, and if it wasn't that way, I probably wouldn't want to be involved just the way it is now, is that every time I've been asked to do it, and it's mainly been friends and family, which that's the way it ought to be.
Yeah.
But is they want a God-honoring ceremony. We're going to come in here and we're going to go in Scripture. Because, you know, I've been to some weddings, you know, and you're looking around going, is God even invited to this? What is this? And and so it's his standard, straight out of Scripture. Here's what he said. And if you don't like it, you got to take it up with him. I mean, that's it.
Yeah. I thought you did a great job with it, too. I know everybody has opinions, how they like things done.
Right.
You know, we've all heard that before. But I thought you did a great job, and I think you laid it out and said some things you don't hear at all ceremonies, and I appreciated hearing it, really, and I hope that the kids do, because you know, in marriage, you're going to have days that you think, well, this ain't going to work. I mean, everybody's had those moments.
Oh, of course.
You try to keep them to a minimum, obviously.
Yeah.
But when you do have those, you need to remember that and remember what you've pledged and who you pledged it to, and a lot of the things you said, which I think, you know, we've just got so we water everything down so much.
Right.
I appreciate you saying it.
Well, as you saw, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to be fair. I don't know that there was anything said that wasn't out of Scripture.
Well, no,
it was just it was.
But you talked to them and reminded them of what they're committing to,
right?
And it shouldn't be entered into lightly.
No.
That's the problem
what they
with
wanted.
it.
Yeah, and and it's and I think now more than ever, God's standard of marriage needs to be elevated.
Yep, absolutely.
And they were all in for that, so
Yes.
I give them credit for that. And same thing. And matter of fact, it was basically the same service, very similar. I don't think there were many adjustments when Chandler and Riley got married. We laid this out, and I took it except for everybody has things that they put in that are a little bit different. But I put it in front of Mabry and Tyler, and we talked about it, and they're like, we like this right here.
Mm-hmm.
So it was great, and then it was an honor to be given that responsibility, and marriage and this moment, like you said, Bubba, should be taken very seriously by all of us, and we led with that. The writer of Hebrews says it needs to be taken seriously.
That's right.
So when we come back, I will talk about what happened at the dinner, and that's when we all got to get together and spend time as families, which Shara said that on the ride home. She goes, we don't get to do that enough. It's good to see all the guys that could get there that you work with and their families, and just because we all get pulled in so many different directions.
Basically saying we had a great time because Helms wasn't there.
No.
Thanks, Bubba. Appreciate you.
Would have loved for him to have been there, too, because it turned out, you talk about a great scene. You know how you're just hoping for great weather and where they had the reception. And,
what a beautiful place.
Oh, it was so great. And so, but we'll come back. I saw what happened. I saw a couple things that were wonderful, but I saw the moment, and it had to do with these pictures you're looking at right now if you're watching.
Yes.
That's what led into it.
Okay. Because you know what that is, right?
Helmsy, and I think you're going to be very pleased because I know that you're saying, does Gary have no limits?
Oh, yeah.
Gary's.
I think I know where this is going.
Gary's
now.
in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's in trouble.
And it all started with talking about these pictures right here.
That's right.
Because if you notice where they're standing is a bone of contention.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hey, it went south quick.
Yep.
And
I did present midweek. There was discussion, let's say that, on the exact location of pictures.
Yep.
And your farm came up. And they loved it.
Oh, yeah. We've had some great pictures there. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We go to bed that night. Sherry, who's the queen of packing, she's extremely meticulous. I love how she packs, but it goes on forever. She doesn't sleep, I don't think, at all. She's thinking I'm going to sleep on the plane, okay? So there's 4 hours difference. We're ahead 4 hours from Maui, okay?
Right.
And I don't think they fool with the clock. I don't think. But anyway, so we get on the plane at 6 in the morning, our time, which means nobody slept a lot.
No.
So we fly all day long and then end up at the airport at 7:30 at night, Maui time. We now drive from the airport an hour or so to the hotel. So now we're 8:30. By the time you've done baggage and all that, now we're getting close to 9 by the time we get there, counting the time we had to get our baggage and all that. So now now you're settling into the room, 9-ish, whatever. 10 o'clock, we're thinking about bed. 2:25, we're getting picked up. Okay? So you've been traveling all day. So
And that's
Sherry,
picked up, not waking up.
what was funny is Sherry was so out of it that one time I just get up to go to the bathroom. Okay? And I walk past and I hear the shower running. And I look and Sherry's in the shower and I'm so asleep and so out of it, I just don't even respond. I'm thinking, I don't know why she's taking a shower. It's midnight. What is she doing? So I go and lay back down. Well, she said that she heard me get up and thought it was time to get up. So she starts getting ready, and she goes, I walk back in there with my hair wet, and you're back in the bed.
Yeah.
And she goes, and then I look at the clock and realize, oh, my gosh, it's not time to get up. She goes, why didn't you say something to me? I said, I was so out of it. I didn't.
Yeah.
So 2:25, you get on the bus. And so what we figured was we'll grind it out, and then we go to bed this next night. You know, we'll and plus, honestly, I know I'm not affected by this jet lag thing. I don't know why. I'm just whatever time it is, wherever I am. Okay, I think some of that may be mental with a lot of people, frankly. People tell you you're supposed to feel bad, so you do.
Right.
So
as long as I eat,
yeah,
and that stabilizes my clock.
Yeah. So anyway, we get picked up. So here's what I gathered: old school, back before someone was killed. Old school, they would take you to the sunrise, and you'd leave from there coming down.
All right.
Which is 10,000 feet on the bicycles. bus up, bicycle down.
Okay.
Well, after death and some issues, they now take you from the top after the sunrise down to 7,000 feet. The bicycle people meet you down at 7,000 feet, then you bike down.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, but that's still a pretty good,
pretty good little haul.
pretty good run down.
Gotta have good brakes
on a bicycle. So the sunrise was incredible, but I mean it's cold. It's 26 degrees at the top of that mountain. So you're dressed in all this layering and all this clothing to watch this, and the sunrise was incredible. It was great. You always have. I'm trying to be respectful here, but you always have which is a little creepy. Those that get up there and sing to the sun and all that.
Okay.
Little bit of.
You had that.
A little bit of pagan worship there, it's all named after, supposed to be the sun god and all this. But anyway,
Rick, let me ask you this: was there an option? What if I want to ride the bike, but I don't want to get up so early to watch the sun? Do I have an option? I can just go ride the bike.
You know what?
I got to go watch the sun.
You know what? I sure would like to look into that option.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think the key is to see the sunrise and then come down.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think I would give up, especially on the schedule you were on.
Yeah.
No sleep. I would have just maybe went to 7,000, started down.
Yeah, well, and the thing is,
or just ride up and down in the nice bus.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, the sunrise and the view up there was unbelievable. Now you realize you've gone through a lot for what is really a pretty brief moment of beauty.
Back to my point
of beauty, but it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then at this point where I think they could use a little correction is the bus guy needs to know once we've done this, we're ready to get to the bikes.
Yeah.
Okay, and he kind of wants to milk it a little more and give you some speeches about Hawaii and tell you all the things he knows about it. And at one point, he's doing accents and telling jokes, and we're kind of like, all right, we need to get to the bikes.
And what time of day is it by then? 3:30.
No, it's getting later than that because the sun doesn't come up till. Because by the time you got to go to other hotels and pick everybody up, so you don't even get up there till it's a pretty good ride up there. It's an hour or so getting up there. So the sun comes up at like 6 something. So now
So you're saying it looks a lot like Cheehaw Mountain?
Well, no, it's much nicer than that. So now we're getting down. Well, then you're still cold. Okay, it's still real cold.
Yeah.
And now you meet the bike people. So we come back. I'll talk about and they're literally just have bikes lined up down the side of the road. And what was funny was the discussion between me and Sherry on welfare of, are we coming back down this road? Because I mean, it's like doing this, all these switchbacks and all that. And I'm like, no, surely not. We're gonna ride through somebody's ranch or something, And she goes, are we coming back down this road we're on? And so we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're talking about the Hawaii trip, and Hawaii was everything everybody said. It lived up to the hype. Magnificent, beautiful. Food was fabulous. The place we stayed was fantastic. Just really great service through the roof. And we were talking about we were trying to day one kind of get out of the way the bike ride down the mountain because it was kind of hovering over us a little bit. At one time, we weren't sure we were going to do it. Sherry being afraid of heights, I thought was an issue. We heard that for some people it had been a death ride. The whole thing with getting down below 260, all of those things. But it really went really, really smooth. 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And we thank you for being with us. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We hope you had a happy and safe Memorial Day weekend, and we're glad to be back at it with you. But, hey, good news, short week.
Short week. That's it. For those that just can't quite muster 4 straight days, you can do it. We're going to we're talking about the Speedy's son getting married over the weekend, and congratulations to Tyler and Mabry Wilburn. And we talked about now the reception is coming up, and now we finally are all of us that could come. We're there, and we're getting to see each other and hang out a little bit. And I'm gonna tell you this: I'm not trying to tell people what to do because it's your wedding, and you're You do it how you want to.
Yeah.
But I love that the fact that the reception is coming up. You know, there's always that thing if you're close to the family, you know, you're trying to make it through the reception to give them the goodbye to go on their honeymoon.
Yeah.
The idea to go ahead and do the goodbye first and
it.
blow the bubbles and get them in the car and they drive off, then we go to the reception. I love that.
I enjoyed the bubbles.
Yeah.
I blew a lot of them.
Greg Burgess blew a lot of bubbles.
Yeah, a lot of them.
I understand people are getting on you about blowing your bubbles.
Taylor, he sent that picture and he singled me out of the top. He goes, Tyler and them are at the bottom of the stairs. Why are you blowing bubbles?
Because
they were way by me.
We still had stuff to blow.
Yeah,
Well, not only that, but
we still had juice.
They're below
We
you,
did.
so you won't blow. You want to blow bubbles so they fall down, right?
Yeah,
And look,
so here they come out with the
You
bubbles.
can't see me. You see Betty and Greg and Hunter, but I'm behind Greg.
Greg, why are you still blowing bubbles? They're long gone.
Yeah,
but you
that's
still
what
want the whole effect.
Greg, he's so excited.
I got locked into the bubble.
Yeah. How about this 62 Impala SS convertible that they step into? Good friend David with the Lenores and the family, a local there, had that available, and so they were able to jump in that and have a great little goodbye to everybody that couldn't make it to the reception.
You know, the fact that the family that Tyler has married into is just through the woods from the farm, and they've got their farm and their orchard and everything, and they're right across from Sherry's favorite place in the whole wide world.
I noticed that there's an effort for you to try to steal them from me. I don't think you can.
I think I made a big effort.
You sure did.
Yeah, let me tell you, their peaches and strawberries are unbelievable.
They are.
But
Speedy, you were important this weekend, but quite frankly, you're going to get moved to the back.
That's right. How about this? You don't live close enough, especially if Sherry and I, finish this ultimate plan we're working on.
Yeah.
So anyway, we get to the reception, and the weather, thank you, Lord, was absolutely beautiful. It was outside at a very beautiful home on a beautiful lake there, or a pond, whatever you call it.
Right.
And
30-acre pond.
I would say that one would be lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where pond ends and lake begins.
I
don't
think
either.
Over about 3 acres, you go lake.
Right.
Yeah, and so so anyway, we're having, the weather is beautiful, and watching Adler, Ruby was there, and she was just we
have a funny story about the ceremony and her that we have to come back to.
Oh, that's right.
That Adler.
Oh, that's right.
Me.
Yeah. Because
you guys want that right now or what?
Yeah, you could, because you decided to bring a 2-year-old to a wedding.
I did.
Yeah,
yes.
and that's a hit or miss.
Yeah. So we made the drive, and Ruby was great the whole way. And I'm like, please don't poop, please don't poop, please don't poop.
Please don't.
I didn't want to have to change a diaper in the parking lot of the church.
Yeah, right.
So we get there, we pull in, and we're about to walk in, and I had my jacket hanging in the back, right? So just for like 4 seconds, Ruby's just standing next to me in the parking lot next to the car. I get my jacket, put it on. Erin's got her bag. We got the diaper bag, whatever. And we're walking to the church. We're to the front steps now. And I look at Ruby's hand, and it is covered in black dirt.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
During that 4 seconds in which I put my jacket on, she must have just ran her hand in the wheel well of that car.
Oh, boy.
And so and she's also touched her face. So she has black on her head, black all over, brake dust all over.
It's amazing how quick they can do it.
I'm like, what in the world? So then I run back to the car and get some baby wipes, and we wipe her down on the front steps. About 4 minutes before the wedding's about to start, we walk in, sit down, everything's great. I'm like, oh, wow, we made it. Okay. And now we're like I'm trying to tell Ruby, like, okay, you got to be quiet. It's a quiet time. This is a wedding. We just watch, And she's yelling stuff, and of course, and we give her crackers. We're like, okay, here's some crackers. Eat these, eat these. The wedding starts, and she's like, she wants to stand up. So I'm like, all right, you can stand up. You're tiny. Nobody can tell. And people are coming in. The bride then makes the entrance in, and Ruby just decides to yell, "Mama fingernails!" You know how they just say stuff?
Oh, yeah. Right.
Mama fingernails. We're like, oh my goodness. Erin has an emergency sucker that she brought.
Right.
So she busts out this sucker, gives it to Ruby. Ruby doesn't get suckers very often. And we're thinking, oh, that'll be great. She'll just hang out, have the sucker. We'll be able to watch
go through the whole
glorified pacifier.
Yeah.
As the wedding party's coming in, Ruby now starts yelling sucker.
Oh, no.
So she was so excited about the sucker. She's like, sucker! sucker. I'm just like, okay, so the sucker's backfired.
This is not intended toward the couple.
Right. Not talking about Tyler. Nobody's talking about Tyler.
That's so funny.
She doesn't know it means a couple things.
Right.
Yeah.
So Aaron actually did have to stand up and walk out with the baby, and she leaves, and I stay. I listen to probably 5 or 6 more minutes, and then I realize I still have the diaper bag right here.
Uh-oh.
And also, Erin was in such a hurry to get out, she left her phone. So she has no way of being like, hey, I need something, whatever. So I actually left too. So I'm glad I got the update and recap from you guys about the wedding, because I'm sure it was nice.
No, the funny part for me was, because you don't know, we were all had our own stuff going. And so I see them at the reception, and Ruby's just beautiful, and your family's just awesome. And watching you two parent was a lot of fun. And so she just got so much personality. Mm-hmm. And, of course, I'm in that mode of I have no responsibilities to her, so all I do is just try to just have
fire
fun.
Up and head on.
Yeah. And anyway, so I look at, I said, you know what? Ruby did really good. I didn't hear anything in the service. And Adler goes, no, we had the bell.
She
like, oh, okay. I thought
she was the one yelling, sucker.
Right.
Sucker.
I was really bragging on her. You did good, little lady.
I will say this.
Out in the hall.
I think because there was a ton of kids there.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton. They were 2 rows behind us. I think they were at least one baby for every person sitting there. Maybe 2 in some cases.
Yeah.
And they all made it pretty well.
Yeah. Well, I think the key is, even talking to the couple, I've been to weddings that I said, that was so short, I'm not even sure why we came.
Right.
And then I've been to some that I said, well, this thing is dragging on into we're at a concert, and then I thought they hit a perfect length. I mean, it was it was short, but not too short, and it certainly wasn't too long.
Right.
And you get right down to it.
And
I did get the chance though, standing there with Tyler, because he had y'all did a reveal at the farm, to get the picture and the shot of it and everything, because the weather was perfect. So he was kind of trying to downplay it a little bit with me, and I said I'm gonna be looking at you when she comes through the door. And he said, well, I've already seen her over at the farm. I said, but you ain't seen her like you about to.
No, you haven't.
I said it's about to get real.
Yep. and I knew without even turning around, I knew when he saw her.
Right. Let me tell you, Sherry talks about this a lot. Every wedding we ever go to, and she was the one who brought my attention to it. And she said, never, ever miss the groom's face when he sees his bride at the wedding ceremony when she comes in.
Yeah.
She said, I got time to see the bride, because she's got to come all the way down the aisle. And while everybody's looking at the bride, focus on the groom and get that first reaction, then you go back to the bride.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, if you've never done that, it's really something.
Yeah.
I mean, buddy, they got that look on their face like, hey, now, look at that.
And it was just a special wedding ceremony. Thank you, Rick. So we go to now the Millard house.
Yep.
And they did a phenomenal job of the wedding. Now the reception, and it's my first chance to tattle on Gary to Sherry.
Oh, and it gets ugly.
I was so excited.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
It was an incredible ride down. Loved it. The people who have done it before me kept saying, do this. You'll regret not doing it. It is fantastic. And it was great. It was all good. And then there was this moment. There's the bike ride in blue right
Rick.
there. Yeah, that's it right there. So anyway, we
like something from Tour de France.
Yeah. You see where the volcano is, and what is that? Is that just the lava, or I guess it's two volcanoes in it, or is it on the right where the volcano is, and it kind of
that's
went
the one
to the
we went
left.
down. However you say that name, that's the one we went. That was the crater. I had some great pictures of the crater there at sunrise, and that's us coming down.
So you actually see the crater where it was.
Yeah. I'll show you some of the pictures. I don't know if I sent those to Adler. I'll show you some pictures I got of that crater that are really good. So anyway,
Rick, I love volcanoes.
Well, you'll love these pictures. I'll show them to you.
I love volcanoes like Speedy likes barns.
Oh yeah.
So keep in mind, Sherry and all the women they've put toward the front, and then the men they put toward the back of the line of the bicycles. So the back 3 is Brooks, Big Love Burgess, Young Broderick, the Tasmo, and then me. I'm the last guy. Okay, and so there were a couple times when, like, the guy in the van who sees me, I mean, I'm his view the whole time. Okay, and he comes up to me one time. He's like, "Hey, you need me to adjust your seat a little bit?" I said, "No." I said, "No, I'm good. I'm good. What's the problem?" He goes, "Well, sometimes it looks a little jittery. And I said, no, it's a little jittery because I'm trying not to crash. Okay, yeah. And
I'm 50 and I hadn't rode a bike in 40 years.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just getting down this mountain alive.
Trying to survive.
Yeah. So there came this moment, and you know how you just get caught up when you're a tourist and all this stuff. So they stop at this great view. Okay. Now, sadly, you're not going to see these pictures, but I gave Greg a heads up. So they stop at this view and they take a bike and they sit it out there. And you got the view behind you, and now he says, I want every group to come get a picture on the bike, and y'all can have this. This is the tour guide. So, hey, come on, let's get out here. Mr. Burgess, yes, well, you sit there on the bike and hold it steady. So he gets the boys, and you stand right here and hold it steady, Mr. Burgess. And he wants to have people all over the bike, okay, your group. And we've got our helmets on and all that, and we look fantastic. And so anyway... He says to Sherry, okay, now you get up there on the handlebars and all this. And so I'm kind of looking at him. And so he gets us in this pose, and you're just trying to get, and Sherry and I both are looking at each other going, I'm not sure about this pose. Well, when we got to looking at the pictures after we got down the mountain, they're almost pornographic. I mean, the way he's got Sherry positioned on those handlebars and facing me, and they're on Sherry's phone. If they weren't on Sherry's phone, you'd be seeing them right now. Okay, so Sherry's mortified by these pictures. Oh my gosh! Do not show these pictures to anybody.
Rick, I still don't understand how she.
Well, all right. Let me see.
Please don't draw it, Rick.
We got anything with a bicycle?
Can you act it out here? Can you just show us?
All right. Picture.
I can go get the little pony. Horse.
Let me have the horse. All right, well, I don't know about the horse, but I need something.
Can you just do it with a chair?
How about the maybe the guitar would be appropriate.
Now, Rick, you cannot ride a guitar.
Well, that's kind of the point.
What about the giant tennis racket?
You know what?
That may actually
that will work.
Sadly. That may be too much.
If you're watching RBTV, I apologize for what you're about to see. Rick. But
well, I'm trying to understand what.
I got it perfectly. I know exactly what was going on. All right, well, this may be better. Okay, hang on. All right, so picture me. I'm here. Okay, I'm sitting on the horse.
Okay.
Now picture this as the handlebars.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so they've got Brody standing back here on the tire, and they've got Brooks up here on the tire. Well, they put Sherry right here facing me. So here's the handlebars, and here's me. Okay, and so it's like you got it now. Have you got it now? We're there. So as it's happening, we're both kind of looking at each other like, But when you saw the picture, the angle he took and everything,
that is hilarious.
So we end up, and Sherry's like trying to, she's getting rid of these pictures, whatever. And she's not sure if I have them, have I sent them to myself, whatever. So, Greg, tell them what I did at Christmas Eve.
He said, go in there and tell Sherry how much you like those bike pictures. And I said, okay. He said, get ready. Y'all, her reaction was so better than I thought it was. She goes, what? And then I got tickled, you know. But her
Rick,
first
you need to say it's on their website.
No, that's what I said. So I would do. Listen, I would do this. You know how and you know this is like what I live for. Something like this. So we would be on the trip. Look, then I'd go.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other.
20 minutes
Waking on that
past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. And so we make our way back. So we finish up. Wedding goes great. We had a great time. Both families. What a great job they did putting on a great ceremony and reception. So now we're over at Speedy's in-laws. And by the way, I've got the clarification on a pond or a lake. And now the person has come back and said this actually should be credited to Bill Dance. And this is what Bill Dance once said. It is a pond if you're buying the place. It is a lake if you're selling the place.
Yeah, I got it. I understand. I understand.
Oh, that's good. So anyway, so we get to the reception, which was absolutely beautiful, and the food was delicious. And now, you know, I'm getting to visit Bubba with you and your family, and Greg, they were grandparenting, so he had to go, but and got to sit with Adler and Ruby and Aaron, and which was great, and Speedy and all his family, are everywhere, and so we're getting to see everybody. And it happens. So Speedy comes over, and you remember this, and I actually said Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize what Speedy was doing because he's now wanting to get Gary back. So Gary pranked him while they were down at the farm. So he's talking to Sherry, and he's thanking her because he realizes it's really Sherry. Sherry has to give the approval of what happens.
Yep.
And, she has to be all in on this. And she's, the hostess with the mostest. So she was worried that she had not, to get down there. But the places were clean. They were great. I told her, don't worry about that. And she wanted y'all to have a nice weekend.
And boy, did we.
And I told her that, and Terry basically her and Sherry have really started talking about it, which is not good news for you.
No, it's not.
And anyway, so I was standing right there. You were standing right there where we're seeing here. Yeah. And all of a sudden, you begin to talk about the pictures in front of the tree behind the little White House down there that was there originally, where Sherry wrote the book and everything. And we stayed for 3 months, back in 2008, and go there now, on and off. And so she said, the minute you said the tree, I said, Greg, you've been there. Oompa Loompa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about the tree Gary cut the limb off of?
Yeah.
And I'm like, here we go.
Yeah.
Oompa Loompa.
I now call it the Gary tree.
But I realized that you were doing this to get her fired up about Gary so you could deliver
very strategic
the punch.
Yep.
And she goes, I tell you one thing. You know why he cut it off? So he could get the lawnmower under this black walnut tree there's no telling. It's probably been here since the Civil War, and all this. And he lops a limb off of it. And I'm like, oh, boy, that's the one where Gary said, hey, let me tell you, I'd get me a new pair of drawers. She didn't eat the hind end out of these. And, I mean, really, it was Gary surviving that and still being around is really supernatural. Yeah. I think God had to intervene and soften Sherry's heart. So you set that up and got her going, and then you said, well, Gary pranked everybody down here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I felt like I was a little school kid telling on somebody. I was tattling.
It was ugly.
But I knew where it would go.
It was ugly.
I knew where it would go, and I knew the only way to really get Gary is to get Sherry fired up about something Gary's done.
That's his kryptonite.
It is.
And
so I said,
he's terrified of that little woman.
I talked about.
We all are.
I talked about the pictures and stuff, and when the photographer got there, I said, look, I know you don't know the lay of the land. I'm just going to give you this information and back out. You got the barn, and then you got behind the house, you got some shaded trees, whatever. And so we landed there for a while. And then Sherry's like, yeah, could you imagine? I mean, they look nice, but could you imagine how pretty they would be if he had to cut that limb?
Let's see where the limb was right there. Yeah, baby, I've known this now for 10 years.
Yeah. And so then I'm like, I know. They would have been great. And then then he pranked me. He did what?
Oh.
I said, oh, yeah, we come back Friday night. And I'm like literally tattling to my parents about my sister.
Well, this is where Gary really, if you think about it, Bubba, he's messed up. He doesn't want in the treaty because he wants to prank. But when you're not in the treaty, you're not protected either.
Right.
I mean, so we can throw you right under the bus.
Right.
And
look, we're standing under the tree now. And that's it. That's it.
That's the tree.
Yeah.
It used to have a limb. See behind Reese? There used to be a limb that went out. You know how they go down and almost like a live oak, they'll touch the ground and come back?
Yeah.
Gary cut it right off.
Cut it right off.
So you get the lawnmower.
Well, I'm not saying he should have done it on your tree, but I understand if you're a grass cutter.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I see where you are. It's the other side. It's the one going up behind Speedy's
right,
head.
Yeah, you mean the open spot?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, she even mentioned that.
Yeah, well, there's no limb coming out Speedy's head to the other way.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're on to the prank. And I'm like, hey, pictures were great, and I do need to show y'all some. They're really, really nice. And I'm like, yeah, this is what he did. And so I kind of recap with her.
Oh, boy.
And she said, and then I knew I had Gary when she said, well, that's just ridiculous.
When Sherry, you've heard her go ridiculous. Her word is ridiculous. You would remember that time somebody go, I tell you what he's doing, he's being ridiculous.
I think you've had that label on you.
I have, yeah. Don't be ridiculous. You really are sticking me.
And then I thought you felt like maybe you were going to get in trouble because then she looked to you and she said, he did that, Rick?
No,
and then you were like, oh,
shrapnel.
Lopa. And I'm like, well, Sherry, I'm not telling you what to do, but I will say the way to get Gary back is maybe if you made a call. Well, I'm going to have to do that. That's ridiculous.
Oh, that's on tap probably today.
Oh, yeah. Please record that.
She said, I will be calling one Gary Vines, and I will say, you never seen like a king or a queen hand down an edict? It's like she got the scepter out, and she said, I will rule on Tuesday on Gary Vines, and my ruling will be a big thumbs down. And this is what she said: there will never be another prank that takes place on our property.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
She said, and Gary Vines will hear that loud and clear from me if he wants to continue to work there.
Oh, she went that far?
Oh yeah.
How you feel about that, Helmsy?
I like it. I like it a lot. I'll dial the number.
She
for
said
it.
what he does on his own property or other places, but there'll never be another one here. She said, I've nearly seen Scott Dawson get killed, and she goes, and I've now seen a nice evening of a wedding party to be disrupted. She goes, there'll never be another one on that property. And she goes, I want all snakes, I want all rats, I want all things handed in, and we're gonna burn them,
including Gary's pranks.
You should have seen the boys entering the camp house. It's like they were entering, they did a landmine. They didn't know where to step because of Gary, of what he had planted for us. What were we going to discover?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's like we always say. I mean, we've seen people in our country do this. You can't overplay your hand, and I'm afraid this may have been an overplay. Yes. I mean, it didn't turn out not to be a big deal. It's just the thought of it,
right?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
But
this is the way to get Gary back.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is the only way.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I know. Hear him.
What about me? He looks down today and sees caller ID and sees Sherry. Should I even give him a heads up?
I think you already have. Yeah, I believe you got
I think this might be it.
Well, he's down there at Lake Mitchell.
Oh yeah.
Which, by the way, I was at Lake Mitchell on Sunday with Brody's girlfriend's family. Invited us down, and it was when you're at Lake Mitchell, all you can think of is Gary could be somewhere down there.
Yeah.
That's true.
What's up with that?
We didn't stoke that fire.
Down at Lake Mitchell.
But so he may not. I don't know. He may not be listening today. I don't know. But it's not good. See, and you know how we all are. As long as I'm not being hassled, I can pretty much go. But if your hassle now starts hassling me, then guess who I'm on side with?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't have to live with Gary.
No.
So Gary can prank no more on the property. You agree with me 100%, honey? I'll shut that down.
No more pranks on the property.
No, not on that property.
A little volley back, Gary.
Yep. So Speedy. I mean, that's pretty good. It was uncomfortable, but it was good.
Rick and Bubba.
She didn't realize how bad they were till we got back to the hotel and everything. So I'd let 2 or 3 days go by. Look, and I'd go, man, people are loving my picture on Instagram. She said, what? I said, I posted them bike pictures on Instagram. What? You did what? No, you better. Look, she grabbed my phone.
And then yesterday, of course, we still wouldn't let it go. He had his phone, and she was sitting on the couch. And I said, sure, these aren't that bad at all. She started screaming again.
What? So we did that. And it was great. And I will tell you the thing that I personally loved the most was the ATV. The ATV, guys.
It's number one.
Guys. All right, so see this view behind me? That's Pacific Ocean back there behind us.
Mm-hmm.
Where we are is like a ranch.
Okay.
This is land, and there's dirt roads all through it. So you're coming through a valley. You've got the mountains all around you. You can see the Pacific Ocean, and you're in an ATV in mud because it had rained, and I'm talking about you would fishtail. We kept trying to
throw mud on each other.
Oh, guys, that right there, the picture. Just guys, do I need to say more than ATVs in Hawaii?
No,
going through. That's the road we're on, like one of the roads. You can see the Pacific Ocean out there in front of us. That's me coming down. This is where I got to have fun because I actually spun out and got the thing, did a 360 all the way around up into and then I got to, there's some distance between me and everybody else. And so I started being able to fly to catch up.
Oh, yeah.
So I was really having some fun then. And, but I mean, that was an app. And of course, this is the moment where the Alabama people come forward.
Oh, yeah, because we play in mud all the time.
He goes, everybody familiar with these ATVs? And you look, we're just piling in. Absolutely.
Where's the joke?
It was like those little Polaris kind of, it's what I would call, on the John Deere side, a Gator.
Yeah.
It's Polaris's Gator type vehicle.
So how long was that ride?
That was probably a couple hours.
I
too.
like that.
Yeah. I mean, and hey, that was my favorite.
But
thing.
were you in the valley of the volcano?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was really, really nice. So we got to do that.
Now,
And
how
then,
big was the crater of the volcano?
I'm gonna have to show it to you.
I know. I'd like to see it.
I'm telling you, buddy, you're about to love this right here. I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this.
But it's dormant. You couldn't see fire in there, could you?
No fire. and I apologize.
But you knew it was up under you there somewhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did they talk about the new island that's being born? By the way,
They did.
Has it crested yet?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a few feet from coming up.
They got to going too long on it, and I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, lost you.
But,
It's been building for
well,
a
just
couple hundred
just
years.
like me, and I did get into it with the whale guy, which I knew that was coming.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I got to hear more about that.
Yeah, Sherry once again said, "You're doing that thing you do."
That thing you do.
You know, she says I rebel rouse. You know, I get people
Yeah,
going.
yeah.
She goes, "Okay, you're doing the rebel rouse thing." Then I'm like, "All right, I got a great picture of the crater, Bubba. You're gonna love."
I didn't know. So the whale guy, what did he say?
Well, he started trying to talk about evolution.
Okay.
And he and I kind of got into it.
Well, we've had and we agree that there's microevolution. You just don't jump class.
Show it again, Adler. Show the ATV. That ATV picture again. You look at that.
Yeah.
That's us right there.
That is awesome, Rick. You could be. That looks like Chilton County.
That was fantastic.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
That valley. It looks like Mars or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. Matter of fact, they shot up there.
Hey, nice phone you got.
You know what they shot up there?
What?
What was that movie with Arnold? Where he's supposed to be on Mars.
I didn't know your bike pictures were on here.
Don't send that to yourself. But the
airdrop that to me, Bubba.
What's the Arnold movie where he's supposed
Total Recall?
Yeah, they shot Total Recall up there. You know the parts where he's supposed to be on Mars.
Yeah, well,
because it all looks like red rocks up there.
Okay.
So we did that. We did a hike, which I don't know if y'all saw that
I bet that hurt.
that picture I sent you of the warning sign of the hike. And, of course, we just trudged on through it like we're big hikers and hiked all the way to a waterfall, which was kind of right there. Please look right here.
Oh, yeah, I did. Okay.
Please look at that warning. Now, see, because you've seen one waterfall, but it's called Twin Falls, which there's another one. So this is the sign. That's a gate.
Wild pigs.
They shut the gate and say, now, before you go beyond this, you need to know all that. And, of course, we just throw the thing open and go through it. And Brody nearly got attacked by a wild hog.
Guys, can I ask a question?
Good night.
Yeah. It says flash flood, even when it's sunny, slippery, muddy conditions, rock slides, fallen trees and branches, mosquitoes, wild pigs, narrow trails requiring sure footing and balance, crossing through water, walking up slippery stream beds, hikes 30 minutes plus, walking distance over a mile. And
I'd love to do that.
And we went all in.
You know what I hate most about that sign? The mosquitoes.
Yeah, I know.
They did
If you got a list mosquito on the sign, that's a big mosquito.
Also saw a terrible thing happen with Brody trying to be a good Samaritan, and I had to teach a guy, I forgot where he was from. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back, and we'll chat with you coming up. Get some phones in for the hour is up. Bubba, guess what is back with us? It's been a big response, and they have returned. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Man, it's great to have them back on board because of the response from the audience and from us. Man, we love these earbuds. It's a terrific product. Has everyone in our you everywhere that you go. These are called Raycon's Everyday Earbuds. They look and feel and they sound better than ever. They have 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to. Because I know, Bubba, they also have that noise isolation in the awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound, or you can tune into your surroundings if you need to, in case you need, like in the car or something like that, you want to hear what's going on. You can do both. Now, I know as far as the setting, though, you like the one with the bass, don't you?
Oh, bring the bass.
You got to have all the bass you can stand.
I want the bass.
So Raycon's Everyday Earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. So if you want to see what the hype is all about, and you're a fan of this show right now, give them a try. Save 15% by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off your order of premium wireless earbuds. And when you look at the competition, what you're getting right now with the earbuds for about half the price of some of the other brands, and man, they look and they feel cool, and we're getting you an additional 15% off. So go to rickandbubba.com too. You'll find them right there under the sponsors button, and I look forward to hearing all of you that haven't tried them yet. All right, so Bubba, you had a question to Speedy about the reception.
Well, the whole event was great, and we enjoyed it. And I was going to tell Speedy, hey, the little sliders they were cooking there off of the area we were eating, number one, by the way.
By the way, and that goes back to Helmsy, this thing that I heard you talking about with your new grill. They were cooking the sliders on that thing you're talking about.
Blackstone?
The
Griddle.
That little griddle on top.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
It's really good.
Now, there was one point, we had dinner music while we were eating.
Yes, we did.
And they had, the traditional dances and things.
Right.
But when I heard Speedy get a hold of the microphone.
I thought we were in for
I had been
Yeah.
telling the kids, I said, knowing Speedy, we will get at least some version of Speedy's Playhouse.
Oh, yeah.
There'll be a dose of
The
it.
play.
And when I heard Speedy on the microphone, Helms, you could just tell everybody ramped up.
Ah.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
Here it comes right here.
Well, I tell you what got me is when you started talking, I went, wait a minute, that's a familiar voice.
Yeah.
Are we about to have that play?
Well, I was enjoying time with the family, and Chris Amerson, who did the DJ and did a great job, he walked up to me. He said, hey, are you going to do the wedding party announcement? They make their big entrance. And I was like, I don't know. Let's go check with Andy, the Mabry's dad. And he says, I'm not doing it. You're doing it. And I said, no, I'm not doing it. And then they went, I'm doing it. And so before we knew it, we were in a discussion on who was doing it. And then Chris, who I think what was foul, said, well, normally it is the groom's dad because the bride's dad sometimes is emotional because the first dance is coming up and father-daughter and all that.
Too much.
So I was given the mic, and here we go. And I was I wasn't sure what was happening because I know that Reese was coming out, JC was coming out, Brian, who was one of the other groomsmen, was coming out, and I know how they are. They're all about fun, and here we go. And the bridesmaids, they were just great. I didn't know what they had in store for when they come down those steps, but I thought they did okay.
Can I tell you something? If you want to watch women come apart, the first dance, mama with son and daddy with daughter. I mean, it just shreds the ladies.
It does.
And I saw Bubba crying a little bit.
Well, I was a little close to to one of the dances there, and I'm sure I'm in all the pictures.
Don't you agree that's almost a foul? I mean, it's so emotional to have the dad come back there and dance with his daughter, and everybody. Well, you ever had that where they start showing her as a little girl on the screen or something?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! And then mama gets out there with her son.
Enough,
oh my goodness!
Yeah,
that's over the line.
And then the line kicks in, mama.
Sure.
All that.
It
was just a
I
tear.
don't know if you know, Rick. I got.
I know.
I really don't want to think about.
Well, that's what I was thinking about. I really was.
It's coming, my friend.
And I saw Adler over there with he was crying it up a little bit.
It's a little tear fest.
Yeah. You'll be hoping that she's screaming, for some more candy.
Yeah.
It's it was.
You better hope 2 out of 3 elope.
Yeah, that's right. And then of course Bubba leans over to me and says, "You realize the sliders are wide open now."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's why he was teary. That's nothing to do with the dance.
Ain't nobody in line for sliders now.
Yeah.
Slider table open. Slider table open.
I don't know if
what a beautiful place.
If a lot of daughters take it, but I've heard of a lot of moms and dads going, all right, we'll just give you this money. If you'll just go get married, it is your money. You can take it.
It's really
instead of a big wedding or whatever. Some people take it.
Yeah.
No, I love the idea.
I will be
of a
offering
wedding
that
and
up.
everything.
Right, for sure.
But boy,
whether they take it or not.
Some of these prices I'm hearing are just they're out of
control.
And
now with the inflation the way it is, it's
let
even
Biden
more.
stand there a little longer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, high prices are going to fix this.
Yeah.
But
Mabry's parents did a great job, though. They did. They did. I know. Being this close to it, the planning that went in.
I hope they'll just call me to come stay at their house. It's so beautiful.
Hitting it though.
Oh yeah. I just walked through the woods. I'm gonna tell you, Tyler did you right. He has taken an empire and put something together nice for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a place.
Well, I was actually standing right there with him. Adler showing it.
Yeah, it's good.
And I said, "Son, don't you mess this up."
You've done well. You did. I saw that moment.
Yeah.
You were like, "Son, please."
I think there was a deer hopping through the field in the distance when I was saying it.
You know who I feel bad for in all this is the Lenores. They'll never see you again.
Yeah, I thought it was a little much where we parked cars. I asked Andy, "Well, shooting house right here work? You think is that where we're going to do?"
You're right, and we should have put our car on down some.
It was good to see the Lenores. I don't think I have seen all of them in one place, and I don't know when.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I saw them too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know,
just fun times.
Right. And by the way, if Tommy's had some medical issues, don't ask him about it. I've never seen anybody be so open. You know,
he'll let you know what he does.
I literally said to him, "Whoa, I don't think you should have told that."
Well, right here by the cakes, what you're telling me. That.
Right. Let me put my plate down here for a minute and recover, and then I'll eat. You know,
too, things like that. I forget how much I like lemonade.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because you only get them at special events like that.
Every comment he's made has been around food.
Forget how much I like lemonade.
Oh, I love lemonade.
Let's talk metaphors.
Well, no, I mean, see, that's the beauty. It was simple food. It was good food.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, look, just give us good hearty food, and they did.
See, I already had a plate, and I was headed by, and somebody said, "Do you want a slider?" And I thought, "Slider? Where are they?" And they were on the other side. I said, "Oh my goodness,
Absolutely.
I better get one of those. I don't offend the cook."
Can I give some people a heads up on sliders? Okay, and you know, because we come from a lineage of great eaters, both of us. A slider, don't take the time, especially when you got a plate in your hand, because a slider is a tiny hamburger, okay, or it can be a tiny barbecue sandwich or whatever.
Tiny whatever.
Yeah. So condiments can be an issue because you want to put some condiments on it, but it's tiny, and you're in a handle. Just take your condiment, squirt it like you would French fries on the side, dip your slider in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll even dip a hamburger.
Same thing with a Crystal.
Yeah, that's the way you go. Yeah, you just dip it.
Yeah.
Well, they were good. I'm hungry now thinking about that.
I bet
you just
really
ate.
Good.
I know. I'm still.
Right, just the thought of it.
It was good.
Right.
Yeah.
How about that lemonade?
Mm-hmm. My favorite lines, I forgot how much I like lemonade.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot how much I like lemonade.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't sit around the house. I mean, like this week, I have no plans to have lemonade.
I know. I'm the same way.
But I had that when I went through the line, and I thought, man, this is good.
Yeah.
The big
Good
glass
lemonade.
clear jug.
Yeah. I know this probably.
I never buy jugs of lemonade. I don't know why. I just never do.
I just like somebody to fresh squeeze it for me.
You know what I'll
Fresh squoze.
Can I tell you what? You know what I'll keep in the fridge if you don't watch me? Limeade. I love limeade.
Limeade.
Oh, really?
I like limeade more than lemonade.
Really?
I love limeade.
Didn't know it.
Yeah.
How about pickle?
You ever had limeade?
It's been a while.
I love limeade.
Oh, yeah.
I do remember limeade.
Limeade.
That old brand that's the name of whatever grocery store you're at.
Oh, man. Limeade.
Good stuff.
I love a limeade over
I'm gonna
crushed
tell you,
ice.
Lemonade and sliders went good together. That's a good combo.
Sure it did. You forgot how much you liked
I did. I forgot. I just clean forgot how much I like lemonade.
Loved it.
Well, that was one.
I'm sitting there drinking it, thinking I need to get more of this during the week.
You know, the reception was perfect because the food was all good. It wasn't controversial, and it was easy access. You know, anybody, you got me at look over here. Here's a plate of cookies.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. And I think that was Mabry and Tyler's big request, both for the rehearsal and the reception. Let's make this easy food that's just everybody likes. Let's not get too fancy. And I knew when I saw sliders that Bubba was in.
Oh, Rick, I'm good if you tear open a pack of Oreos and Chip Ahoy. You know, I mean, just keep it simple.
Yeah, sure.
You know.
15 minutes to the top of the
that
hour.
cake was good, though, too.
Yeah, boy.
That white cake was really good.
How about that chocolate one?
It was good. That white cake was really good.
How about you stack the two on top of each other and eat it? Try that.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think somewhere in California about the term "can't have nothing."
Mm-hmm.
His probably $100 plus sunglasses had fallen on some rocks. Brody finds them. The guy's elated. Okay, hey, those are my glasses. Brody goes to toss them.
No,
and he misses it, and down the fall they went.
Oh my!
And his face.
Could you not just walk, maybe handed them to him?
I said, Brody, you know 10 more feet the guy had them.
Yeah, you just.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I blame the guy. That's what you get for buying expensive sunglasses.
I looked at
That's
him.
on him.
I looked at him. I said, you can't have nothing. And
If you got them Pizza Hut glasses that are yellow on the side, you keep them things for 10 years.
Yeah, you couldn't throw them.
You could throw them for 20 yards and catch them.
They'd come back out of the fall.
They would.
So, Rick, who are these people that look like they have a pillowcase on their shoulder?
Bubba,
What
you
is
going
that?
through his phone?
Well, that's the luau. That's the luau.
They look like they're on top of a mountain.
Oh no, that's the people singing to the sun.
Is that
Yeah.
The sun singing.
That's the one singing to the sun.
What are they singing to?
I don't know. I couldn't understand it. It was in some language. We made it on the hike right there.
Oh,
They were on hike. We come back.
We're making do something in the house.
Alexa,
right now.
turn on Rick and Bubba.
No, this is it. If they're listening, Alexa, turn on WZZK on TuneIn, and we're there. So y'all know how I am with names. Okay, I share your dad's deal with this. But you'll love this. Is so funny. Play that spoof just right quick. This is an Alexa spoof from Saturday Night Live. Everybody was sending it to me when they found out I was doing it.
The new Amazon Echo has everyone asking Alexa for help.
Alyssa, what time is it? What the hell is wrong with this blasted thing? Amanda!
But the latest technology isn't always easy to use for people of a certain age.
These kids done bought me a busted machine again. Oh, yes, sir.
That's why Amazon partnered with AARP to present the new Amazon Echo Silver, the only smart speaker device designed specifically to be used by the greatest generation. It's super loud and responds to any name even remotely close to Alexa, so they can find out the weather.
Allegra, what is the weather outside?
It is 74 degrees and sunny.
Huh?
It is 74 degrees and sunny.
Where?
Outside.
What about it?
The temperature outside is 74 degrees and sunny.
I don't know about that.
The latest in sports.
Clarissa, how many did old Satchel strike out last night?
Satchel Paige died in 1982.
How many you get?
Satchel Paige is dead.
In what now?
Died.
Who did?
Satchel Paige.
I don't know about that.
Leading local news and pop culture.
Anita, what them boys up to across the street?
They are just playing.
They what now?
They are just playing.
You say they just playing now?
Yes, they are just playing.
I don't know about that.
Here to smart devices like your thermostat.
Alessandra, turn the heat up.
The room is already 100 degrees.
Are you trying to kill me, Alize?
The new Amazon Echo Silver plays all the music they loved when they were young.
Angela, play black jazz.
Playing, jazz.
It also has a quick scan feature to help them find things.
Emilia, where did I put the phone?
The phone is in your right hand.
And it has an feature for long rambling stories.
So then I gave him $5, and he said I only gave him $1. I said, I know I gave you a $5. Because I only had a 5 and a 1 on me. And this is the $1 right here. So, I mean, you tell me who's crazy.
Amazon Echo Silver. Get yours today. I said get yours today.
To order Amazon Echo Silver,
that's
send a check
so
or money
good.
order to Amazon.com right now.
Guys,
that is good.
That's good right there.
That is so good that AARP had to put out a press release that they were not a part of this and it was a spoof.
Oh gosh!
I know you
actually
find
get one. Greg,
How many people are calling?
I don't know about that.
She knows we held up. He says, "I got the one right here."
And I tell me who's crazy.
866 we be big.
That's funny.
Let's go to Barry. Barry, thanks for your patience, buddy. Welcome to the show.
Oh, I was calling in to tell y'all about that exact spoof right there. When y'all started talking about that, I was like, man, they got to see about this.
Hey, that's good.
That one is dead on with the names because I have slaughtered it.
Barry, I don't know about that. Let's go to Brett Gadsden, Z93. Brett, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you can ask her. I don't know where she gets her information, but who is this or what is that, so forth and so on. But when you get home and see.
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us, and your phone calls are coming in. And we've hit a lot this morning. We talked about Maverick over the weekend. Bubba and I saw that. We talked about the wedding and all that was involved in that. And we'll start with your phone calls now. Our second phone segment today. Jerry out of Piedmont. Hey, Jerry. Jerry, and if you want to call, you can get in right now. Hey, Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Listen, this may be wishful thinking, but I was wanting to ask Helms if maybe, possibly, Amanda got us a little video of that when he broke the pin in that new griddle of his. I'd love to see that.
Oh gosh, you broke the pin on it as soon as you got it home. I didn't hear that part.
You have to convert if you're going. They make them for propane tanks.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And then I didn't know you had to do with this with some grills, but with this particular griddle, there's pins where the gas flows, and you have to change those pins. You got to buy a conversion kit before you hook it, straight pipe it to your gas line.
Oh yeah.
And I broke the fourth one inside it. Luckily, and listen,
did you pitch one?
It was bad.
Yeah,
like called myself a lot of things loudly. Yeah, forcefully.
Did it feature hand motions like Bubba does?
Oh yeah, threw a few things.
Yeah, right.
Cussed a good bit.
Right.
But luckily, I calmed down, and I should have called Mr. Wilburn and asked him to pray. Is what I should have done, based off the stories this morning.
No doubt.
Or probably just should have prayed myself.
Right. Yeah.
That'd have been a good start. But luckily, I took an Allen wrench and like 4 or 5 different sizes and was able to get it out. Now it comes with a special tool that was broke off inside it, so I had to get it out of that and the pin itself. Was able to accomplish that, and luckily it came with an extra couple pins that I could. So I didn't break the only pin.
Did you get it working?
Oh yeah, we got it working.
Because I love straight pipe. Look what happened to Greg over the weekend.
Oh yeah.
So I don't trust him. I don't trust those
Ran
canisters.
out.
Yeah.
I don't trust it. Why don't they have something you can tell them what you got in there? You know, some of them don't have the meat.
I can get one. Or the best thing is just to always have an extra one standing by.
Well, that's the best.
Well, that's what he had, but he didn't fill it up either.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing.
Ain't nothing better than straight pipe.
Hey, I love
when there's no
griddle, Rick.
gas where you live, then you don't unless you want one of them tanks.
No, I know what you're saying.
We don't have gas.
I'm just thankful to be straight pipe. That's all I'm saying. Let's go to David in Prattville.
Yeah, David.
I-92. David, go ahead.
Hey, I hope it's a great show. I'm glad y'all back.
Thanks.
Hey, I got 2 things. Rick, I know you preached the wedding, but was Greg the bartender for the reception? You know, the natty daddies.
No.
That's where Bubba got that lemonade.
Right. Well, I kept telling Bubba that there was no alcohol at this reception, and
I was there anyway.
Right.
He went ahead and showed up.
He kind of showed up anyway. No bartender. Let's go to Alex in Birmingham. Lines are available for you. Alex, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just, hey, Rick, I just wanted to let you know that we bought your truck.
Which one? The old one? The one I just turned in?
Lift kit?
A white lift kit?
The one you just turned in. Well, yes, sir.
All right.
Congratulations.
That's a good truck right there.
Yes, sir.
This
your name on the Carfax. So,
oh, really? Okay, good.
You want Rick to come sign the gas cap or something?
Yeah, something like that. Of course, I have to have a ladder. Well, enjoy that. I'm
confusing him.
Look, when we turn these things in.
Greg, didn't you see Dell Jr. a couple weeks ago?
Yes, Dell Jr.'s out there. You remember I had Dell Jr. for about 4 years, and yes, he is on the road.
I got a problem over here, boys.
What you got there?
Tear up the mouse. And this is that thing you break things, Rick.
There you go.
The power of your hands.
There you go.
Superpower.
Where's the
what
arrow?
Is it, a coffee mug?
Where's the arrow?
Sometimes they leave the world.
Either.
Yeah, the whole system
is
locked
up like nobody's business.
There's no way to hang a phone up. What way to do it?
Oh, well,
let me see.
Natty Daddy, what do you got?
She's locked up.
She's
like
gonna need to be rebooted. Reboot City.
Sorry, callers.
You can do that in 5 minutes.
Isn't there a way to touch screen though?
Too bad, callers.
If it's locked up, it ain't
taking it.
It's not the screen or the mouse.
I told y'all something's going on.
PC. This is where Bubba makes a Microsoft joke. Go ahead, Bubba.
And go.
Fire it up.
You know what it's locked up.
Well, if Bill Gates had paid a little more attention to windows and a little less to building toilets everywhere, maybe it'd work.
Well, you know,
and the vaccine and everything else. For some reason we think
giving
he's an
his
expert
opinion
on
to
it.
us on vaccine.
What's he giving us? Come on.
Him and LeBron James. That's the two people we ask what they think about vaccines and everything.
Why do we care what either one of them thinks about that? I think
Let's go to LeBron James.
I think I'll talk to my doctor.
I'd like to ask LeBron maybe about some basketball.
At least LeBron has been successful in basketball.
Yeah, Bubba wouldn't even ask Bill Gates about computers.
Well, you see.
Yeah, it's locked up over here big time.
How's it locked up? What's it locked up like, Greg?
Well, I'll tell y'all off air.
No, so this is
Anybody got
thing.
a bucket of water?
But did you see what I'm talking about? Again, I'm touching things and they're like going bad. There's something going on.
Rick, I don't know what's happened to you.
I know it's weird. I mean,
don't like touch my
is
truck
that your
on the
new
way by.
superpower? I'm brake man.
Yeah, and it's again, it's another one I can't figure out how to use it. You know what good is it?
Don't go rub your hand on
you
the
need to
hood
go
of my
touch the enemies, not ours.
Right, I know. But I will tell you this: when we turned these trucks in that we were driving for Henry, now hey, now you got deals now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know why, Rick? They make deals others can't make.
Yeah, but
It's in the
now,
commercial.
Now I'll tell you this: now just think about how many times them seats have been broke off in.
Now
Rick, I don't know that,
taking
Rick,
it
I
back.
don't know that that's a selling point.
Yeah, maybe that's not on the Carfax.
They don't have that on there, dude. That's usually not their speaking. I mean, it could be over.
There it is. There it is.
Hey, there you go. Hey, by
Rick,
the way,
I love you. Just keep running that mouse like it's gonna fix itself. That thing is locked
The
up.
computer's
It's like
going to have to reboot.
did you see Speedy come
it's
over
like
and try
a
to
block of ice.
First thing Speedy did, it's uncontrollable. He
Yeah,
took it.
you just got to move the mouse.
But I did there he is, Greg, coming up on, I did this at the wedding when you're waiting on the bride and groom to come out.
Yeah.
And I got this one guy every single
Here you go.
time. Here they come. And he would whip around and start doing his bubbles. Hey, there
he is. I love it.
Yeah, we were hollering that too.
Then we told the driver to gouge it a couple times.
Did you hear us hollering
Yeah,
gouging
oh, yeah,
driver?
sure. I heard you say something else too. But that one you got to admit. I mean, it's hard not to look if you keep waiting on the bride and groom to come out with your bubbles, and I keep saying, "There they are,
There they are.
Jerk your head
All
around.
right, ready?
hey, there they are, top the step. That's it."
I hadn't blown that many bubbles, and I don't know how long.
It's been my grandkids like the bubbles, so I've blown a few
Yeah,
lately.
Oh yeah.
Now they don't like it when you accidentally blow it in their eye and it
No.
pops in their eye and it's soap
It
in their eye.
burns.
Well, no,
Yeah.
Greg. Now you've just.
Well, that's not on purpose.
I don't care if you're a grandparent or not. You throw soap in somebody's eye, they don't
Oh,
like
it
it.
doesn't turn out good.
Yeah, they go swallowing.
Yes,
Get ill.
but Ellis likes bubbles. He's
Look,
old
look
enough.
at Greg right there.
You
Buddy,
see
he-
my hands behind Greg.
You can tell he's a
Bubba
pro.
kept getting me fired up about it.
Yeah.
Well, we had to practice a little
Bubba,
bit. to
where
get
are
started.
you? Are you on the
I'm,
other side
I'm
of Greg?
right behind Greg.
I was walking out
You
the
see
door.
my
and
hands?
I thought it was about
you
to
see
happen.
my
I just-
hands coming around
I
the corner,
kind
Greg?
of,
There he is.
I dogged Bubba off. I didn't mean to.
You did. You got him shut
Well,
off.
I was coming out the door and
Hey,
everybody started hollering. I was
Let me
like,
tell you what.
There he is.
Hey, when you can eclipse me, you done something.
I was about to say.
It took me and Betty.
There it is. It did take two people.
I'm right behind Greg.
Yeah.
Bubbles all in my hair. There they come.
There it is. There it is. All right, top of the hour. 866 we be big. I'm sorry, callers. The system locked up. I was rolling on through
Hey,
them.
Rick, we had Bama Mark, too. He had an announcement.
I know it. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And ask her who Jesus Christ is.
What will it say?
That he's a fictional character.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Well, I have to.
You know what I say? I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. 866 we be big. Daniel in Georgia. Daniel, go ahead. Welcome to the program, buddy. How are you?
Good. I was just listening to you guys every morning, enjoy the show, and it seems like we've lost our affiliate in Dublin.
All right, hang on a minute.
no.
Hang on a minute.
Hang on.
I got email about that.
It
and
might be iced over.
And I got the answer for you.
I do.
Do you have it already, Speedy?
Yeah, I believe they're moving to 102.1.
Yeah, they switched us to a different frequency there.
Oh, great. I
Yeah,
hate to lose
yeah,
you
because
guys.
somebody started that on the break, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I
Yeah,
said,
they
Alexa
moved from
scan
big
for Rick
10
and Bubba.
Alexis, find us where we are.
Try 102.1.
Great. I want to lose you guys.
Yeah, Speedy's right. They've moved us to 102.1.
All right. Great. Happy New Year, guys.
Hey,
thank
very
you.
much. We'll put that out on social media today.
But Rick,
I've asked their programming to send us some stuff on that so we can knock
with
that
the
out.
thing that like Alexa or the Google does, it's really amazing how far this has come. And you look, and we still got the little robot vacuum cleaners you can clean your house with.
Oh, yeah.
If we ever got all that married together, so we could have a robot that would talk to you,
Oh, I know.
we're getting close.
All right, let me ask you this,
a little
okay?
weird, though.
And we definitely, I understand the whole thing about iHeart and tune in on the
Right.
affiliates.
But
you can enable iHeart too. It has them both.
But what I'm talking about, on our TuneIn, we have a TuneIn channel that is just Rick and Bubba.
Right.
And it plays us 24/7,
Right.
even best ofs.
Right.
Could you just tell her to go find that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I was just calling radio stations by call letters before, but I don't know. We'll look and see.
Somebody just texted me, said when you said to do that, it did it on theirs a minute ago on the radio.
Right.
It's
very sensitive, by the way. You can be all the way across the room and holler at it.
Somebody tell it to just go find Rick and Bubba on TuneIn and see what comes up.
Yeah.
But I'm amazed now just at what I've been able to learn, playing with it for a week or so. I can't imagine what all's out there I don't know,
Yeah. Well, there's all kinds.
I need a real Alexis genius, to clue me in on some of it.
Richard in Alabama.
You called it something else again.
Richard, go ahead.
I said Alexa, didn't I?
Is that
No,
what is
you
it?
said Alexis.
Which one is it?
Alexa.
All right, Richard, go ahead.
I'm changing it to Alpha.
I was calling it the wrong thing too. I got called out about it.
Richard, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Hey, I was wondering if the Google has the same type product, and if
Yes.
y'all saw the video of the Italian grandmother trying to use it on YouTube. It's pretty funny.
Oh, so
check that one out.
and somebody sent me a YouTube now one called Alexa Christian version.
I saw that too.
Well, now we got all kinds of.
The best I can tell
It's rolling now.
that all of these personal assistants, especially to our senior citizens, is a lot like having a laser pointer for a cat.
Yeah, you're right. It's just something.
You can't help but watch.
Oh, that's that guy that does the funny coaches.
That's the Christian one.
Yeah,
There?
You know what I'm talking about? That's that same guy
Oh, well,
that does the different kind of coaches. That's that same guy.
Rick,
kissy face.
I'll wait.
emoji.
Back it up. Let's hear that.
Is that really guarding her heart?
With advanced situational recognition, Christian Alexa is here to encourage.
Philippians 4:13 I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength.
He can't open.
Always wanted to be a better Christian? Well, now you can with Christian Alexa.
Let no unwholesome talk come out of your mouth.
And each Christian Alexa is uniquely programmed to help you with your individual struggles. Hey, you want something to drink?
That better be a Coke bottle.
Order your Christian Alexa today and begin seeing immediate life improvements. Let's eat.
How about let's pray?
From the makers of Pure Flix and GodTube comes Christian Alexa.
That's funny.
The New York and the Hollywood thing, it just doesn't.
It looks different, doesn't it?
It's just I don't know.
I know, and I'm a miserable mess because of the live show, and I'm
gosh.
especially when Ryan Seacrest was trying to talk to New Orleans and they couldn't hear that he was trying to talk to them and
Lucy
ask
Hale.
questions, and they're talking over each other.
Hey Ryan, I get it. It was cold. I got it.
Right.
You don't have to keep telling me the windshield.
Right.
Right.
And Jenny,
But I
slow
wanted to
down
know.
on all the procedures you're having done to your
Yeah,
face.
Jenny-
Slow down. You're starting not to look
she
like.
blamed it on the cold weather, but actually it was that's her fault.
Yeah, Jenny,
She's a pretty girl. She doesn't have to do all that.
Hey, you've gone too far now.
Come here, Donnie, kiss me.
Yeah,
It's so cold. We're just can't hardly move our lips.
Hey, plastic surgeon people. Once you begin to look like the Joker, that's when you need to stop. That's- moments.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, been spent a couple of weeks. Greg and I actually been going back and forth. We've been trying to find obscure songs that we'd forgotten about that we dig. Yeah. Or how about this? Songs we missed.
Some we missed.
Yep. I found a Tom Petty song while I was gone from,
Oh,
1999. I totally
We thought it
missed
was new.
I totally missed it.
That's funny.
Yeah, so we've had fun with that.
Speaking of that, Spotify is being sued for $1.6 billion and one of the groups are representing Tom Petty's music.
Is this the real life? Or is this just radio?
They're not getting their royalties.
So. Yeah, this is always the thing. Way back when Bubba and I were just young punks, wading our way into technology. When the huge thing came out,
back with our Sony Walkman cassette player strapped to our hip.
What was it called? That first thing that came out? And
Napster.
Yeah.
And everybody went crazy.
Oh,
and what happens is the technology always gets out ahead of people who need to be paid.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, look, this is all great stuff, but you can't just store stuff around and not pay us now.
Right.
I mean, if everybody wants to have access to our stuff, we're all in, but you got to pay us. It belongs to us. It is 7 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, another hour begins. I would give the number, but until our phones are fixed, I won't be able to answer them. So we'll get to some of those before the hour is done. Young Scruggs en route who thinks he can solve the problem. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we start a brand new hour, and we welcome you today. Boy, we've talked about a lot. We've covered a lot of the 4-day weekend, the Wilburn family and their big wedding, and had a great time there. We've done that review, and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy for a brand new hour.
We're
Hey, Bubsy.
glad to be here.
Hey, Bubsy.
It was a great weekend. I hope everybody had some time to enjoy the weekend and reflect on what it was all about, and spend some time with family, eat, cook out, visit, catch a movie, all that good stuff.
I laughed. I don't know who this guy was, but I liked him, and he's one of our brethren in broadcasting. I don't even know who he was. I'd never heard of him, but
he's a broadcaster.
But he was making the point. He said, "Let me tell you," he was doing the rules of things you could not do on Memorial Day weekend, and I loved it. And he was talking about, like we did, this is not Veterans Day. We love our veterans, and not what this is about those that have died in the line of duty. And he said, and I also do not want anyone saying it's not about barbecuing, it's not about, he goes, it absolutely is. He goes, if these men and women could come back from their grave, they would say, this is why I did what I did, so you can have a day like this where you can live in a country like this and you can grill burgers and hang out with your family and reflect on your freedom. That's exactly what you should be doing. That's the kind of freedom they were trying to give us. And, of course, for some reason we want to give it back, but that's another topic. Bubba, go to rickandbubba.com right now. Click on the store. Let me tell you something. The audience has asked about it, and if you think this isn't a conversation starter, we love T-shirts that are conversation starters. So we have a T-shirt now. Thought about a little topaz, and so the topaz shirt is now available. If you want to walk around and people say, what do you mean topaz? The bottom line is, if you've tried everything, have you tried topaz? So thought about a little topaz. So that is out there right now. Priceless. If you want to grab those. Now, I can pretty much tell you this will be a limited time item. It probably won't be an evergreen, but you never know. It's all how it's embraced by the audience. But if you have been wanting that shirt, it is now available. Only we would do this at rickandbubba.com. Under the store.
I got to get one for Dr. Robertson.
You have to. 100%. And
I sent one to the Chicago Bulls.
I know.
Yeah.
That's where the whole story started.
It all started.
I got back on the hill yesterday where I flared mine up, Bubba, about a month ago.
Yep.
And it was time to weed eat again, and I got back up there, and I tried I tried a new technique, which I'm sure looked precious to my neighbors. And it went well. It's not flared up today. And if I could tell the Cove something real quick, security cameras, they tell you a lot when you're not at home. That was not me shirtless washing cars for a couple of days. That was my brother-in-law, Mark, who decided to detail his car and Johnette's, which is totally fine, but shirtless. Out at the Cove.
I commend him for that.
And a sidewalk community, which means that the houses are pretty close there together. So I don't know who was looking out the blinds to see someone shirtless in my driveway washing cars. But that was Mark, not me.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, Big Mark, if he's shirtless, everybody saw it.
I got a notification that the driveway camera picked some movement up. So I got the notification. I hit it, and then much to my surprise, there Mark is shirtless.
Mark's a big old. He's a big old guy.
He's a
big fella. He is. Don't mess with him.
Big fella.
He's a big fella.
He pushed Greg one time.
I was a little scared of him.
So other stories today. We have a lot of them now. I don't know why the Mona Lisa was targeted.
Who's mad at the Mona Lisa?
Well, Greg, believe it or not, this is some guy that wants to keep us from destroying the earth, and he took it out on Mona Lisa, the painting.
Now keep in mind.
Tie it together. I don't know how.
Do we have audio with this? It's audio. We do have audio.
How did you get that close?
All right. So
this is video after the fact.
By the way, those people are not supposed to be taking a picture of that with a flash. Trust me, I know that. Is this the idiot that did it?
Why they letting him stand around and talk?
What's he saying?
I don't know.
He can't, and this is what is really, despicable anyway. He came in disguised as an old lady in a wheelchair. So, obviously, probably not the first people you're looking at for security, but they will be now.
Oh, yeah.
So, everyone that comes through, but he took a pie or something and smeared it on there. Rick, y'all been there? Is that glass in front of it, or is that actually on the painting? Why are they letting him do that?
Yeah, he's just walking out.
Put him on the ground, buddy.
Yeah, what's their deal?
So he's not leaving there with any negative reinforcement of doing this.
Yeah,
or send a message to the next.
I have stood right there, but I don't.
If he's leaving and being carried out hog style with a busted lip, the next guy's going, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think I'll protest. I'll put a sign up somewhere.
Well, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what was the situation when I was there? If that, I know the painting itself has something over, but I don't think it has. I think it's just framed and has glass over the actual painting. I don't think there's anything over.
So is that on the glass?
I think that's on the glass. Yeah.
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
Yeah.
From what I'm reading, it was on a glass covering over the painting.
Yeah, which I thought.
And then the man that disguised himself as a woman on his way out was saying, "Some people are destroying the earth. Think about Earth."
What's that got to do with Mona Lisa?
What did Mona Lisa do to the Earth?
He's going to destroy
right. What does that got to do with anything?
Think about Earth.
Yeah.
I never understood.
What's in the world?
Well, because you don't understand art.
I suppose you don't know Mona Lisa. Think about the Earth.
Do you realize, honestly, if you take this thing, what everybody says about art and all this kind of stuff, honestly, we could decide that Big Boy over there is a masterpiece.
Well, compared to some
and if enough people got excited about it and were willing to pay a lot of money for Big Boy,
that's right.
Suddenly it would. It does take. Artists made Big Boy.
Honestly, though, and I don't know what I'm looking at, but if I see the Mona Lisa in a garage at some yard sale, I don't even give it two looks. It's just not. It's not that impressive, really.
And you don't think she's fine?
If you didn't tell me it was impressive, I wouldn't know it's that impressive.
I'm like,
Well,
what makes that any different than any other point?
Well, it's all relative though. There's things that we find impressive because we understand it that others don't.
Well, we don't understand that one. I'll give you that.
Is it time? Is it meaning? Was it impressive then? And
I think.
Somebody go, goodness gracious, this beats the band back then. So we've kept that.
I'm in a huge step out here.
I don't know,
but those who understand art, apparently, when it was painted, it would be like us recognizing talent in something we were interested in.
Yeah.
The way it was done, people said, "I'll tell you what, whoever had that brush and had that paint, they've created a masterpiece."
Yeah.
And the way they painted, the strokes, the whole deal. I don't know anything about it. I'm just telling you.
That's what I'm
doing. Hairdo a little bit.
They're saying like the way that face comes out and all that.
Yeah.
If you understood art, you would know that's a very talented person.
See, that's
I'd have looked,
but I don't. So to me,
I'd have gave a whole lot more interest to that Farrah Fawcett poster from the late '70s.
Absolutely.
That every kid had.
It was the largest selling poster in the history
ever.
I think it really holds that.
So you're looking at the woman, not the painting.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the beauty.
Yeah, right.
Bubba says she ain't no Mama June.
Or that grandmother from Enterprise.
Yeah, but the real thing is, what does the Mona Lisa have to do with saving the Earth? That's a bigger question.
Great, yeah.
I don't understand at all.
He's trying to make a point, and everybody's going, "I don't get your point."
Right. I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you how I bring awareness to it. I throw cake on the Mona Lisa.
Yeah. Cake,
if
of
you-
all things.
If you don't want people destroying the earth, I don't think you destroying art is really making the point.
Doesn't make any sense.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you can't just go handing it out.
And Spotify, they're maintaining that they want to compensate people. They say, but it's tough to figure out who owns the rights to the songs. That's where the problem lies.
Well, I think
they don't know who to send the money to.
I think that could be taken. I think that could be easily done. When you add the song, you have to fill out name, artist, genre, all that. Put who owns the copyrights in there. I think that's pretty easy.
Yeah, because you got artists.
Because you have to get permission to do it to begin with. So somebody had to say it's okay.
You know, when you go to the whole thing about publishing rights, you know that's how in the early days you hear about all these artists that were taken advantage of, and what it was in the old days is, you know, you'd have the guy with the cigar that'd show up and like your band, and you're all fired up, and he'd say, "I'll tell you what, boys or ladies, I'm bringing you in the studio. Now, studio time's expensive, so what we're gonna do is you don't have to pay for studio time, and you'll pay us with your publishing rights."
Yeah.
And then they
or
give
we
them,
advance you. Here's some cash.
You hear some cash, but
you
now
live on while we're recording.
But now the publishing rights are ours. That's how we get paid.
Yeah.
And what they were discovering is those publishing rights were a lot more money.
That's where you make your
than
money.
what the artists were getting. You know, in the beginning you think, man, free studio time,
right.
and we got a little apartment
Got
over here.
advance.
Yeah, we got a little advance.
We're singers.
And then all of a sudden they realized, wow, we had some huge hits, and it's huge money, and somebody else got it. So the newer artists learned that and started saying, no. Matter of fact, I couldn't believe it because I wasn't familiar. I really wasn't. Didn't even know that song, what's it called, that thing that you do, Tom Hanks, you know, did that movie about the band and it was based on
catchy little song.
It was based on the Dave Clark Five. I didn't know
that.
And I didn't realize what a big deal the Dave Clark Five really were because that was before my time. Yeah. And they were one of the first bands that said, no, we're going to have our publishing rights. Yeah. And of course, everybody was like, well, yeah, y'all going to crank out. At that time, people were doing like one hit and moving on. They were like, okay, whatever. And, of course, it turned out to be huge. And they were one of these bands, first ones that had their own plane and all that kind of stuff. And everybody was like, wait, what did y'all do different than the rest of them? And
especially in those days, they really got they'd get like 2 cents a record or something.
Yeah. So, and of course now that's also more important because what we just talked about, the artists can't make money on just selling music anymore. Yeah. There's very little money in that.
Well, this publishing group, it says Wixon Music Publishing of Los Angeles, $1.6 million. They filed $1.6 billion. They represent people like Tom Petty, Neil Young, Steely Dan. So they got some big hitters.
Yeah, they do.
Well, I wonder, like when it comes to Apple Music, where you pay a fee and you just have access to the library. Yeah. It used to be before then you would go on and purchase the song for $1.99 or whatever, and they would get a cut. But like, let's just say I just have a subscription. I almost said prescription to that, and I pay a monthly fee. Do they see which songs I've pulled into the library and give them a cut, or are they?
I think they would have to. I don't know. You know, they would say we got a pool of money for the month. These are the songs downloaded, and you know, break it up that way.
But I don't have to download them. I can just I have the option. I can download them.
They see what you're just like.
I got to.
Yeah, I would think. Okay.
There's no way Tom Petty and Tony Basil are on the same level ground.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Mickey, you're so fine. Can't be the same as Tom Petty's library.
Yeah.
Especially on the year he died.
You're right. Yeah. So you're right. They see the touches. Surely that's. I'm like you.
Anytime.
What a great service. $9.99, especially what we do for a living, grabbing bed music and stuff. It was life changing.
Right.
But yeah, everybody can't be on equal footing.
All I can think about when I said touch is Beth Moe, and I'm so sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
Touch. Yeah. So anyway,
Lord,
we got Will of Meat. We got Will of Meat going today. So we're gonna spin that baby. Got some prizes on the wheel. Your phone calls are coming in 866-WE-BE-BIG. President Donald Trump is tweeting again. We got a big tweet today that's a biggie. People are talking about concerning North Korea, the Olympics in South Korea, and all that. So we'll jump into all that today and look forward to chatting with you. You got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Proud of myself.
You can't always get
Donald Trump.
what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing. Don't be stupid.
But if you try something, you might find
Deal or no
you
deal?
get what you need.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
All right, so I walk into the office today, and that phrase that a cold chill goes across your entire body, Bubba said you see Donald Trump's tweet last night. I'm like, what? Oh my gosh, what? Is this how it feels to be Cliff Sims? So anyway.
Well, Rick, let's set the stage here a little bit, okay? We
right.
have the Winter Olympics coming up in South Korea, okay?
Why are we doing that?
South Korea, a little bit of a hot spot right now.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back. All right, so we knew this was coming. Now, because of the latest horrific shooting and the evil acts of an evil person, and now, of course, as always, those that love big government, this is the time. You know, we're having our finger pointed at us that nobody wants to hear about. Thoughts and prayers. If you're not for removing the Second Amendment, if you're not for more gun laws, then you don't have to say anything. We're also murderers vicariously through these people because we don't care. NRA, most evil people on the planet, and now we must remove guns from citizens because if we remove guns, law-abiding citizens, these things won't happen. Of course, there's no proof of that. As a matter of fact, we gave you 3 examples here in our own country of the most stringent gun laws have not produced the safety that we seem to be saying will happen, but it hasn't. Canada is going to get on the board. Of course, you know, Canada, he can go ahead and do what he wants to do, but, you know, Canada's government system and ours not the same. But anyway, close, but not the same. So here is Trudeau says that there's going to be no more handguns that you can buy, sell, transfer, or import, right, anywhere in Canada. Is that correct? Let's get his own words. Here he is.
We're introducing legislation to implement a national freeze on handgun ownership. What this means is that it will no longer be possible to buy, sell, transfer, or import handguns anywhere in Canada. In other words, we're capping the market for handguns.
What do you,
we could just be more like them.
What do you expect from Castro's son?
Oh, wow. Boy,
there
Greg.
We go with that again.
Oh, that's
there
good.
It is.
There
yeah,
you go,
know,
Greg.
it's
hey, go ahead and get started.
That's him.
I know they feel like they've done something, but, you know, do you think if I'm a criminal and I normally use a gun in my crime, that phases me at all?
Oh, I can't use one now. It's against the law.
It actually means I'll make more money selling my illegal ones to help fund my drug business. But anyway.
Yeah. And now to the old U.S.
Turn them in.
But this is an interesting thing.
Yep.
Trudeau, in other comments he made we didn't have in that clip, he was pointing and he even said, we see the problem going on with our neighbor to the south, and we want to be proactive. We want to get on top of this, so we're going to freeze handguns. Well, handguns wasn't used in this massacre. Okay, now in the U.S. they're not saying a word about handguns. They want the assault weapons, the AR, which doesn't stand for assault rifle, by the way.
No.
So now we have Biden, and he's got a whole different take on this. He's wanting to ban 9mm, and it sounds like larger calibers.
Mm-hmm. And they showed me a X-ray. He said a .22 caliber bullet will lodge in the lung, and we can probably get it out, may be able to get it and save the life. A 9mm bullet blows the lung out of the body. So the idea of these high caliber weapons is there's simply no rational basis for it in terms of about self-protection, hunting. I remember, the Constitution, the Second Amendment, was never absolute.
Boy, that's a scary word. That last one.
Yeah.
That last statement was a scary one.
And he's used the example several times that you couldn't buy a cannon in the U.S. when that was done. But several historians, and I don't know, I wasn't alive back then firsthand. So, but many historians have said that's just simply not right. And he has repeated that same quote 5 or 6 times that's documented. And so, I don't know, like I say, exactly what it was, but he's got a problem here. But it is interesting to me that you see two leaders who really want gun control, and both of them are going about it a different way. One of them wanting to stop handguns, one of them wanting to stop the larger caliber, which 9mm is kind of the middle of the road. I mean, there's a lot of 45s and stuff out there.
Right.
9mm would be smaller than it.
How about this? If someone's endangering me and my family, I want something that's going to remove the lung from the body.
Yeah.
Right? Or what it's also intended for, if I was in an uncomfortable situation with an overreaching tyrannical government. Right. I'd like to have some kind of, chance if they're coming for my land, you know what I mean, or something.
That's what it actually says in the document. So it's uncomfortable to a lot of people, but that's what it says.
And by the way, the other thing the other thing you're hearing too is there's been, we're the only place where these mass shootings take place. By the way, that's not historically correct either. See, if you move to the communist government. This is the violence after gun
confiscation.
And here's how many people have been killed in the countries where they took the guns: China, 65 million; Russia, 25 million; Cambodia, 2 million; North Korea, 2 million; Ethiopia, 1.7 million; Afghanistan, 1.5 million; Eastern Bloc, 1 million; Vietnam, 1 million. So
because then the government does whatever they want to.
You guys, you got to understand. First of all, you've got people in this country that are trying to make our government be something that it's not. We are an experiment of the government actually being the people. Mm-hmm. We do not have a king. We do not have a class system. That you don't have the ruling class and then the peasants. That's not who we are. That was not our founding fathers' vision. They were leaving that. And so the reason why the Second Amendment was, we had to have this if we were going to try this, because people will always try to turn us in to a tyrannical,
history's full of
dictatorship. And so here's the deal. If you follow the left and what they want to do, and we kind of touched on it by showing you these numbers, but I want to say it real clear, where like people like me, a C student from Calhoun County, can understand. If you follow this road where it's going, especially when we see something that none of us like, and none of us like it. If you follow this road, let me tell you the world that you will live in. You will live in a world where the only people who have guns are lawbreakers, criminals, which is the same category, and the government. They'll be the only people with guns. And we just gave you a list throughout world history that has never gone well. And you're not going to hear the story out of West Virginia, in Charleston, West Virginia, 4 days ago, now maybe 5 days ago, where a crazed gunman came to a graduation party in an apartment complex out in the parking lot, like a block party deal. And as soon as he went to start firing, a law-abiding citizen, a woman with a gun who knew how to use it, gunned him down, and no one was killed except that guy. See, guns do that too. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
We've got troops, we've got missiles, we've got fleets all over the place. We've got Kim Jong-un shooting off missiles like we shoot off bottle rockets around here. He claims he's got nuclear devices. He apparently has some crude ones at least. Yep. And he's exploded several to the point now that he has a radioactive mountain there in North Korea that's unstable, and they expect an earthquake to cave it totally in here before long.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know what, Rick, just in general terms, we'd call not necessarily the most stable situation for an international event.
Not sure when we're having the Olympics. I was telling Bubba, I said, you're just going to have to deal with him through this whole process. He may not do anything, but he's constantly going to be saying stuff.
And Kim Jong-un made a New Year's speech, and I think the North and South Korea, the South Koreans especially, are trying to reach out to him to bring him to the table of at least being civilized. which I would put him not at this point.
Correct. Yeah.
And they've got the Olympics. They just want I think, a calm environment to get through this. Of course, this is a great time for him to show off, to get attention.
Oh, sure.
But, he doesn't realize the rest of the world will just look at him as an idiot by doing that. But anyway, they've made some outreach to him, and he made a speech on the January 1 and basically said that, he wants to do this and that, but he reminded them he's got the nuclear button on his desk.
Right.
So South Korea responded and said, hey, let's sit down, let's get a delegation together and sit down and talk, and they're going to meet at one of these border towns. Now, that will be, when you have high-level diplomats coming in and a lot of weapons and stuff around them, that's always a little antsy time. But they're trying to get that done. Kim Jong-un agreed to do that. He even said that he might send athletes to the South Korean Olympics, which before he said he wouldn't do that unless it was recognized as just the Korean Olympics. And that's not happening, obviously. So,
no, and plus I hope the athletes are in better health than the people who keep fleeing from there. But anyway, yeah.
So Donald Trump had tweeted out, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un just stated that the nuclear button is on his desk at all times. Will someone from his depleted and food-starved regime please inform him that I, too, have a nuclear button, but it is much bigger and more powerful than his, and my button works.
There it is, right there.
Well, now, there will be a lot of people losing their mind over that.
They'll have a meltdown.
It's kind of like when we were at the Huntsville event, and he gave the speech about the players, fire them, which I agreed with, but I nudged Betty, and I said, well, there's your story next week.
Sure, yeah.
It won't be the election, that's for sure.
No. Well, and like you say, I mean, this will be so troubling that CNN is currently smoking pot again.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. This they won't be able to deal with this. But if you want to know why he won, this is why he won.
Yeah, absolutely. Because listen, there's a lot of people that go when they hear that, they go, well, yeah.
That's what I wish we would say.
Yeah, if we'd have said that in 1952, we wouldn't be dealing with it today.
Right.
But a lot of people, in all fairness, I understand, think that, well, the U.S. president shouldn't be talking like he's out at the hot dog stand at Trade Day.
Right. Yeah.
And I understand that, but I also appreciate him saying what he really thinks, and I like that too. It's kind of like how people complain about football coaches. Right. And they call it coach speak. Well, we're just going to strap it on, try to do it. We can do it. Other team good.
Right.
We'll be lucky to get out here with a win.
Yeah.
40 points later, you go, why did you even say that?
Right.
You will never say, gosh, this is what you want. You want a coach to go, look, we still got to go out and win. We got to execute, but we're at least 6 touchdowns better than these guys, and we ought to be playing the third string by halftime. And you go, well, thank you for that. But nobody's going to say that.
Well, you know why? And to the other point, if somebody said that, they would be vilified.
Yes, they would.
You say you want them to say that, but then when they do, you vilify them and talk about what an arrogant. No, they shouldn't have said that. Who says that?
And Ricky,
you're like, which one is it? Do you want me to just be frank with you, or do you want me to give you stuff that you can't ever nail me on? Mm-hmm. Which one is it?
I was actually thinking about this whole problem of speaking your mind versus being proper.
Yeah.
While I was laid up sick in the bed, because you think about weird things like that.
Right.
And, all I can attribute it to is we have a strange mix in the American blood. We have the explorers, the seekers, the fighters, and we also have the British. We got to have tea at 2:00. Yeah, it's in all of us.
Right.
So we have a bit of civility mixed in with a bit of frontiersman that has to fight and scratch and claw and get the bear and kill it and eat it and tear the skin off. We got that.
It is 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Cook's Pest Control in Centricon, man, they do a good job. We love having them on our team here in our homes, and man, they just do a great job, and they will for you too. So if you are looking at the unbeatable combination for termite protection, you got it. Centricon system and Cook's Pest Control. Also, the summer is here. Bugs.
Look, you should be able to enjoy the outdoors and the indoors without, insects and mice and rats and whatever the pest may be. Put the best on the job, and that's our friends at Cook's Pest Control. They'll come out and they'll evaluate the property, whatever you're doing, and say, here's what we think we should do. No obligation to use them. They won't charge you anything for doing that. Let them assess and put them to work for you, and then you can sing like us and say, looky, here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. Look for them at cookspest.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, yeah, moving on to that, I think it's a good time for us to teach history. We don't have the feudal system. We don't have peasants. We have the say, the way our founding fathers, how we will be ruled and what power we give the government, because if you do it the way it's supposed to be done, we are the government. Yeah. So you don't get to decide for us whether you're going to let us have access to the freedoms afforded us in the Constitution. We absolutely have it, end of subject, and it's time for some of y'all to get over it. Now, there's some things that we can do that y'all don't seem to be willing to do. Now, you're not going to lose your right to defend yourself if you'll make this deal, because they won't do it. But if you want to have some fun, because this thing goes back and forth. I don't understand why people that are standing up for trying to get guns out of people's hands, just there for on-demand abortion. And then on the other hand, I don't understand these people that don't want there to be on-demand abortion, but they're for guns. Now, there's a difference in those, and you can, if you take time and actually talk about it, that's back to innocent blood. But if you want to have some fun, say, okay, let's stop on-demand abortion as birth control, and we'll turn our guns in. By the way, your gun's fine. You'll never have to turn in. They will not take that deal. And you can say, I'll tell you what, that way neither one of us can play that against each other. We're going to all go to consistency here, and let's say that we want to protect human life as much as we possibly can, and we're going to deem it value again. So let's all turn in our guns and let's shut down the clinics, and let's celebrate human life. Your gun's fine. You got nothing to worry about. So anyway, but the bottom line, all that really doesn't matter. What matters is what type of governmental system did we all agree to, and it stands. Yeah. And then what you do is say, well, then we need to address what we need to address to be sure that we do this as safe as we possibly can. But it must be, as we've said for how many days now, and years, it must be comprehensive.
Well, yeah, and if you don't do that,
but the
you're
right
not gonna
stands.
solve that. And if you mention, and several lawmakers over the weekend mentioned a comprehensive plan. They talked about the breakdown of the family. They talked about violence in movies, TV shows, and particularly video games. And those people get laughed at. They're just laughed like you're totally out of touch. You ain't got any clue what you're talking about. We got to do guns. And again, it's just, where we have those rules, where we've made, remember, most schools are gun-free zones, okay? That's why they're easy pickings for these crazy people.
Right.
Okay? They go in there, they know there's going to be minimal resistance, and that's, again, the predator mindset. You got to harden your target, and well, it's just silly, again, thinking that that's going to be the cure for all this, because then only criminals are going to be the ones with guns.
Yeah, and the government
doesn't work.
Yeah, and which, of course, those two words sometimes go right
and
together.
There's a lot of investigation going on. I know you've seen the stories. It's premature to comment too much on it, but they're saying now that they mishandled that situation on the ground in Texas, and there'll be more coming out about that, but we'll see. I don't know,
because in this situation, okay, let's say that we limited access, and this kid, there was no way this kid could get a gun, no way, no how. Okay, he still's just as evil. Okay, and somebody still forgets to shut the door and leaves it propped open. If that looks like that report is accurate, nobody's telling why the door was propped open. The door wasn't supposed to be open.
And how did he find it?
How about the door not supposed to be open?
No.
Okay. If I can crash my car through the fence and walk in, got to think about that. If my classroom door is not locked, got to think about that. And for the love of all that's good and kind, if we call law enforcement down here, assess the situation, whether you have a blockade shooter or a continued shooter, and get the job done. So there was a lot of failures that would minimize the loss of life here that we already have access to that we can't even implement right.
Right.
So
and the government, as opposed to infringing on that Second Amendment, have things they can do that will help. Okay, and that is, number one, prosecute people,
Mm-hmm.
get them off so we have no repeat offenders on a lot of this stuff, and do the things that you have the ability to do as opposed to going after things you don't have the ability to do.
And if you don't think taking a soft target and making it a hard topic doesn't work, just go read the story from Charleston, West Virginia.
Yeah.
So this person thought they had a soft target, didn't know an armed citizen who knew how to use a gun was there legally. And you know how many people got shot by the shooter or got killed? None.
Well, we had
you know why the shooter couldn't keep shooting? They were dead.
Had a case in Mississippi where one of the teachers had a gun, went out to get it, and stopped somebody getting in. I mean, the number of these things are getting so ridiculous now you can't even keep up with all of them.
Yeah, but you get down to this, so you get rid of all of it, and you don't address anything else. This guy takes the car, knocks down the fence, walks in with a pressure cooker that he went online and figured out how to make a bomb. He's probably about to kill more people than the gun did. And then all of a sudden he walks in the same school, goes to the same classroom, and tosses it in the room, and then runs out.
We had that at the Boston Marathon.
Okay. So all right. So you still got a problem. What we got a problem is, why is this son of a gun won't kill everybody?
Yeah. Yeah. Or Rick, you just pull up.
We got to address that.
You just pull up a truck next door with your homemade bomb in the back of it. We've seen that. We've had that too.
Yeah.
So.
And so
there's no way to outlaw everything that an evil heart can use.
But we do not have a country. We are not designed for the ruling class to walk down to us peasants, take off our guns, lock them up, and tell us to move on. That's not our government. That's not how we're set up. Praise God, we're not set up that way. So anybody talking like that you better keep your eye on them.
And we want something done too. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like, oh, you don't want anything? No, we do want something done.
Well,
but we want a real answer to it. We want to talk about the real problem, the comprehensive, the whole ball of wax, not just a pimple on it that you think will get you a quick fix to get reelected.
So if you want to approach it, at least learn what kind of government system we have, and then you can work that inside those rights and inside that structure, and we can all work together to do what we can. But it must be comprehensive. And it's lazy to say, take up everybody's guns. That's lazy, is what that is. That's somebody not willing to sit down and think. And they also don't understand our system. All right, so we've got other things to discuss, too. Did you say that Tom Brady, on a much lighter note, drops a hole-in-one here?
Yeah, and I think it's caught by a drone shot.
It is.
Drone shot.
Amazing. The drone actually follows the ball the entire way.
Are you? Oh, yeah.
Greg doesn't believe it.
Yeah. I mean, can Tom Brady do anything else?
Edited.
Goat worthy?
All right, so
3, 2, 1, swing. That's looking good. Pretty good. That's in the hole. That's it. That's it.
Let's get it. Hop off a 16 passenger. This is G5. No, this not a challenge.
Here we go. So there's the shot. We're watching it.
Well, they had to time it.
Look at that drone.
Just perfect, didn't they?
Look at that drone work. And Greg, I think that's a video game. I think that's a video game.
Greg, I'm so sorry, buddy. You don't see the ball the whole time?
Nah, y'all won't buy that.
Swing.
Saw the drone go by, didn't it?
That's looking good. Pretty good. That's in the hole. That's it. That's it.
Still winning.
That's awesome. Wow. Is that a hole in one, or he just hit it from the fairway?
Well, they've got tee markers out there. I think they took tee markers and put them back in the fairway.
Okay.
And
sorry, Bubba. I
mean, that adds to Greg's
I'm so sorry,
conspiracy, but
the drone work is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it really
now,
is.
You're
it
impressed
did
by
look
that,
a little
aren't you,
funny
buddy?
the way it hit the flag and went in. It didn't. Something looked a little squirrely about that.
You know, it's fine.
You kind of backboarded it.
See what you do, Greg?
Thanks, Greg. I can't even watch
that word, but I'm not sure about that.
By the way,
I don't know about that.
Listen, can I tell everybody this? Everybody always panics, and I've already seen it. We talked about it earlier. I didn't give anything away. Everybody's so worried about me going to see Maverick because you worry about me telling you about it. But there's also a concern about if you're enjoying the reviews that it's a really entertaining experience, you really want to get to see it before Greg does.
Yeah.
Because he'll come back and go,
well, it's tough being
Greg will be. I mean, I have not heard not one.
Well, just wait till he gets back. Wait till he gets
from
back.
a review group, a person, a solo.
Well, see, that's not realistic.
But Greg will be the first one ever.
And I'm gonna be honest about something. I've completely tried. If y'all have noticed, I've completely tried to go head down and ignore every single word that y'all are saying this morning about the movie, and that's why. But this one is more dangerous than you right now, Rick. And
Well,
I'm
he's
pointing
excited.
at Bubba.
You know how he gets when he gets
because he's
excited.
already ruined one thing. I mean, I didn't know
I didn't ruin
the
anything.
aircraft carrier thing you ruined.
Well, he gets
you ruined that.
No, I confirmed some people's fears, and it's just the very first part of the movie to fire you up to go see it.
But I would have sat in my seat and thought, man, that's cool. Now I'm going to think, well, Bubba told us this was coming. You stole my joy on that.
Well,
I'm just telling you.
He told me.
And I thought it'd be Rick today, and it's you.
He told me about it before I saw it, and I admit that it wasn't as surprising because I knew it was coming.
Bubba, that's what I'm saying.
Why'd you do
See,
that?
no one has brought that up at all in the reviews.
I got mornings I cut the lights off before they show the movie.
Yeah, he's excited. You know how he doesn't get excited?
Yeah, so you can be the smart aleck.
Yeah.
I'll get you another bag of Fritos.
I forgot about that.
Greg said I forgot about them.
We'll be back. Phone calls and any stories we missed at 866 We Be Big. Phones are fixed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got to sit with our tea glasses. We must sit proper. We have a powdered wig on, and we take our tea. And you see those two sides come out in all of us at different times.
Oh, sure.
Although Trump appears to have more frontier in him all the time.
Well, and the key, what you hope you do is you pick the situation you're in and the moment you're in, and you have some wisdom.
Right, you would hope.
On how to balance these two things and when they should be appropriately used and used in an appropriate way.
Now you're talking like the Brits now.
Well, I'm not. I'm actually speaking like like the Bible. But you know what I mean. But that is what we are supposed to.
You're speaking King James,
right? You're supposed to have some
double meaning.
But if you want to know why he got elected, as he came along when you had enough people who vote who were tired of being too far the other way. They were sick of it. And they were like, where is somebody who speaks the way I speak? And where's someone who stops apologizing for all the things that we have worked hard to achieve and and quit acting like that we also haven't been placed in a position of power and shown huge restraint and also have been very helpful to people all over the world and really kind of tired of all being treated that because we have had some prosperity that somehow we're evil and it was ill-gotten gains. There were a lot of people who were tired of that. And they're also tired of paying tax dollars to have a great military that seemed to always be on standby and never being used to stop some of this stuff.
Well, and our latest intel on exactly what they're capable of is they do have some crude weapons. They do have some missiles now capable of getting at least close to U.S. mainland. But they have a problem with the re-entry. They've got to get into space to make the distance, but then they got to survive temperatures coming back, and they haven't perfected that. They think they're going to try to do a test this week.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A quarterback in the NFL, great guy. The way he's handled his knee injury, nothing but class. The way he's represented his faith, nothing but class. And he posted a picture of his hunting dog that he loves on the dog's 5th birthday. And in the picture, he's got a picture of the dog as a puppy. And you would think that all the feel-goodism people would just love this. You know what I mean? He's got his puppy in there. He's got the dog at 5 years old, the way the dog looks. Oh, but Bubba, he's put the 5-year-old dog behind a bunch of geese that have been killed. Mm-hmm. Y'all do realize we're talking about adult people and sadly, in some cases, men who are bothered by this situation. So Carson Wentz, who is an avid hunter, I said, wish his dog, Henley, a happy 5th birthday. He's got the photo with the dog behind a great harvest of geese that day. I guess they were hunting. He says, and then he gets a follower of his Twitter feed, I guess, who says, as a friend, I wanted to quickly highlight that a man in your influential position. Now, is this a man talking to him?
Yeah, Rick.
Mike calls offense, puts the word sick in parentheses. Through the posting of your first picture, I support its sentiment. However, the context and content of the pic could offend. Meaning, I'm offended and I think it's sick. This is a man who's following an NFL quarterback who plays football is going to say,
Rick, and for the Philadelphia Eagles,
right? Yeah, and we know how kind and gentle.
Yeah, how loving, how the city of brotherly love responds.
Carson Wentz says, "I appreciate that. but offensive and controversial, ? Two of the main things I tweet about are Jesus and hunting. Now, keep in mind, he's a follower of Jesus, meaning he tries to live his life by the way Jesus said to live it.
Right.
Okay, and he said that's really what I tweet about, that and hunting.
Right.
That's what I'm passionate about, and that's not ever going to change. When you love something, you talk about it, stay convicted about it, and don't worry what others think, which I agree with that wholeheartedly.
You know, I am just, I am still, gosh, do I want to start the year like this?
I know, right.
My mind, I cannot wrap my arms around the people who are so offended by somebody who would hunt birds, deer, or fish, but they're so unoffended by other things.
Oh, yeah.
That are so much bigger on the picture of what's really important.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't see it that way. And I can't even, I see it so 180 degrees different from you. I wonder if we're both from the same planet.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We're trying to get squeeze a call or two in if there's time, but we got to go to the Klaus Schwab. Is that how you say it? Klaus Schwab. He's going to be speaking at the World Economic Forum, and it gets real creepy here. Because those of us that are, we don't like the term one world government, one world currency, even though we know that prophecy tells us that is going to take place. It just gets kind of weird. And the fact, if you've read 1984 by George Orwell, this stuff starts feeling real creepy to you. And how are they forming this all together? Now, Bubba and I had the theory that at one time it would come through some of these so-called alien abductions, and it still might be a plan. That one way to get a one world, let's all work together to fight
if our planet's under attack.
Yeah, an enemy from another planet. But here's another one: we must all save the Earth, and that one is a little more in play. Than the other one. We must all join together. We must save the. We must save the Earth. We must, and and let's all work together. So here is it Klaus? Which is always creepy just to hear that too. Is going to tell us that the future is not just happening; the future is built by us, by all the
He's
powerful,
a German engineer. Right?
Yeah, and all the engineers. And here, this is Terminator, right out of Terminator. Here we go.
Let's also be clear. The future is not just happening. The future is built by us, by a powerful community as you here in this room. We have the means to improve the states of the world. But two conditions are necessary. The first one is that we act all as stakeholders of larger communities, that we serve not our only self-interests, but we serve the community.
There it is. We all got to be a community. And you will give us your guns so we can all be safe.
And we will check your papers.
We will have the safest streets in the world. And next, somebody tried to have, they have the little panels. The energy transition panel, this does not go well. This person thinks a lot of hands are going to go up, meaning we're transitioning to electric cars. It doesn't go well. Not a big response. So here we go.
So I'm going to throw this immediately out to the audience and say, how many of you are driving an electric vehicle at the moment? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I would say that probably constitutes less than 5% of the persons sitting here in this room.
So we're moving right along here. So
was she trying to make a point that not enough people were driving it, or
in her mind she's going, why? Because
surely she knew.
Right. Yeah. Right.
I mean that
a lot.
You go into that not knowing the answer to that.
Listen. The person leading in the technology, us moving to electric cars, is saying we are not there yet. We are not ready yet just to shut down fossil fuels. And then I saw a report that the Tesla chargers are doing well. But the other companies, that their chargers, about 50% of them aren't even working right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm
sure they've undersized them.
Yeah, so I'm hung out with no charge, and I go to my charger and it doesn't work. So anyway, I'm not saying we're not getting there, and I'm not even saying this might not be a preferred thing, but we're not there yet. We can't just shut the other down or try to price it out of existence.
Well,
it's a mistake to do that.
It's a consumer's choice.
Right.
And many people are choosing that, and that's great. I'm glad they can. I've rode in one. It was fabulous. It was an incredible ride. But, just for the infrastructure around it, and I know they're building more chargers, but
sure,
as I said before, to go to a hydrogen or a natural gas would be more in line with what our current infrastructure is.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't transition. We have to bite the whole sandwich in one bite and try to chew it down.
I don't know. It's just not the way. And now for our last creepy audio clip and video clip from the World Economic Forum, Alibaba Group President J. Michael Evans. He says the World Economic family and community will be watching us. Here we go.
We're developing, through technology, an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
And we call it the Beast.
Who wants that?
The mark.
And we call it...
It's available in model 666.
We're calling it, I don't know, we thought we'd do something hip like a number like 666. No,
Well, let me tell you what.
I vote they don't keep working on it.
You won't have to worry about those of us driving our SUVs and trucks. I would worry about the private jet people first. That's where you need to go first.
Well, what this means, Bubba, is they're going to say bad world citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Bad world citizen. You're not trying to save the earth, bad acting world citizen.
And I promise you that will develop, that app will have a score. It'll have a comprehensive score for all
and
of
you know what community they'll go after first.
Yeah, then people say, honey, don't marry him. Look at his score.
And they'll tax you to make up for all the damage you're doing.
Yes. You must be taxed to cover for all the damage you're doing, Greg.
You've had enough to eat today. You can't have any more.
I would say, but I planted trees on Al Gore's website. Is that not enough?
I bought carbon credits.
We bought some.
This World Economic Forum is just
creepy.
It is the world's most powerful people coming together and determining how the world's going to be, or at least attempting to.
And if I was doing their public relations, let's drop scary names like Alibaba. Klaus, Klaus Schwab.
Scary. He was very
can we drop some of this? Davos Energy Transition. I mean, I would be like, guys, you can't use these scary. You're going to spook them out of the field. You can't use these scary terms.
Klaus looked just like somebody that was a maniacal guy trying to take over the world in a movie.
Yeah. Who do you think we ought to get to talk about being a one world government and a one world society? What about somebody with a thick German accent? I'd be like, no,
maybe a
Klaus,
little
thank you, but no.
Maybe a little soon.
Too soon, Klaus. Sit down. Can somebody give me a Jerry?
You talking about the last people that tried to take over the world?
Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, where's Jimmy?
So give me some non-threatening Canadian.
Yeah.
Until they start taking everybody's guns away. Then now that's getting weird.
Yeah, not you, Trudeau. Sit down. Trudeau, sit down.
Trudeau, no, you and your dad have caused enough trouble. What about Switzerland? We got anybody from Switzerland? That looks a little Aryan. All right. What about anybody from like Mississippi?
We need a guy named Todd in charge.
Where's Todd? Yeah, tell him, Dad.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.